My Who's Back of the Week is embracing debate.
Oh, what's that?
This was a tweet
He's going to steal it from you.
that got 180 million views
Holy shit.
this past weekend. I think 100 friends could beat one gorilla. Everybody just got to be dedicated to the shit. And that sparked a debate across the internet with people saying whether or not 100 people could or could not defeat one gorilla in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
I am firmly of the belief that 100 people could easily beat a gorilla in a fight. Okay, all right.
I think 10 guys that could really hold their own, that knew what they were doing, like 10 UFC fighters.
But the key part of this
10
is everyone's got to be about the shit.
Yeah, you got to be about the shit.
Because the first guy who goes in is going to get his head ripped off by the gorilla, and then everyone else has to be like, but hold on, we got to still do this together.
It's got to be like the Nazi meth soldiers.
Well, if it's one by one, no.
Well, no, I know, but like someone's
obviously.
getting there, someone's dying.
Like the advantage that we have as human beings is that we can do a battle plan, put that together. We're not going to go after this guy like bad guys go after Steven Seagal, where it's like, okay, I'm going to run at him, then he's going to step to the side, touch me, then I'll have a heart attack and die. Then you go at him. No, you got to just, if you're about the shit, you got to I think you could do it with 10 if they're heavyweights. You just surround, you grab limbs, and then you just start breaking bones.
Yeah.
You just start breaking bones.
But
How does one break a bone?
I would honestly just grab his windpipe and snap it. Done.
I think you get 2 guys that just go for the eyes. You got to take the eyes out. If you get the eyes, then you can beat the fuck out of anything.
Also, do gorillas have balls? I'd assume they do. Just fucking hammer his balls.
I was thinking that too.
They got balls. They got tiny dicks.
The problem, though, is what happens when the gorilla gets a hold of one person and rips his head off, and then everyone's like, fuck.
Or just starts swinging him around like a Donkey Kong.
Right. Is everyone still about that shit?
You have to stay about the shit.
Microphone check.
What's up, everybody? I just wanted to do it. I heard it. I heard that clip before I went live, and I just wanted to play it. I started 1 minute early so you could hear it. If you heard it, congratulations. If you didn't, you didn't. But that's what American podcasting is. American podcasting is deciding if you and your 10 bros could take on a gorilla and win. That's what we're left with now. That's the beauty of American podcasting. Look, there's some cool things this morning. Here's something I found out. When I opened up Streamlabs this morning to get things going, there is now an option where we can stream in both vertical and horizontal. And so we are. So if you're here and you hate the vertical stream, you can go to horizontal. I think you just have to go to our page. But if you wind up finding us, you're probably going to find us vertically. If you are subscribed, you can watch us horizontally. And honestly, I think that's the way that it should go. You meet people vertically, and as you get to know them, you might move horizontally. I think that's what Streamlabs is trying to tell us today, teach us a lesson. Can you find me horizontal? I knew it was coming. I fucking knew that it was coming. Welcome back. We had a long weekend. I guess I didn't intend to share what happened this weekend. But I can share some of it. Let's see. Jen said the chats are separate. Oh wow. I did not know that. I need to spit out my gum too. All right. So, spoiler, because it's out there. I did not go to Los Angeles this weekend to film a 20v1 Jubilee video. That was the rumor. That was not true. I did, however, film a Jubilee video this weekend. And it is not a 20v1, and that's basically all I can tell you. I don't have an air date for it yet. They'll give that to me. My guess is because it's pretty topical, and because it's something that like will be probably out of the news in not too long. Like it won't be as I don't know. The issue itself probably just won't be. There won't be as much focus on it. So I'd imagine they get it turned around quickly, but who knows? I did not say that I wasn't going to Jubilee. I did say I wasn't going to do a Jubilee 20v1. I did say that. So it was a cool experience. I'll tell you, the people at Jubilee are incredible. The way that they run their operation is awesome. Nothing but respect for those people. But I also want to say this. Being gone this weekend, being away from like the crowd maybe we normally run in, was a bit eye-opening for me. Oh, also you'll notice I have new headphones today. This is on accident. I broke my headphones. These are not my headphones. And actually I'm going to uncover an ear because I feel like I'm hearing myself too much. That's how the weekend has gone for me. What I realized though, and I'll cover this more when we have the actual Jubilee video, and we'll see how much they cut out. At the end of the video, had you asked me, like, we're going to lunch, the two groups are going to lunch, the liberals are going to lunch, the conservatives are going to lunch, I don't know that I would have went with the liberals. And coming back to the chaos that is happening on our side of the aisle when it comes to I don't know, let's call it movements, organizations, recent content, and the constant like backbiting and backstabbing and what do I want to say about this? About unfucking America. I just want to say this, that we are in a moment, and we're going to cover a bunch of news stories today. We're in a moment that's really difficult for a lot of people. We're in a moment that's really scary for all of us. And if you're not nervous, maybe you're not paying attention. The irony is, like, in these moments, like, the way that you test the strength of a movement, the way you test the strength of a nation, the way you test the strength of character is by just looking to the people in these moments and how they're reacting. And I can just say our side of the aisle, I think it's happening across the aisle too. I think there's some backbiting, but our side of the aisle is in absolute chaos. And we run from the messaging. I'm so fucking tired of turning on TikTok every day. I mean, no, I don't even turn it on every day. Every time I go to TikTok, like, every third live is just people calling each other out, people digging into each other's past to try and find ways that they can discredit them. We talk an awful lot about community. Doesn't feel like a community to me. Doesn't feel like a community to me at all. Feels like a bunch of people like rooting for their favorite fighter. So I will just say this, that it was pleasant to go to Jubilee and talk with people from the other side of the aisle and have like really good discussions. And it was nice. I didn't hear from a single person from our side of the aisle that was involved in the Jubilee casting stuff. Not a word from any of them, except for the conservatives. And I don't think that's like a conservative or liberal thing. I think it was like we had good dialogue. We had a good discussion. We found places where like we had common ground. And I think all too often we think like there is no common ground. There's tons of common ground. We can find it. And so it was weird. I feel like I'm starting off negative, and I apologize. But I hated coming back to that shit. I hate coming back to that shit. And I also want to say this, like, don't put people up on a pedestal. Don't put a creator up on a pedestal. Don't believe a creator because you've watched them for 10 years or 5 years or 3 years or 2 years. whatever it might be. Don't believe people. Don't trust them. But do trust them when they show you their actions. Do trust them when they say, when they show that they care more about themselves than the movement. All right. Jen says this is giving her anxiety. I don't know. Is that about this, Jen, or is that about the music starting? Too many clutches. All right. Just a reminder, we are crowdfunded, and we have a gift goal every day. That makes it so Jen doesn't quit and we can keep going. We do PayPal, we do Venmo, we do Cash App, and of course Super Chats. I'll read anything that you write. We also have paid subscriptions on YouTube and Twitch, so you can find us there, and then you can find us any other social media: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. Let's jump right into it. This is crazy juicy. I don't know if it's juicy. All right, let's jump into here's Fox News over the weekend. I think the big story probably this weekend for me coming back and is just watching slowly a bunch of people realize that Donald Trump has been doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin, that we've been lying about Putin, that we've been lying about Ukraine, that we're regularly lying about them. And I'm going to get more into this later, but somehow Ukraine has become the enemy and Russia has become like this, I guess at best, like we fence sit Russia. We're like, they're bad, but like, come on. Come on. I watched Tim Pool, and Tim Pool made me feel like they weren't so bad. Here is Shannon Bream with Adam Smith. And Adam Smith does a great job laying out his criticism of the appeasement of Vladimir Putin.
Actually going to step up and put pressure on Putin and make it clear that Putin is to blame for this war, and to put the economic sanctions in place and say, look, we're going to keep helping Ukraine until you stop this war.
Yeah, and
if
how
President
much,
Trump
how
does
much of that was public?
If he changes...
Yeah, how much of that was public posturing? I don't know, but we are still at this impasse, you know,
if it was public posturing, Putin got the message, and the message was, we're gonna let you be and let you go on bombing.
The message now is knock it off and let's get to the table. So we got to leave it there.
Yeah, but if the message is a tweet, stop.
Yeah, what he's referencing is all this time, after all the criticism this administration has levied at Ukraine and at Zelensky, Trump always saying like, I have a great relationship with Putin. Putin will listen to me. He can't even get the dude on the phone. He just sends out a tweet like, Vladimir, stop it. I don't like it when you do this, Vladimir. That was it. That was the whole thing.
Does Donald Trump really think that Putin's going to respond to a social media?
And the issue of whether there will be sanctions ramped up as well.
He needs to.
We'll see. And part of this we know is in congressional hands as well. Congressman, always appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, so that's going to be most of the show today, is showing you the posturing of the conservatives, who it's their job to try and make Trump look good, and then everybody else. But before we get too much into that, I wanted to show you this. We talked about RFK last week, and it kind of sucks. Like one of the hardest parts about covering this administration is that it's hard to give equal time to all the things that are important. It's hard to give enough time to all the things that are important. So it's like last week, RFK basically said that we need to eliminate autistic people. And I don't mean that in a way like he said we're going to round them up, but maybe it'll come to that. We'll see. But he demonized a lot of people. He upset a lot of parents. And then he hired David Geyer to run the study. And the study is like, by September, we're going to know what causes autism, which is just like not even good code. Just saying like, hey, in September, we're going to release something that says vaccines cause autism. We've already got it planned. We just need until September to make our most compelling case. Remember that RFK is a litigator. And RFK has made most of his money like suing big organizations, specifically pharmaceutical companies. RFK, one of the questions that he was asked in his confirmation hearing that at the time I wasn't that worried about, but now looking back, it was a good question, and maybe some of these people in Congress have more foresight than we do. But basically, he was asked if he would take himself out of the running once he left office as HHS secretary and not sue these drug companies, like let somebody else do it. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. What I think RFK is doing, if we're being honest, because I think And I think that Republicans, we've got to be able to agree on some shit. We either agree that like everybody in Congress should be looked at through the lens of us being suspicious or not. But it can't be partisan. So if we're going to say that we all agree, and I think just like generically we'd all say, we agree that a significant amount of people, a majority, large majority, whatever number we wanted to land on, I think most of us would agree that a significant amount of people that are in the federal government are just there to do things that benefit themselves. RFK is setting himself up. RFK, what he can do now, and this is just a guess, but if RFK goes through with his plan and in September he makes an announcement with David Geyer and he says, "Hey, we're going to show you the links between vaccines and autism." Essentially, what he's doing is discovery, and he's doing discovery, and he gets to put the stamp of the United States government on top of that discovery. And so when he leaves office and he goes to sue these drug companies for causing autism, which is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go out and he's going to try and get a settlement. And he's going to say, look, even our federal government agrees with me. Our federal government has decided the vaccines cause autism. Therefore, I now have a stronger standing to sue these vaccine manufacturers. I think that's what he's doing. And I think that's the only reason why you would hire somebody like David Geyer. This is a TikToker named Perez Brenas. I assume it's Brenna Perez. Breaking down who David Geyer is. This is the best one I've seen. And shout out TikTok for regularly having the best breakdowns I find. And shout out B for helping me find this stuff.
Autism solution wasn't just experimenting illegally on autistic kids, he was actually chemically castrating them. I was looking through the Maryland Medical Board's disciplinary documents, and they're not great. There were multiple cases brought to and decided on by the board, so I'm going to be reading from...
I might have cut off the beginning. This is about David Geyer. That's the person that's responsible for putting this study together that we'll have a conclusion for in September.
Of these documents. And just a reminder that we're talking about David Geyer, the guy RFK Jr. tapped to basically solve autism, who's caught practicing medicine without a license, and former Dr. Mark Geyer, his father, whose medical license was taken away. Number one is the case against David Geyer, where he's accused of practicing without a license. And these findings actually reveal a lot of how they operated. The Geyers were found to have owned and operated several organizations, among those ASD Centers LLC. A snapshot of the website shows that they advertised as a place, quote, where medical solutions for autism can be found. Medical and solutions being interesting word choices, in my opinion. The website listed multiple locations, including several that suggested that ASD Centers LLC was either operating as genetic consultants of blank, or there was some sort of partnership. It appears that Genetic Centers of America was former Dr. Mark Geyer's clinical practice. Mark Geyer, in one of the cases against him, by the way, was found to have falsely claimed that he was a board-certified epidemiologist and geneticist, when in reality, at most, he was a genetic counselor. So he was...
So, how's that not disqualifying in and of itself, right there? This person, multiple times in court documents, has claimed to have expertise that they don't have. I don't remember if she even gets to this. Multiple times studies have been, I don't even know if debunked, but the data that he provides is not scientifically backed. Like, nobody even takes this guy seriously. And this is who we have that's in September is going to roll out and tell a bunch of our conservative friends and your granola moms, yep, vaccines cause autism. And millions of people are just going to buy it. Millions of people are just going to be like, cool. Thanks, Gorilla Balls. Or Johnny says, Gorilla Balls. I appreciate that. And it says, thank you. Said you rock. Appreciate that.
Was in fact not actually qualified to evaluate patients for genetic conditions, with absolutely zero expertise in autism. I do find their attempt to link their ASD practice to a genetics practice interesting, since they do claim that the cause is something else. However, it's not surprising when you consider that their proposed solution is in fact chemical castration. Oh, and by the way, David Geyer never even went to medical school. He has a BA. I have a BA. Another interesting thing, they claimed to donate a significant portion of all their revenues to the Institute of Chronic Illnesses, Inc. and COMED, Inc., both of which they own. And just spread misinformation. The Geyers really tried to blur the lines on who was doing what. Well, he claimed that he would just sit in the room while his dad was practicing the medicine.
I think it's also, I think it's relevant to point out that both of the places where they donated money and are Incs. They are Incs. They're not LLCs. They're not nonprofits. They are for-profit organizations. Explain to me why we have for-profit organizations that are doing this research, and RFK is like, yeah, that's definitely what we should do. There's definitely not going to be any conflict of interest here. Everybody's going to believe that somebody who has been doing this for years for profit is going to give us an answer that might go against their own research. I don't think so. This creator is Brenna Perez. It's Perez Brenna, or at Perez Brenna on TikTok.
That he actually met with the patients and parents alone and discussed the course of treatment with them.
She's talking about George Santos. We'll get to Santos in a minute. No, talking about David Geyer. David Geyer is the person that RFK, I know some of you guys are rolling in. David Geyer is the person that RFK has slotted to run this vaccine autism link study.
Some of the evaluations himself, clearly making impossible evaluations and statements that are inching them towards the diagnosis that they want to impose on this kid. He also scored the assessments, ordered tests, typed medical documents. Also, in some places where Mark Geyer had supposedly signed documents, apparently the D in doctor had an uncanny resemblance to the D in David Geyer when he signed. Even if David Geyer's claims are true and he never actually did any of the doctoring, it's clear that this practice was a team effort. And I want you to keep that in mind, because that means that according to his own words, he was often in the room when his father did what he did. Things that the Maryland board found that Dr. Mark Geyer did are frankly disgusting. I can only give you a summary, but trust me when I say that if you look at the details of each individual case, it feels a lot like abuse. The board essentially evaluated 9 specific patient cases. The children were subjected to treatment in 7 of the 9 cases that were reviewed. In 2005, the dynamic duo published an article making claims that were summarily rejected by actual science.
Science says no. You understand who we're dealing with? Like, this is who we're dealing with in this administration. This is what I'm very, very nervous about. Is that if you agree with something that scientifically isn't backed, that's good enough. This is the person that's responsible for making decisions about grants for research. This is the person who's responsible for giving money to people who will develop future drugs. And not only RFK is unqualified, and the person he's hiring to do this study not only is unqualified, but is a fraud, a massive fraud. The studies by Geyer and Geyer here have serious methodological flaws, and their analytic methods were non-transparent, making their results uninterpretable and therefore non-contributory with respect to causality. Scientists are literally saying, like, we can't even read this shit. They're not backing up anything. It's almost like they're hiding it. Like this is like a mystery novel.
Of their claims and findings because of their methodology and completely non-transparent methods, they decided to develop a treatment protocol based on their own debunked claims that included Lupron, administered with daily subcutaneous injections, usually by a parent, and bi-weekly intramuscular ones that they got to give. They also used a sham review board, members of which were the dynamic duo and Mama Geyer, which doesn't even meet the requirement of...
So in their board, it's the guy running the study, his dad and his mom. That's who's reviewing it. Mom and Dad, can you please check my work? Oh, you did great, son. Katrina said, happy Canadian Election Day. Please cross your fingers for us to get red wave here. Our Liberal Party is red. Mark Carney for Prime Minister. I didn't realize that was today. Man, that's how much shit is going on. Didn't even realize that was today. Canada, go vote.
Members, let alone avoid the conflict of interest. Essentially, the pattern is this. A child who is diagnosed with autism by real medical professionals is brought into their practice by a parent who wants their autism, quote unquote, treated. The lack of credentials is not made clear. They are, quote unquote, evaluated and then purposefully misdiagnosed, usually with some combination of an unspecified developmental delay, heavy metal exposure, and possible precocious puberty. Lupron is a hormonal suppressant. It is used to treat many things, including slowing down prostate cancer, endometriosis, and uterine fibroids. I've also seen it used for menopause. One medically accepted use for it is to treat precocious puberty in children. There are clear diagnostic criteria and tests required for a diagnosis of precocious puberty. It's also used for chemical castration. It is not approved for the treatment of autism. In addition to that,
they're just this is COVID all over again. This is hydroxychloroquine all over again. It just, this idea, like, these people on the right, they can just say shit and people believe it. Yeah, this will treat it. Okay. And then when the studies come out that say it doesn't treat the condition, there's like, oh, that's just Big Pharma lying to you again. Wouldn't Big Pharma want to sell more drugs, by the way? Wouldn't they want their drugs to be able to treat literally everything so that they could sell more of it? Don't you think? But no, not in MAGA world, not in Maha world, not in RFK anti-vax world. In that world, we're just going to try everything but what the science says.
It also, as mentioned,
so they treat autism with gender-affirming care.
It's not recommended for people with seizure disorders. Autistic children are prone.
That's going to piss off the conservatives. That's a good point.
To seizures. Another treatment they subjected their victims to was chelation. Chelation is meant to remove heavy metals from the body, which can also lead to fatal side effects. And he just so happened to prescribe rectal suppositories that are not FDA approved. Now here's the thing, when I say he experimented on these children, I'm actually being generous, because even someone conducting problematic and unapproved research would, you assume, document their results in some sort of reasonable way. After all, you can't prove anything with your research if you don't have the results to back it up. But not only did they often fail to conduct initial evaluations or properly record examinations, he would sometimes start treatment without any information about a patient's physical condition.
Just walk into the doctor. Doctor just starts treating you. Don't you want to find out what's ailing me first, doctor? No, I'm good. I'm just going to try some shit. That's David Geyer. No, you're fine. We're just going to try some shit. We're going to start injecting you.
Cases, patients were subjected to treatment that he never...
Dallas says, not gender dysphoria. Did we just find a loophole to get the drugs these kids need? Maybe. This is FUBAR.
Physically examined. That is not experimenting with chemical castration. That is just straight up chemical castration. And those that he did examine, he either didn't examine them adequately or give them the correct tests. And for those who were partially tested, all but one didn't meet the criteria for even his profile for Lupron therapy, which again is not even an accepted profile. Oh, and it doesn't appear that they forgot to closely examine their bodies, if you catch my drift, despite not recording the medically relevant data from these examinations. Just things like a general observation on size. He did the same.
I don't know if you guys saw that, but like in the notes it said patient was very well endowed. Thanks, Guy.
Unnecessarily and lying to the parents in their consent forms. With the lack of information gathering, he also had no way of knowing whether the treatment was effective or not. It almost seems like he didn't care if the patients got better or not. He just really enjoyed injecting them and forcing suppositories into them. His diagnoses were false. The frequent blood tests he ordered were often unnecessary.
Yeah, Doc got out the ruler. Doc was feeling a little insecure.
Necessary tests were never performed at all. We only know about these cases because of the scant medical records that the board was able to obtain. And by the way, their victims, these autistic children, were 9 years old, 6, 10, 3, 9, 7, 8, 9.5. Which, by the way, means that many of them were at an age where they could not be diagnosed with precocious puberty. And they were anyway. So, in summary, the man who is now in charge of solving autism and is creating a registry of every autistic person in the United States has a history of torturing and chemically castrating autistic children for, as far as I can tell, fun.
Let me just say this. I have a really close friend with an autistic child, and the registry part, like that didn't really, like of all the stuff that I saw coming out, the part about the registry wasn't the part that really surprised me. And in fact, it really, to use the word, it didn't even really register to me. Like it wasn't even something that I was like, this part is really important. We went out last Wednesday or Thursday, and played some golf in the afternoon, and he was really struggling. So we wanted to go out and play some golf. And we didn't bring it up. We didn't talk about it for the first few holes. We were just talking about regular stuff. And then I don't remember how it brought up, but this was the part that made him snap. And I've never in my life seen him like that. He doesn't lose his cool. I've seen people try and fight him. He doesn't lose his cool. The only time I ever see him lose his cool is like if he's playing bad at golf, because he's an incredible golfer. But he snapped. And he was like, this motherfucker is going to put my kid on a list. And I don't know. I don't even know. Like, what's his plan with this fucking list? Is he gonna forcefully sterilize my child? Is he gonna try and institutionalize my child? Why the fuck does he need a list of everybody with autism? Why does he need that? That was the part that I just really didn't think about. I did not think about the list. But he told me that that's what he and the other parents in the groups that they're in that have autistic children, that was the part for them that's alarming. And then I started thinking about, like, of course it is. Like, my daughter's blonde. If somebody said we were making a registry of children with blonde hair, I'd be like, what the fuck are we doing here? This, I don't know. I don't want to be like scare tactic every day. But I do want to point out that this is how people feel. And this is what this administration does. They keep you living in a constant state of fear. For the Republicans that are here, what's your administration doing? Every day they tell you something you got to be fucking terrified of so that you'll let them do what they want to do. It's not a healthy way for this country to live. I started this conversation today just talking about, like, the division that's happening on the left right now, and I do think, like, it spills over, and we have to be aware of that. Donald Trump is a crazy person, and he makes people crazy because every day he wakes up and does something crazy. And then you can be one of two people. You can be the person who is watching it and go fuck and freak out and try and figure out what you're going to do about it, or you can be the person who ignores it. But if you're the person that ignores it and your worst fears come true, then you're the person who ignored it and let it happen. And so that's where we're at, perpetually anxious, perpetually in a state of fear. I definitely, I swear to God, like, I've done this for 3 years, every single day. I do a live. The anxiety has ramped up ever since he took office. Like, from day one, going into day one, because I remembered when Trump won in 2016. At the time, I was a libertarian, so I was a big, like, Gary Johnson fan. And I used to have my own personal social media that's been gone for years. But I do remember, like, we'd argued back and forth with my friends and family, and Trump won. And I said something along the lines of, like, you know what? Like, Trump said this was all going to be rhetoric, that, like, once he was in office, he was going to be so diplomatic and he was going to be this great leader. And I'm willing to give him a chance. And it did seem like in that first administration, like, even his on Inauguration Day, the speech was divisive, but it was less divisive. And for the first couple of weeks, it was like, all right, maybe he's going to try. And I do think he did. I think there were people around him that were like, here's how you be diplomatic. And he's like, all right, cool, I'm going to be diplomatic. And then at some point, he was just like, back to default. And that's where we're at. So this administration, it was like day one was what the fuck? Day one, we just started writing executive orders. We just started stripping away rights. We're just going after the Constitution with executive orders, which is crazy. I covered it on Thursday before we left, but Donald Trump used to say, like, only a weak president will legislate through executive orders. He has the House, he has the Senate, and the executive branch, and they're not even trying to pass legislation. The whole right wing has just become people who are okay with Donald Trump making every fucking decision, every last one of them. They're not legislating anything. They're just holding hearing after hearing after hearing about how unfair Joe Biden was and how unfair it was that Donald Trump was prosecuted. And then there's like, that's fine. He's doing all the legislating up there. He's just writing it in executive orders, and we're just going to stay out of the way. And like at best, they're just like, oh, we don't really want to be complicit, so we're not going to. But we're gonna stand off to the side. We're not going to stop it, but we'll be complicit. This guy's done 30 things, 50 things already that he could have been impeached for already. And we have Hakeem Jeffries sitting on doing a sit-in now. And we can't impeach him because we can't get Republicans to jump on board with impeachment. I thought this was really interesting. Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 News is doing the rounds. Here's what I'll say about Andrew Callahan. I don't know that there's anybody. I think there's very few people who could have a more nuanced view on American politics and the American experience than Andrew Callahan. Because Andrew Callahan stays mostly out of politics, but like politically adjacent things. Like he's been to the border multiple times. Andrew Callahan actually went to Mexico and got with some coyotes and snuck across the border to see what that experience was like. He wound up getting arrested, detained, put in jail for coming across the border illegally, because you can't do, even if you're an American citizen, you can't come across illegally, right? I just watched a video he did with gang members. I've seen him in the tunnels below Las Vegas. I've seen him in homeless encampments. I've seen him with white nationalists. I've seen him with black separatists. He's got a really, really unique view. So he went on Patrick Bet-David, and this was interesting to me because Patrick Bet-David is really low key, and Patrick Bet-David is trying to do this middle ground thing. Andrew Callahan's good at this. Andrew Callahan's really good at making Patrick Bet-David think they're on the same page and then throwing him a curveball. This is like a 5-minute interview. But when I was thinking about how we go across getting our messaging across, how we go across reaching out to people who didn't vote or voted for the other side, I think Andrew Callahan gave a really good example of how to do that.
The Democrats who control
let me actually real quick check donations real fast. Just a reminder, we're crowdfunded. So Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I'll read anything you send, as well as Super Chats. Alicia said, happy Canadian Election Day. Here's to hoping our country doesn't fuck this one up like America did. Man, if the polls are right, you should be okay. I hope those polls are right. Brianna said, what do you call a werewolf YouTuber? A like and subscribe? I don't get that joke. Like and LYCAN? That's got to be a werewolf thing. Sorry. Jen's going to call me stupid here in a minute in the comments. I don't know what that means. PBD is trash, Mel. I agree. But Andrew Callahan is not, and that's a hell of an outfit he's thrown together.
California as leftists or progressives.
What would you call them?
Liberals, Democrats.
Liberals and Democrats?
I think it's different.
Sorry, let me start over because I thought actually this part was really smart.
I would not describe the Democrats who control California as leftists or progressives.
What would you call them?
Liberals, Democrats.
Liberals and Democrats?
I think it's different.
So what's the difference?
I think liberals are more oriented in maintaining power for themselves, dominating the political landscape of the state.
You don't think leftists are?
I don't think leftists have any semblance of political power in the U.S.
Why do you think?
I just think they've been disenfranchised by the liberal establishment, the Democratic establishment. I think progressive people's movements. Also, if you look at, there's been over.
Just think about that 21% approval rating. I never see Democrats pushing back on that. It's true. Like our establishment, we hate. I don't know, and they're still in there.
Half a century plus of infiltration of these organizations by the FBI, breaking them down. And we're not just talking about communists and far left stuff here. We're talking about people's organizations, Black Panthers, Brown Berets, American Indian Movement, farm workers unions, environmental groups. They were all infiltrated and taken down by the government. And so you have the Democratic establishment claiming to be a progressive organization, but I do not think that they are.
So, it makes me think. Anthony Scaramucci said something very interesting the other day.
Let me just stop it there, because what I think he highlighted there is why Republicans are able to win elections. Republican ideas are not popular. Like across the board, their ideas aren't popular. But they're able to win elections for this reason, and they're really, really fucking good at this. They say the rhinos and the Democrats cause all the problems. And then everybody on the Republican side is like, I'm not a Republican. Those are the rhinos. Right, so and Trump's great at this because he doesn't ever take blame for anything. So everything they do, they just blame. But then their actual representation, the people that they vote for the executive branch, the people that they vote for to run their party, are like far right. They're like alt-righters. And so what they get to do is they get to say, oh no, that was the old Republicans. We're getting rid of them. The new Republicans are going to be totally different. And when the new Republicans come in and they're not totally different, and they're just going to war, and they're just cutting taxes for their billionaire friends, and they're just giving everybody handouts, it takes a long time for Republicans to realize that. It takes them a while to figure out, like, oh shit, what are we doing? What are we doing here? This is more of the same. On the left, there's not really any representation there, because now you have like AOC and Bernie getting a little more spotlight. But are they being put up on important committee positions? No. Are they in leadership? No, they're not. There's really no representation for the majority of registered Democrats or people who are more likely to vote with Democrats. But our ideas, the ideas that are most popular with all of us, there's virtually no representation for that.
actually very interesting, where he said a guy, the way the U.S. System is set up is, guy said, I'm going to go be Congress because I think I can make some changes. And you realize you can't do shit. I'm going to go be a senator because that's where the power is. I can make some changes. And you can't do shit.
I'm tired of libs. I don't even know what a lib is. I don't know what the left is. I don't know what a liberal is. I have no fucking idea. I just know that there's a lot of people in our government that don't do shit. And there's a lot of people in this party that don't do shit. So whatever a lib is, whatever a leftist is, I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know the difference. But maybe the labeling's the problem because we never get done what we need to get done.
I'm going to go be president because, you can't do shit. So the American system is built that somebody can't. So even if the leftists that you think could change something, if they get in, they still have to go through the other people that if you give the money to them, it's not like they're going to personally go count the money and do something good with it.
Yeah.
The money is still going to go to these institutions that's ran by people that have been there for decades that you can't do nothing about them.
Yeah, it's kind of...
All right. I think everybody agrees with PBD there. And this is where you see the confluence of ideas change. PBD says everything's fucked. No matter what you do, everything's fucked. Therefore, and Andrew Callahan's agreeing, it's the therefore. It's the next part of this that this is where we need to win the discussion. And I think this is maybe something that I learned this weekend in filming is that, like, there are a lot of premises that we agree on. The premise that everybody in Washington is corrupt, or most of them, or the corruption wins, so even if you're not corrupt, you can't win. I think the Republicans in the chat would agree with us here. It's the therefore. Like, the therefore is where we need to win the battle.
Depressing, and kind of goes back to the Luigi Mangione thing. When you talk about this deeply entrenched bureaucracy that's halting change, that kind of thing makes sense.
You know what it makes me think about, though? It makes me think about what would you trust more, a bigger government or a smaller government?
Small.
Yeah.
Small but effective and actually working for the people.
So small government means more money stays with you and I. Leave it in the market.
See, I said small and effective. Now, PBD is going to ignore effective because PBD is about to tell you what all these Republicans have done. And it's incredible. It is incredible that people like Patrick Bet-David, scammers, multi-millionaire scammers, have convinced a bunch of people who aren't multi-millionaire scammers that what they really need to do is give people like Patrick Bet-David more money. And so Patrick Bet-David's setting this up like the government sucks, so it should just be smaller so we can keep more money.
Market. I trust you knowing better what to do with the money with $1 million than the government.
Yeah.
I trust you instead of paying 45% of, let's just say you made $1 million last year, 45% went to taxes. You kept $550. How many more jobs would you have had if that was only 20%? Yeah. You would have kept that $250,000. What realistically, let's just say you had an additional $250 last year of tax saving. What would you have done with the $250 in California?
Hired more employees, been able to expand the newsroom at a quicker pace. We expanded to the Middle East and in Mexico and elsewhere as well. The UK and New Zealand would have been able to do that a little bit faster. I was still able to do it, but definitely it's there's not quite a sting like getting an invoice from the IRS after working your ass off for an entire year. And like I said, that sting wouldn't be as bad if they were using the money well. I mean, if I was living in a world where there was no traffic, where people were happy, and there wasn't this massive, working class despair taking over, you could feel it in the air in California.
One of the things that I think is interesting about the way that we collect taxes is that the government knows how much you owe in taxes, right? And this thing that he's talking about, this concept that he's talking about of paying the federal government taxes at the end of the year or quarterly is something that like almost no Americans face. Most of my life, I never faced that. There's been a few years, like once I owned my own business, I was an independent contractor that like also owned the business. At that point, like I did have to write a check at the end of the year. But this is something that like isn't persuasive to everyday Americans, so they hear this as a fear. The reality is the government can tax efficiently, and they don't. And I think part of the reason they don't tax efficiently is I do think that conservatives, people who want the smallest government possible, they want you to feel that pain. They want tax day to come and go and be stressful. And they want you to watch that money go out of your account. Because we could have a far more efficient way to tax people. We know you can see what somebody makes on a weekly basis. You can take, or bi-weekly, you can take that out. You can average it out over the year, and you tax at that percentage. And largely that's what happens when you're W-2. When you're W-2, that's largely what you sometimes, in fact, if you get like let's say you have a bigger check than normal, whether you worked overtime or you got a bonus on that check, you'll notice that you're taxed at a little bit, like it comes out more. It's because you're taxed at a higher rate because it's guessing that you're going to make that throughout the year. I think that's part of the reason that they do it this way, so that people like Patrick Bet-David could say, here's the inefficiencies of the government. I don't like how they spend my money, so they should get less of our money.
California and elsewhere in the entire country. If that didn't exist, I would probably be okay with a higher tax rate, because I would say, okay, well, I don't have to, people at large, the community, this American experiment is progressing in a mutually beneficial way.
Yeah, but if they were efficient, they wouldn't need to tax us more. You get what I'm saying? Because
like if
generic, duh, dude. Fucking duh. But Andrew Callahan's saying something really important there. I wouldn't care. Like if I was taxed at 45%, I wouldn't care if we were efficient with it. And Patrick Bet-David and Andrew Callahan's version are probably very different, but I'm just going to use my words instead of Patrick Bet-David's. My way works, theirs doesn't. And this is where we have to find the divide and move on. Patrick Bet-David says, the government is inefficient, therefore we should tax less, I should keep more of my money. One, we're in a hole. We're $37 trillion in debt. So that doesn't make sense. That's not going away. You have entitlement spending, which has to continue. You have spending on debt, and you have military spending that they don't want to cut. So I don't know how conservatives have gotten away with this as we've developed a deficit. I don't know how anybody can take a conservative seriously that sits on stage and says, we have to cut taxes. How? How? Mathematically, how? They never get asked that question because Americans are just selfish. They think, oh, it'll go away eventually. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just tax us less. That'll fix it. It is hard to convince people that taxing more is actually a better option for them. I think we talked about it on Thursday, but Switzerland, of all the countries, Switzerland has the most money left over. Their citizens have the most money left over at the end of every month. Money that they can invest in their retirement, money they might be able to invest in vacations, money that they can go and buy a new car, buy sunglasses, whatever, right? But they're taxed at a much higher rate than we are. But the government takes care of so many of their bills that it doesn't matter. Ultimately, our goal should be, at the end of the month, do we have more or less money? And the conservative argument is always that the only way you could possibly have more money left at the end of the month is if we tax you less. But that's not true. Think of if you do universal health care and you're not paying that every month. It's paid in taxes, and your employer isn't paying it every month. So at the end of the month, that $800 that you were contributing to your health care and that $400 that your employer was paying towards health care is significantly lower with your taxes, and you have more money left over. No, you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay for school lunch. Perhaps you don't have to save $300,000 for your kid to go to school. There are so many ways that we could make normal things in life, like everyday necessities, less expensive. How about internet bills? I pay $150 a month for my internet in where the government subsidized the invention and the infrastructure, and the government paid for half of that shit. And I have to pay my internet provider $150. Go to China. Internet's free. The government just takes care of it. Why does somebody need to profit from internet lines being laid? They don't. But in America, we do that. There's $100 everybody could take care of every single month. Every month there's $100 you could wipe off the bill. Is it going to cost anywhere near $100 per person? Not even remotely. They're going to electric vehicles. I just drove from Phoenix to LA, about 30, 45 minutes outside of Palm Springs. There's about a 15-minute drive where it's just desert, and all you see is solar panels. It used to be desert, now it's solar panels. If the government invests in solar and you have renewable energy, bring your energy costs down. I saw somebody that was living in Thailand. He said like I think his water bill is like $1 a month. His energy bill is like $23 a month. Why? Because they don't have all these profit centers standing between your money and your basic necessities. The argument that like these things are a right, healthcare is a right, roads are a right, internet's a right, whatever you want to do, it's the wrong argument. What it should be is like, what's the most efficient thing? What's the best thing for the American people? The best thing is that the things that you need to survive should be run by the government, covered by the government. It's more efficient. It's more cost effective. Take the profit center out of the things that you need daily to survive. Every other country is going that direction. We're the only ones going backwards. And it's because of people like Patrick Bet-David who have a lot of money, who like when there's a system that's rigged, because the more money he gets, the easier it is for him to make more money. He likes that. He doesn't work very hard for his money now. He always talks about his business that he runs. Bro, you're doing this all the time. You're a podcaster all the time. You're on vacation all the time. You're at the White House all the time. You're at events all the time. You're not spending all your time running your fraud business.
There wasn't such bureaucracy in the government and the IRS.
Yeah, and so bless you. So, but to me, it's also deeper than that. Think about it. Like, let's just say I got 5 C-suites that are working for me: a CMO, chief marketing officer, CFO, CTO technology, chief strategy officer, and chief compliance officer.
It takes so long.
And we have a meeting at the end of the year. What's your budget? My budget is $5 million. My budget is $4 million. My budget is $3 million. My budget is $10 million. Great. If a guy at the end of the year had a $5 million budget,
Braylon, I'd rather pay for healthcare and internet and not get it for free. You don't get it for free. It's just free to use. You don't pay to use it. You pay for it through taxes. What's the difference? I'd rather give my money to. So I'd rather make sure that some CEO gets hundreds of millions of dollars in bonuses than have it be cheaper. That's a crazy thing. And honestly, you don't believe that. That's just a thing. You're doing the same thing. Like, you've been conditioned to get that response out. You wouldn't. You're so full of shit when you say, I'd rather pay $1,200 a month for insurance and $150 for internet than have the government provide it. Sure. Nobody believes you, dude.
Budget. But ended up hitting his budget for the year.
B. Bruce says, well said, my guy. Thanks, B. Bruce.
But they did it on 80% of the budget. So they didn't spend $5 million. He spent $4 million. You're like, dude, good job. Yeah. Right? You saved the company 20% of your budget. But if a guy that had a $10 million budget doesn't hit his goal, but asks for $15 million and spends $50 million, you don't have credibility.
Yeah.
So it's that simple that for me, I would much rather take more power away from them because they don't have a track record of getting good things done.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit. Our government has a great track record of getting things done. We just give all the credit to the private sector. Why do you have high-speed internet? Because the government got shit done. Why before this administration did we have solid FAA? Why did planes take off and land safely? Because of government infrastructure. Why where I'm at in Arizona, why are my freeways so good? Because of the government. Why is your kid educated? Because of the government. This is a lie. We have to undo this programming that the government is the enemy. The government's only the enemy because capitalism took over the government. Rich people took over the government. And so they stopped acting in the interest of the people. And their solution, the rich people running the government, they're like, yeah, you're right. It is the government, not us. It's the government. The solution is keep more of your money. No, it's not. The solution is take back the money that you gave to all these people for no fucking reason. Tesla would be underwater this month if it wasn't for government handouts, or quarter 4. Tesla would be underwater. Q1. They would have lost money if the government didn't give them handouts. Knock that shit off. We're all sitting here struggling while the government's giving handouts to billionaires and is about to cut their taxes more. There's no mathematical sense. We have to stop listening to millionaires who are self-serving. He didn't even make a solid argument there. He's just like, oh, let me compare it to a budget and people going over budget in my business. You lose credibility. Maybe things cost more. Or maybe you have a dumbass president who introduced tariffs for no reason and all of a sudden your costs went up 125%. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons for that. But this lie of the government is inefficient compared to private business is a fucking lie. In every sector where you have a public option and a private option, the public option is far more efficient. Healthcare is the perfect example every time. The money that you put into healthcare that the government pays out, they use far more of that money to pay for care than private insurance. Far more. There are areas where the government is far more efficient, but you've been programmed into believing that private is always better. It's just not true.
They keep making it bigger and bigger and bigger at what expense? So that's the part where I think a part of why Kennedy and Trump's are so hated is because the one thing those two have in common is the establishment couldn't stand these guys because they couldn't control them. What do they have in common? They both have money. And
our government, the establishment, our government couldn't stop them because they have so much money. Elon Musk just is telling Congress, no. Here's a subpoena. No, thanks. Elon Musk just goes through and cancels inspector generals that are investigating him. Yeah. The problem we have with Trump, I don't know why he looped RFK in there. RFK, that's not why we have a problem with RFK. But Trump, yeah. Elon, yeah. Zuckerberg, yeah. Bezos, yeah. Besant, yeah. Linda McMahon, yeah. They have so much fucking money that the government can't tell them what to do. We all have to. And they can do whatever they want. Yes, that's why we have a problem with them.
They both had to.
By the way, that's why Patrick Bet-David has this podcast. Because he's rich and he bought a bunch of viewers and he hired a bunch of very, very prominent people to come on his show. And he pays a lot of money and he flies people and he gives them great accommodations. Look, Andrew Callahan didn't come here on his own dime. Andrew Callahan was flown here. They put him up in a nice hotel. They may have given him a food per diem. The reason that he's able to do what he does and compete in a way like this guy doesn't get to the top if he started where I started. Nobody would have given a shit about Patrick Bet-David. But yeah, that is the problem, that the access to money gives you more power.
Ears of who?
Yeah.
Some of the most powerful people in Hollywood, and they like them.
Yeah.
Trump on the right, Kennedy on the left.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of like that relationship where they were both hated. CIA, FBI, the Fed. Who the hell are these guys? Trump's not getting along with the Fed. Kennedy didn't get along with the Fed. There's some of those commonalities.
Yeah. He keeps bringing in RFK. I don't know why. Trump doesn't get along with the Fed because he keeps breaking the fucking law. And if you break the law a lot, you're probably going to have problems with the Fed. It's interesting that, by the way, that Bumpy Johnson is in here because I just finished watching American Gangster again. And so it's interesting that you're in here. By the way, that thing about wait times, let's end that right now, Bumpy. The country with the longest wait times in the world of like all the G7 countries is Canada. Number 2 is the United States. Two very different systems. There is a problem with wait times. It has nothing to do with who pays for it, whether it's private or it's public. It has and Canada's wait time length is for different reasons than ours.
Where now the flip side of it, guess what Trump and his camp have to do? If they don't produce results, guess what happens?
What?
Nothing. They didn't produce results the first time around. You guys put them back in. Nothing happens to them if they don't produce results. You know how I know? What have they done? They have produced 0 results so far, except for making things more expensive and crashing the stock market. And you're still here cheerleading it. They're crashing the stock market. They're going to fuck up our supply chains. They're just like doing COVID without the COVID.
Oh, the other side's going to come on and say, you had him. What did they do? Nothing.
And that's kind of where I'm at as well. Like, I'm obviously not a big Trump guy, but if positive things happen for the country during the Trump term in these next 4 years, I'm going to report on that. You know, I'm not dedicated to making Trump look
I know
bad.
You are. No,
you know
I know, I know you are, yeah.
If great things start happening, it's not like I'm going to look for an alternate angle that undermines the success. I'm just looking at how average people are living every day, happiness and, fulfillment.
Very cool.
Great job, Callahan. I agree with that too, by the way. I think Callahan will do that. It's interesting to hear PBD. Like, let that resonate for a second, though, PBD. Because you won't. You're not going to call it out. And I would say for the Republicans that are here, like, what has he accomplished? Let's say that I want to do that I want to call balls and strikes with Trump. What has he accomplished so far in this administration? I understand it's a fair argument, just to throw that out there. It's a fair argument that it's only been 100 days, and sometimes it takes a while for some of the things you do to kick in. Yeah. But what should I be celebrating? Wearing a soccer shirt? That wasn't a soccer shirt. That was a rugby. I don't know if you're talking about me or Andrew Callahan. Andrew Callahan's was like a rugby style shirt, but it was for he works for Channel 5 News. Or he owns Channel 5 News. And mine is not a soccer shirt, so I don't know what that is. IRS is a scam. This is what we gotta educate these folks. Jose, IRS is not a scam. It's a way the government provides money to circulate. And because we provide money to circulate, we're not on a gold standard. We also have operating expenses. And so it's kind of the trade-off. They send out money, and you have to pay your share. And the IRS goes and collects that share. And the IRS being underfunded is part of the reason why we have more debt. Like, we have billions, probably trillions of dollars of taxes that have been illegally avoided because the IRS can't track them down, because we don't have enough people to track down all the tax cheats in this country. The scam is the people who are cheating the IRS. The IRS is not the scam. We got to do something about these people who are educated by right wingers. We got to do something about it, because that's a silly thing to say. That's incredibly silly. Men not in women's sports. There were never men in women's sports. There were trans people who played sports, and there are still trans people who play sports. So I don't know what to tell you. But I guess if that's your thing, like that, yeah, in high school it's being banned more. Congratulations. I guess that's huge for you. Trump lowered gas prices. Fact? Not a fact. Not a fact at all. First of all, presidents don't really do that, but gas prices aren't. He's not lowering gas prices. They're more expensive now than they were this time last year. Yet they have, Pink, they have time to come for your 1K, because your 1K is easy. The $1,000 you owe in taxes is easy. Why do you think it's always Republicans who are voting against expanding the IRS? Why do you think they made up that whole story about we're going to have 80,000 jackbooted thugs with guns coming to your door to collect your taxes? Why do you think they did that? Why do you think they said that? Because they don't want to pay taxes. The people who give them money say, hey, just pretend that this is like a hostile government takeover. Just convince the people that the IRS is actually the problem here, not us, the tax cheat. Gas prices are down. Yeah. From when? From what? Let's look at gas prices by month. What are gas prices? And secondly, while I'm pulling that up, what has he done to lower gas prices? Because it wasn't drill, baby, drill. So if gas prices have gone down in 100 days, what has he done in those 100 days? Do we have it from... Okay, so last March it was down. It was 365. When Trump came in, I think it was around 320. Yeah, I don't know what he's done. We can get Mr. Global on there. You can tell me what he's done. I have no idea. I don't know what legislation. There's no legislation that's passed. I don't know about executive orders that he's done that have made gas prices go down. For everything I've gathered from people like Mr. Global is it's supply and demand. Right now, people are tightening. We should see gas prices drop. As people start traveling a little bit less. Like airlines are cutting employees right now. They're cutting back on flights. They're planning on spending less. People are traveling to the United States less. So yeah, I guess is that what you're saying? Like he got everybody so afraid to travel that he brought gas prices down? Is that it? That could be it. If you cause a recession, that'll lower the gas prices. Yeah. All right. What is this? Oh, Bumpy's going off. Damn. Bumpy, you're just like everybody else. You're just like everybody else. You chirp in the chat. You don't want to come up and have a conversation. But a reminder to anybody who's here that wants to, if you'd like to dispute anything that I say, we do allow guests. You just message JenDub1 on Discord. That's the Venmo username, but just add that on Discord, and she'll bring you right up. And a reminder, we are crowdfunded, so If you can help us out, sending donations through Super Chats, YouTube, Cash App, and Venmo is super, super helpful. I'll read anything that you send. All right, here are 3 recent generic House polls that were released, showing that Donald Trump has wiped away the Republican advantage, at least when it comes to the House.
If the House GOP is under any illusions that Donald Trump's fall in the polls won't bring them down as well, well, they are living on Fantasy Island. What are we talking about here? Let's take a look at the generic congressional ballot. Democrats versus Republicans. We have 3 polls out within the last few weeks. What do they all show? They all show the Democrats up by 2 points in the CNBC poll. The Fox News poll that was out on Friday, look at that, Democrats up by 7. The New York Times poll that was out this Friday as well, but Democrats by 3. And keep in mind, the House GOP won the popular vote back in 2024 by a little less than 3 percentage points. So when you see 3, 7, 2, averaging 4, that is a tremendous shift. That is a shift of 7 points from the November 2024 elections away from the GOP to the House Democrats. Donald Trump dragging down the House Republicans.
Where are we seeing this shift in a most pronounced way?
Where are we seeing it? We've spoken about it, Mr. Berman. We're talking about...
That's a good point, Johnny. The gas price, yeah, it's just like COVID. People stop traveling, gas prices come down.
Independence. This is how you know that Trump is bringing down the House GOP. Look at Trump's net favorable rating. In October of 2024, according to the New York Times, it was -9 points. Look at where it is now, -30 points among independents. That's horrific. That's historically awful. Take a look at the generic ballot. In October of 2024, the Democrats were ahead, but only by 3, well within the margin of error. Look at where they are now, up 17 points. There is no way on God's green earth that the Republicans can hold on to the House of Representatives if they lose independence by 17 percentage points. My goodness gracious. This is what dreams are made of if you're House Democrats, and it's all being driven.
Guys, there's mark your bingo cards, gorilla balls in here saying CNN shocker. Yeah, I know, guys. That's the most triggering thing in the world for you is to see CNN. This is a Fox News poll they're showing right now.
Or at least in large part being driven by Donald Trump's rapid drop with independence.
What does history...
Eshel, I see what you're saying. I don't need the link to gas prices at all. It's not important right now. Donald Trump doesn't lower gas prices. I see you. I got you. It doesn't matter. Send it to me. I'll look at it. It doesn't matter for this conversation. Appreciate it, though.
History tell us about how a party does heading into a midterm with the type of lead that Democrats have right now?
Yeah, okay, so I went back through history, right, and I looked at the opposition minority party. That, of course, is the Democrats right now. They're a minority in the House to the opposition of the party in the White House, Donald Trump, a Republican. The average House seats won by the opposition minority party, 234 when leading the generic ballot this early by at least 4 percentage points. That happened in 2006 and 2018. 2 huge Democratic years. Democrats love this number. Of course, we still have months to go. We'll see if history repeats itself.
We do, but this is an answer to the question is, why does it matter what these numbers show right now 100 days into the president's term? Well, there's some history that shows it might matter.
It's exactly right. Oftentimes, the generic ballot actually is quite predictive at this point.
Yeah, the real question is, that's fair. Like, we're not there yet to the midterms. The question is, what are Republicans going to do to fix this? In order to get out of under what you're going to have to do is Republicans are going to have like a narrative that makes sense. They're going to have to do things that are popular. They're not doing anything that's popular right now. They're doing things that's popular with their base, and their base, I think, thinks that everybody is like them. One of the big mistakes that you can make when looking at an election is saying that because a person won the presidency, that everybody who voted for that person agrees with what they're doing or agrees with all of what they said on the campaign trail. There are a lot of people that absolutely despised Donald Trump, absolutely despised him, but because they felt that Joe Biden didn't do a good job on the economy, they voted for Trump. Those people exist. There's lots of them. In fact, there's far more of them than there are of you. One of the things I realized in some discussions this weekend is that the generic Republican, the one that isn't here in the chat, they don't know any of this stuff. They don't know what's going on. They check in and out about every 4 years, and they sit there and they watch what's happening on stage, and they say, do I resonate with that or do I not resonate with that? And if they resonate with that, they go for it. But the people that are here in the chat, the opposition that's here in the chat, like they represent generic Republicans like I represent generic Democrats. No, like we're consumers. This is something that we do, that we care about, that we're passionate about every single day, but most people aren't like that. when most people hear the story on the news from this weekend that the Trump administration is deporting children, that's going to scare them. And when you hear the excuses, which we'll get to later, like the excuses aren't enough to get people who are afraid of that or who are disturbed by that. There's not good enough explanations for those for people to change their mind. And I think that's the part that shout out to you Republicans that are here. I think that's your miscalculation, is thinking that like regular everyday people are cool with this amount of I don't know what was called cruelty. Cruelty is probably the word. I'm gonna skip through the polls, but I just wanted to show you Brooke Rollins defending Trump and saying something absolutely laughable here.
Most important thing that I think the first and most important thing.
She's the agriculture secretary, by the way, and so naturally she's on State of the Union to show up and defend Donald Trump. But here's what she said about Trump.
That is really relevant to today is this president has never, ever governed by poll. He's never worried about this poll yesterday or that poll tomorrow.
We've got the highest poll numbers that I've ever had and that any Republican president has ever had. I have today the highest poll numbers I've ever had. I have today the highest poll numbers of any Republican president ever. Our approval rating is now the highest ever across all demographics. Rasmussen just came out at 56%. Insider Advantage 56%. RMG Research 57%.
All right.
And we have many polls in the.
And if you say like, oh, that was him before, it's not him now. There's an update from this morning. It appears that Donald Trump cares very deeply about the polls. Here's what Donald Trump had to say this morning. Great pollster John McLaughlin, one of the most highly respected in the industry, has just stated that the failing New York Times poll and ABC Washington Post poll about a person named Donald J. Trump, me, are fake polls from fake news organizations. The New York Times has only 37% Trump 2024 voters, and the ABC Washington Post has only 34% Trump voters. This is normal. They take people who they take Republicans, independents, and Democrats. 34%, 37%. That's what they've always done. They do that. Yeah, of course you're not going to do 50% Trump voters. Of course not. Most of the people who voted for Trump, or not most, excuse me, a great deal of people who vote for Trump identify as independents. We get it almost every time I talk to a Trump supporter. They say, I'm not Republican, I'm not MAGA, I'm an independent. Right? So you wouldn't just go to the people like, I have 8 flags of Donald Trump. You're not going to go and take a big portion of those people. You're going to go to independents. And it's important to know what independents think. Let's see. These people should be investigated for election fraud. And add in the Fox News pollster while you're at it. Yeah, let's investigate them. Let's lock these motherfuckers up for conducting polls. When people don't like, when he sees a poll that he doesn't like, he wants to litigate. This is the whiniest, bitchiest bitch of presidents we've ever had. That's my main problem with all of you. Like, how do you not see that this guy is such a bitch? You would, none of you talk like this. Every one of you would mock anybody in your life that talked like this. He is the most thin-skinned little bitch. Why is he even tweeting about poll numbers? 100 days in and he's tweeting about locking up people who put out polls that disagree with him. This is what happens. Like, this is how strong men come into power. People don't realize they're crazy. It's like, no, he's just talking. That's what it was before, right? It was, no, I like Trump. I don't like what he says. I don't like that he talks too much. He's not just talking anymore. He's arresting people. He's detaining people. He's already been struck down by the Supreme Court when he's tried to pull credentials from news organizations. You guys don't get to be the same group who's like, that's a CNN poll, and then be like, fuck all news. They all should be locked in jail for saying mean things about Donald Trump. It's just a fucking poll, man. It's just a poll. If it's wrong, it's wrong. It's still not deceitful. A poll is a poll. When Donald Trump comes out and says, I have a 97% approval rating, and it literally is just a poll of people who, like, he sent an email to that have given him money. He's never like, oh, this is a fake poll. He's just a thin-skinned little bitch. The bitchiest of bitches. And you guys love him. I think that might say a lot about you. I would be embarrassed. Honestly, if Biden had been doing this his entire presidency, just complaining about poll numbers, that would have been embarrassing. You wouldn't have seen all of us out here going, fake news. All right. So we're working on a ceasefire,
Putin
or whatever we're going to call it, with Russia. If you remember, when Donald Trump met with Zelensky, he had all of his friends. It was 1v50, including the press. They sat Zelensky down. They tried to shame him. Putin won't even bother coming here. Putin won't even bother sitting down with Trump. But Trump's not going to sit down with Putin. So now that we're negotiating, we'll negotiate one-on-one or 15v1 with Zelensky. Trump sent a tweet that was like, come on, Vladimir. And then he sends Steve Witkoff, a real estate attorney, who for some reason has been like tabbed as the person to negotiate world peace. And Steve Witkoff went to Russia, where he had a 3v1 discussion with a translator that isn't his translator. Nobody knew who the translator was. And it went about as well as you think.
The shots. So today, Trump sent just his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to sit down with the Russian president and his aides.
They just left the meeting. I haven't been briefed yet, but I hear a pretty good meeting.
So you can see Putin there with the open arms. That's when he was greeting Witkoff as he walked into the room. And that was right after Witkoff and his girlfriend were taken around Moscow to see the sights. And who was touring them? Kirill Dmitriev, Russia's special representative for investment and economic cooperation, and his wife, so cozy and familial and friendly. But this was about war and peace. And inside the Putin meeting, Witkoff arrived alone and met an interpreter there for the first time. On the other side of the table, Putin sat with two of his top advisors. Now, of course, Putin, career KGB officer, ruler of Russia, with two top advisors, going up against a solo real estate lawyer with zero diplomatic experience. Putin's former deputy minister of energy, who will join me in just a moment, believes this is exactly what Putin wanted, or perhaps explicitly demanded. A 3-on-1 with Trump's donor and friend as the one. It's worth being very clear about this. This is not how
we're done with the corruption. I don't know if you're a Trump person, but if you think like this is the most corrupt administration in history, and it's not fucking close, you guys have no idea what corruption looks like. It was shocking to me when talking about corruption a little bit with some people this weekend. It was shocking to me how people that were there to represent conservatives, people who make a living representing conservatives, it's their job to talk about conservatives, have no idea what fraud is. They have no idea what's happening in this government. This is the most fraudulent government we've ever seen. Donald Trump is running 2 crypto Ponzi scheme pump and dumps right in front of our face, where all of these people can just send him money. Nothing. Just nothing from you guys. Not a fucking peep.
Diplomacy at really any stakes, and certainly not at stakes such as these works. I mean, just take a look at these images. On the left, these are the talks with Ukraine last week. You see Secretary of State Rubio, Witkoff, several aides, a table full of people with experts, with people who know things. If you contrast that to the right, today's meeting, Putin and his aides on one side, and on the other, Witkoff alone, with a translator that he had just met. Putin knows this is not normal. This is not how it is done. Just look at how many people are present when Putin has been involved in previous bilateral talks. Look at.
Try and tell me Trump isn't Putin's little bitch. Try and tell me. Trump sends one fucking guy who negotiates real estate deals. Trump does whatever Putin says every fucking time. There is no strength. It is just bend the knee, get on both knees. You might have to sit like crisscross applesauce for Putin because he's 5'4". They are so beholden to Putin that we have the Republicans in here saying like, well, Ukraine is the problem. Ukraine is so corrupt. Yeah, Russia invaded them. We can't even get you guys to talk about Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. You're in here defending Russia. And you're only doing that because they own Trump. And you have to mirror what Trump says. So when Trump is weak on Russia and you see that, you're left with one option: attack Ukraine, because you're never going to fucking attack Trump. You're never going to hold him accountable. At what fucking point do you guys get some fucking courage? Just at what point? Jesus fucking Christ, like, be smarter. Just be better. This is embarrassing for America. It's embarrassing for me. I'm an American. Be fucking better. How did we went from 2016, everybody's like, yeah, Russia's bad. And then they helped Trump win an election. They're like, maybe not so bad. They invade another country. Well, that other country had it coming. That they talked about joining NATO. What option did Vladimir Putin have? A lot. Fucking a lot. So many other options. Allow it to happen. Negotiate peace. Negotiate trade deals. Give Ukraine their land back that they stole from them. Stop occupying Crimea. Don't occupy the Donbass. Don't march on Kyiv. There was a million other options, but Russia took the option of we're going to war, and because Trump can't say anything about Vladimir Putin, you guys are saying it now. You've got to recognize at some goddamn point how fucking easy it is to get you to conclude something that you never thought about before. And the way to get you to conclude something that you've never thought before is by putting Donald Trump on one side of the issue. And whatever side he's on, you're just going to take the other side. Of all the things, like, we can disagree on a lot. How the fuck are we at the point where we're like, oh, Ukraine's the bad guy? Yeah, Ukraine's the problem. It's only because they exposed Trump's corruption, and they didn't even do it. It was a whistleblower, but they were involved in an instance that showed that Trump was corrupt when he tried to hold that money over Zelensky's head for dirt on the Clintons. That, by the way, if Zelensky had dirt on the Clintons, he would have just gave it to Trump. He did not give a fuck. But he didn't have anything. He didn't have the server because Trump doesn't know how anything works. So Trump thinks somebody like boxed up Hillary Clinton's server and shipped it to Ukraine. And so when somebody told him, like, oh, Ukraine has this, he's like, all right, I'm going to get it from these guys. If they had it, they would have just gave it. They don't care about Hillary Clinton. But they didn't have it. And so a whistleblower had to come out. And since the whistleblower came out and it involved Zelensky, and then they had to ask Zelensky, and then you're like, oh, no, we can't possibly think that Donald Trump did something wrong. So, oh, it's Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden did the exact same thing. Completely different. With no authority. That would have been Barack Obama who did it. They made up this whole story about how they refused to investigate Joe Biden's son when what they actually refused to do is investigate the company Joe Biden worked with. Joe Biden and Obama said, you have to investigate Burisma. That's where he worked. And then they did. But that's the only reason you hate Ukraine. You hate Ukraine because Putin hates Ukraine. And Putin loves Trump, and Trump is owned by Putin, and Trump does whatever Putin says. And so that's why you hate Ukraine. That's how this all happened. None of you hated Ukraine prior to this election. You just found out about Ukraine the last time Trump was president. And that's when you started saying things like, oh, well, they have Nazis in their military. Less than 1%. They have less percentage of Nazis in their military than we do in our military. But you just ran with that story. Why? Not because you care. You guys are indifferent on Nazis. Stephen Miller's a Nazi. You don't fucking care. You like the Nazis. They're on your party. You guys don't ever distance yourself from Nazis at home. But in Ukraine, when you find out that one part of their government has or military has some Nazis in it, suddenly Nazis are a big fucking problem. It is so easy to do this to you. Donald Trump could convince most of you tomorrow that the earth was flat. I swear to God he could do it. I swear. Because he makes you guys believe dumber shit already. This is what fealty to one person, loyalty to one person does to a country. It decimates it from the inside. That's why we have to figure out now, like, I got to come on here and convince you guys that Putin is a bad guy. That's crazy. That's crazy that we have to be like, come on, no, really? You really think Putin's the good guy? Come on, we can't agree that Putin's a bad guy. It wasn't that long ago that you all agreed. I worked for Romney. Romney Romney was right. One of the big wins Republicans took, even after Romney lost, is then Obama was in office and Republicans were hammering him on Fox News every night. Trump was hammering him, saying, oh, yeah, well, you remember when you said Russia wasn't a problem and then they invade Crimea? Looks like Russia was a problem. Romney was right. And now you guys have just flipped. Now you're like, yo, they had it coming.
Look at those tables. I mean, you have to get the giant table out that he had during COVID to fit the number of people that go in these cases.
Sorry, FOD said, how much pumps could a Trump chump dump if a Trump chump could pump dumps? Oh, Jesus. I have it on good authority that they're one and done on the pumps. I missed Jumar's too. He said there's an episode of Bluey where they're playing doctor and Bluey gives the patient a shot before knowing what's wrong. I'm sorry I was late on that. That would have been perfect.
But in this extremely unusual case, which happens to involve something of such high stakes as the largest land war in Europe since World War II, it's Putin and his team, and then Steve Witkoff, who has proven to be remarkably open to everything Putin has said to him.
I just don't see that he wants to take all of Europe. It's just never...
He said it. This is what's crazy. Well, I know that publicly he's stated that he wants to restore the USSR, but... when I met with him, he didn't even say that. This is every time a Trump official comes out of a meeting with Putin or Tucker Carlson, they're like, Vladimir told me this, and I believe him. Why? Why do you guys believe him? He lies every goddamn time.
As black and white as people want to portray.
We have moved Russia in ways that no one thought was possible. I don't regard Putin as a bad guy.
What did you think of him?
I liked him.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought he was straight up with me. When the president was shot,
he lies to them, and then they're like, he didn't tell the lie. He said it confidently. He didn't tell a lie. Remember when Putin told Trump that he had nothing to do, that Russia did not interfere in our elections? And Trump's like, I believe him. But he did. He just did. Everybody agrees with it now. The whole world agrees with it. All of our intelligence agencies agree with it. Trump's intelligence agencies, FBI, CIA, everybody agrees. Russia interfered. All it took was Vladimir to look at Trump in the eye and be like, no, I didn't. And he's like, I believe him. Mary said, Coach A, thank you. Also, Sophia said, missed you across the pond on Friday. I'm glad you had a fun weekend. Chipping in for Dollar Train friend. Thank you.
He went to his local church and met with his priest and prayed for the president.
Putin calling the shots. So today, Trump sent just his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to sit down with the Russian president and his...
That's all it takes for, he just has a spell. People go, Tucker Carlson goes, you guys watched it. If you watched that Tucker Carlson in Moscow, that was the most staged shit I've ever seen in my life. That was the most North Korea dictator shit I've ever seen. And they all come back and they just buy it. They're like, oh, yeah, dude, what do you think Vladimir Putin was going to do? Show you all the things that were wrong? Was he going to show you, let me take you to the prison where all of the people who run against me wind up dead? Dead, fucking dead. He kills the people that run against him in his free and fair elections. Multiple people. He created a private military, and then when they're like, I don't know about following Putin, he just killed them too. They just kill everybody that stands against. And you guys are like, no, but really, it's Zelensky's the problem. That's the bad guy, is Zelensky. Not the guy that kills off his opposition. Certainly couldn't be him. It's Zelensky that is the problem. If Tucker Carlson ends up falling out of a tall building, I would not be sad or surprised. No. I mean, did Tucker say something bad about Putin? I think that's a real fear for a lot of these people. I think when you get to the level of Steve Witkoff or Tucker Carlson, and you have a level of access and a level of fame, you're a target. And I think that it's very easy for Russia to collect assets. I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to say this without sounding hyperbolic or without getting the conservatives to tune out. But the people that you listen to the Benny Johnsons, the Tim Pools, the Dave Rubins, the Tucker Carlsons, they've all been bought by Russia. All of them provably bought by Russia. You don't care. What, if anything at all, why would it not bother you that the people you listen to are paid by our enemies? At the very least, why keep listening to them? Why not run them out? There's other conservatives that aren't paid by Putin. But all of a sudden, who asked the first question on Thursday? White House press briefing. Who asked the first question? You guys remember? It was Tim Pool. He's been paid $5 million by the Russians. And you see the clip. You can see it. It's the same shit. Let's see. Let me pull it up. Tim Pool, who doesn't know a goddamn thing about foreign policy, couldn't explain anything about the Russian-Ukraine war. Let's see if I can find this. And all of a sudden, a guy I've followed Tim Pool for years. Tim Pool has never said shit about Ukraine ever. And then all of a sudden he gets $5 million from Russia and he says this.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy.
For their millions of followers, influencers like Tim Pool and Laura Southern are sticking it to the mainstream media. Contrary, alternative right, independent.
People are at a boiling point, and understandably so. Crowds are gathering in Southport.
For others, though, they're the effluencers, spewing out hate, excavating division, cashing in on the culture wars.
Just want to show that first clip. No questions, right? No, because Tim Pool agrees with me politically, so it's fine that he's paid by Russia. I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to put it on a shelf. What was this? Oh, we're going to have a guest in 5 to 10 minutes. All right. Cool, Jen. Just let me know when that's ready to go. I do want to say this. Look, that type of behavior, when you ignore obvious fraud and you don't call them out or you don't cancel out that person, Tim Pool shouldn't have a platform anymore from you guys. I don't know why you still give him a platform. He's a paid propagandist. You know that. Whether he says what you like or says what you don't like, it doesn't matter. You can never trust that person again. They've been clearly paid to push an agenda by an enemy of the country. I don't know why you got now he's in the White House. This is just cult shit. This is the same shit we did all the time in our cult when somebody would do something fucked up, but because they remember the cult, we just pretend it didn't happen.
Because I
want to show you this. This creator's name is Friendly Honey Badge 5. I think that's who this is. Another person who escaped a cult. And explaining exactly what I tried. Like, I understand that when I tell you guys, when I say MAGA is a cult, I do understand that nothing I say to MAGA about being in a cult is effective. Telling you you're in a cult probably makes you more loyal to your cult. Honestly, I think you guys would agree with that too. But I don't know a different way to message it, because every other way we try and message it, you don't listen either. The point is, in all the cults that have ever existed in the history of the world, nobody knows that they're in a cult. Oh, Jen, I'll fix that. Let me play this video, Jen, and then I'll fix that.
Raised in a cult, and other people on here talk about cults. I somehow thought that everybody on here was cult literate. Y'all are not cult literate, and I can tell by my comments. And I can tell because many of you think that your MAGA friends, family, coworkers, or whoever are going to call you up one day and say, yo, I was wrong. I was wrong about Trump. That is almost never, ever going to happen because cults leave in silence. It's a quiet quitting. You know, the thing the boomers hate?
Let me be clear on this. When you say that's a good question, vote blue no matter who isn't a cult? No, it's not. And this is the problem, that none of you understand what a cult is. A cult is this fealty to one person. We don't unify around a person. There's loyalty. There's vote blue no matter who. That's a lot of people. The cult is when when the leader changes your views overnight and you just roll with it. when they do obviously corrupt things and you just roll with it. I don't think the Democratic Party operates like a cult. I'm sorry. I don't think it does. We've had multiple people go to jail, and every time those people go to jail, they lose their influence with us. You know, where they wind up rehabbing their careers with you. Because they know if they say the things that you like, you'll overlook everything else. The Republicans didn't used to be a cult. MAGA is a cult. If you consider yourself MAGA, you're in a cult. Somebody said we're 72 million strong. No, you're not. You're absolutely not. If you were 72 million strong, explain to me why it wasn't 1 million people, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million. Where were you guys on January 6th? If you're that strong, how come when you guys show up to protests, it's not that many people? Your cult isn't as strong as you think it is. We just have to pick off your members one by one, and that's what she's explaining here. It's the quiet leavers. I can tell you personally, multiple right-wing creators talk to me every day, and they agree with me on most things, and they don't like Trump anymore. Multiple. The same people that in November were all in are talking to me now, and they're out. Now, some of them have to keep their grift alive or whatever you want to call it. So they have to strategically figure out how they're going to slowly turn the cult. And I'm actually cool with that. There's a lot of people I know that grew up in my cult that stayed in the cult as long as they could until they were forced out, and they tried their best to like turn the cult. But you guys are losing people, and I'll show you some clips later on after our debate. I'll show you more clips later. People are leaving. You're crazy if you think it's 72 million.
Hate, yeah, it's a quiet quitting. They don't even tell their spouses. They don't tell their children. They don't tell anyone. They will even play along for years. They won't believe it. They won't do the things they're supposed to do, but they will play along. And as the doubt starts to creep in, sometimes they'll even double down because they're afraid of what that doubt means. And sometimes when you want to talk to them about it and they get really loud and angry, that can also be because I can talk crap about the cult I came from, but you can't, because they haven't completely sorted it out. So a lot of you are like, well, they're still yelling for this and they're still saying he's great. Yeah, because a lot of them are still locked in there. But the fact that I'm seeing online,
I want to be, I just want to echo that. That's true. The people in my life who grew up in the same cult as me, the ones who aren't still in, we can talk openly about things that are absolutely true, that absolutely happened, and that we all agree on. And the people that are in the cult, if you bring it up, they change the subject. They do not wish to discuss it, or they'll say things like, "Oh, it's probably it's not that big of a deal. It's just you being negative. Why can't you leave it alone? Why do you have to talk about us all the time?" That's the main thing with the cults, is they get mad when people talk about them. They're like, why? If you're not in it, why are you even care? Well, because you're harmful. And the MAGA cult is harmful. And the cult I grew up in is harmful. So when you grow up like, and these MAGA folks that are leaving, that are quietly leaving, they're finding their own voice now. It takes a while. All it takes is one conversation to break that. And then they're out. And then once you're out, it doesn't necessarily change like your political beliefs. You may maintain this idea of like trickle down economics being a good thing. You may still say like have your views on trans people or LGBTQ rights. You may, but what you'll see very quickly, once you see it as a cult, you can't unsee it. It's just there. You just see it, and it's like oh, and it's repulsive. And then because you didn't see it, but you see it now. You're almost excited to share it. You're like, oh my God, like everybody, if I'm just seeing this now, certainly nobody else saw it. And then you go through this like frustration of trying to tell your friends, and they see what you see, and then they're doing what you did. There's like, no, I'm not going to address that right now.
People critiquing him that are MAGA, they have concerns about him picking fights with other countries. The tariffs are on, then they're off again. Like, are they good or are they not good? Like, what's the deal there? They don't like what's going on with the stock market. A ton of them hate Elon Musk. And I've said from day one, it is amazing that we have Elon in this because they're locked in together.
Can we not say Elon anymore? Is that being flagged? Is Elon being flags? Goblin, give me one. Actually, I'll end this. We do have somebody here to debate. We'll pick this up when we're done. Let me see. Jen, do you want to test the audio real quick in ours?
Hey, hold on.
There we go.
Is it working?
Yeah, it works now. I just had to go change the inputs.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, Jen, we hear you.
Okay, well, before you go over there, just to remind everybody, yes, this is giving me anxiety. I've got 3 or 4 different streams looking at different things. This is driving me nuts. Fun fact. I know you probably enjoy that, but so just to remind everybody, we are crowdfunded. So if you look in the top left-hand corner, you see our gift goal. That's what we need to knock out each day to keep doing the show each day. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all of that goes towards helping knock out our goal. If you haven't already subscribed to us on Twitch, you can do so. You can use an Amazon Prime sub. Please subscribe to us on YouTube. We also have 4 different memberships. Yeah, sorry, I'm multitasking. So many different things going on right at this exact moment. So please subscribe. Also, just like we've got someone waiting currently to talk to Jay. If you guys want to come up and talk to Jay, how you do so is you look at the Venmo. That is my Discord username. The Venmo is the same as my Discord, so just DM me over there and I can bring you in to talk to me. You have to DM me. There's not a server with that name. You just have to DM me over there. So do that, and then also check out our link tree. We're on most social media accounts. We've got merch. So before you go over there, what do you call babies that were born in whorehouses?
Jeez, I don't know.
Brothel sprouts.
All right. Thank you. All right, let's see. I'll just jump over there. Let's see. There we go. All right. Hey, thanks for waiting. Sorry. What's your name? What do you want me to call you by?
Lonnie or Talks is fine, brother.
Talk. All right, Lonnie. We'll do that. Lonnie, nice to have you here. What did you want to talk about?
All right. So basically, I'm trying to figure out how to get it to output to my. I'm trying to get you on speaker here so I can hear you a little bit better. Okay. Basically, the first thing that you had touched on in the last about 10 minutes was, of course, and I think it was actually literally 2 minutes ago, about MAGA being a cult. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to push back against that only a little bit because, I mean, I do understand why people on the left and Democrats in particular want to try and make MAGA out to be a cult. And I know that a large portion of the voting base can seem that way only because, you know, I could make the same argument against the Democrats. But the main thing that I find, and I understand that you've definitely got that point on, you know, cult of personality surrounding one person. But the other side of that is of one very important key detail when you're dealing with cults is whether or not they allow the people who are a part of said cult to leave. And the one thing that I see
I disagree. I grew up in a cult. Okay. I was free to leave.
What I'm saying is the actual. But what I'm saying is, like, let me try and wrap that around a little bit better.
Sure.
What I'm saying is that outwardly it may not be that, you know, you can leave at any time, but it's the struggle or surrounding that decision that is the key point as far as what a cult is. And what I mean by that is that for the most part, yes, I see a lot of MAGA wanting to say this, that, and the other about the left and making all of these broad, grandiose statements, which both sides are guilty of.
I'm not using it. I'm not using it broadly. To be clear, I'm not using it broadly.
No. I'm talking about what MAGA does, not you specifically.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Like I get that, but what I'm saying is, like, with MAGA, it's not that no one's forcing others to be MAGA and that you must always be MAGA. And the reason I say that, and just to...
But that's not how cults work. With all due respect, that's not how cults work. I was in one. Like,
well, then how do cults work?
Yeah, cults. So the way that cults work is they create like a community and a network, and they do revolve around one person, which I think we could probably both agree the Republican Party revolves around Donald Trump. I think you could show.
I wouldn't say the whole Republican Party, but I would say a very large portion of it.
Sure. Let's say the MAGA movement. That's a better way to put it. You're right. The MAGA movement revolves around Donald Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay. name.
He would be.
So
the
give me.
cult of personality that you're talking about.
So can you think of somebody who publicly disagreed with Trump or publicly said, like, I don't think this person should be the leader, who wasn't demonized and attacked by MAGA? I'll give you some examples. Liz Cheney.
Well, okay. So to use Liz Cheney specifically as an example, since you bring her up, Liz Cheney, and this again, I'm 34 years old. And just to kind of give a brief back history here, growing up, I was very liberal, very Democrat. Okay, I voted for Obama in the first election that he ran for. Okay, didn't like what he did in the first one, so I didn't vote for him in the second.
So you voted for Romney in the second one?
I begrudgingly.
Okay, well, I worked for Mitt Romney. I was working that campaign. So just so we're clear, we're both coming from a place where we left, and I've also left, and I've also left a cult.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I would definitely consider some flavors of Christianity a cult, to the point to where I would say that I've escaped quite a few myself.
Sure.
But I'm not going to go to the degree of saying like I was a part of a cult that directly jeopardized my life, as if, in case that was more your experience.
No.
I'm not trying to invalidate your lived experience. Is what
I'm not. What I'm saying is I think that when I say cult, people think it's like a pejorative. It's the same way as saying like fascist. People think like, oh, if you are fascist, you will commit a genocide. Not all cults end like Jim Jeffries. In fact, most cults don't end in that way. Right. But what a cult does is it forces you to ignore glaring truths and just put them on the shelf. Just pretend that they're not happening. And if you don't do that, you're ostracized from the group. And you are, and if you leave the group, you are demonized and you don't get to return. And that's what happens in MAGA. Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney, Adam Kinzinger, even people who are like libertarians like Justin Amash, Jeff Flake, what's his name, John McCain. Show me the person that left MAGA that isn't demonized by all of MAGA now.
But that's what I'm saying is that the supposition that you're imposing is that Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney were MAGA.
Not Dick Cheney. Not Dick Cheney. Liz Cheney.
Right. I said Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney
were
MAGA in the first place.
But Liz Cheney voted with Trump more than anybody else in Congress. Let's stay on this.
Necessarily make her MAGA.
Exactly.
Is what I'm saying.
Exactly. So it's not about the politics. It's about your willingness to bend the knee to Donald Trump.
Incorrect. That's not what I said. I said that Liz Cheney has never resonated as a person in MAGA. Like
why?
Sort of like how Ramaswamy has been associated with.
Wait,
MAGA
why though?
big.
Wait, why hasn't she resonated?
Well, for starters, I mean, there was the whole thing about Dick Cheney that kind of sours the name Cheney in the first place. That happened. I mean, quite frankly, I don't know too terribly much about it because I was a teenager when all of that was going on. You know what I mean? So I really wasn't politically aware as I am now.
Well, what
back then,
I can tell you, the problem with Dick Cheney is that Dick Cheney used his influence over the government to give his friends massive private or massive defense contracts, and he wasn't bidding them out. He was just clearly giving them to his friends. And
yes, which is a bad thing.
It's also exactly what Trump is doing right now with Elon Musk and with Palantir and with Blackstone. So I don't think
I'm not sure about the Palantir or Blackstone, but what do you mean by with Elon Musk?
Elon Musk.
I'm just trying to understand what you're meaning.
So,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So when Elon was granted access to our government records, Elon went through and he checked on basically every contract he was competing with, and he was able to outbid people, maybe because there's no transparency there. But all of a sudden, Elon Musk buys his way into the government, and he's picking up government contracts like with Boeing. Why does he have a government contract that he's in partnership with Boeing? Why did the FAA all of a sudden switch from Verizon to what's his satellite imagery? Starlink. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at with this isn't, on the surface, yes, I definitely agree that the whole circumstance surrounding a lot of it kind of looks bad. However, I'm just saying, I'm ceding ground on that notion, but then to say that one, like this whole idea of Elon Musk getting into the government, getting all of our information. One, he already was the CEO of PayPal, so I'm like, okay, yes, the government has government details about us, and there's a slight difference there. But I mean, as far as what identifying information would he have not already had access to?
I didn't say that. I don't care about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about defense. I'm talking about defense contracts that he got. I'm talking about him going in and being able to go. Oh, no, let me finish. Let me finish real quick, and then you can be specific. I'm talking about him not only getting defense contracts, but going in and removing groups of people who were investigating him for crimes. I mean, if Dick Cheney did a third of what Donald Trump did, he'd probably be in prison. But he didn't. Donald Trump does way more, and you guys you don't even know why you hate Dick Cheney. I think this proves my point. You don't know why you hate Dick Cheney, but you guys ran Liz Cheney out because of her dad.
I find it intellectually disingenuous that I admitted that I don't know much about Dick Cheney, and then for you to throw that at me, like that's not a good tactic.
No,
to do
that's the point, though. The point of it is that you know that people don't like Dick Cheney, and you don't know why.
Yes.
And so if Donald Trump, wait, hold on. Let me just tell you real quick. You interrupted the middle of my sentence. I promise you'll get it. If you say people don't like Dick Cheney because what he did was wrong, and then Donald Trump does the exact same thing, that's why we say you're in a cult, because it's not really about the action, it's about the person.
Well, I wasn't able to flesh out what I was meaning by my statement with Elon Musk. What I'm trying to say there is that I don't feel it's the same because, one, transparency has been literally the main focus of the Department of Government Efficiency in the first place, on top of, there's the direct channel on Twitter, there's the direct website with every single update, with everything that they're doing, what they're looking at, where they're going, what money went where, why they did this, why they did that. I mean, the transparency is there, and on top of that,
this is why. Look, I have to stop you there. No. None of it is transparent. He's been caught. Because we can't go. I'm just going to interrupt you right there. None of it has been transparent. He's been caught lying about all of it. He claims he has saved, like the claim now that they have saved $150 billion. And if you take that claim of $150 billion and you attach like what savings actually have receipts, $32 billion. He lied about contracts he canceled over and over and over. This is how cults operate. They lie to you. They tell you this is transparency, and then you don't know that they're lying to you. Just because they're putting it on a website doesn't mean it's transparent.
Oh, I would certainly agree with you on that, but what I'm saying is, as opposed to the totality of government, when have we ever had that level of transparency? Even since
2009. Since
Hey,
2009.
sorry, real fast. Jay, his volume. I don't know if you turned it. No one can hear.
I fixed it.
No one can hear you.
I fixed it. I just fixed it.
Okay.
I just fixed it.
Cool.
Yeah, we're good now.
All right.
I got you. Go ahead.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure, man.
You're good.
Technical difficulties. So, but no, what I'm trying to get at is like, Elon Musk had several hundred contracts and things with the government prior to Donald Trump, even prior to his first term, so
correct.
It's not like, what I'm saying is it doesn't seem like Elon Musk has positioned himself next to Donald Trump to increase his power. On top of that, I mean, I'm like,
how would you know? Wait, how would you know?
Even taking a paycheck.
Wait, how would you know? How would you know if you don't know?
He's like the fourth richest man on the planet.
No. How would you know if he was trying to get more power or not? How would we determine if what he was doing, if the government work he was doing was to benefit him or to benefit us? How would we know?
Well, I mean, seeing as how for the last 10 years, the news has been nothing but wall-to-wall coverage of everything.
How would we know? How would we know? See what you just did? What you just did is I asked you. No, real quick. I asked you how we would know.
How do you know that the Democrats would fix this problem?
Excuse me. I asked you how we would know if what Elon was doing was benefiting himself, and you reverted back to everybody's biased against Trump. That's
I didn't
cult
revert back
fucking.
to that.
You
That's not
did.
what I
You said the last 10 years, the mainstream
I
media
said
has been going after Trump.
Say the bias. I said that it's been wall-to-wall coverage of everything that he's doing. I didn't say anything
with all due
about
respect,
bias.
what does that have to do with my question? My question is, how the fuck would you know if Elon Musk is doing this to get power or not?
I'm not a mind reader. I don't know.
Well, one way you could know is you could look at what Elon Musk did. Do you know? Do you have any idea what he did when he entered the federal government?
He's opened up Department of Government. Well, not opened up because it was already there. They just changed the name of a different agency to become that. He went in there. He started analyzing all of the things that he was,
what was he
given the charter
analyzing?
to do so.
What was he analyzing?
Well, government spending. And
where did he get that? Where did he get those numbers from that the government was spending?
Well, the government reports on government spending all the time.
Right. So he got it from usaspending.gov, right?
No, not necessarily. I mean, there are things that are not put on USA, not put on there that he may be privy to.
Well, but if you go look at what he cut and his screenshots, he's literally taking screenshots of usaspending.gov.
Okay. Well,
okay.
What I'm saying,
let me stay here. Stay here with me. Stay here with me, please.
Go ahead.
usaspending.gov has been around since 2009. The stuff that Elon Musk is claiming he's doing in the name of transparency has been around since 2009. Just none of you knew about it. And so he's out here just showing you a website that already exists, and then he says, "I'm doing work." So if that website already,
if
that website already exists, what we need to find out is how do we determine if then what Elon Musk did was to help himself or to help the people, and how would we figure that out?
Well, for starters, the only not that I have a way to necessarily figure that out, but just from my own observation of everything that's going on, I mean, the man's taken a massive hit to his reputation. He's been lambasted across the entire world.
This
now,
is cult
granted,
shit, man.
I mean,
this is cult shit. This is no, honest to God, this is cult. This is cult shit. You don't know the fucking answer, and so you look at people disliking him as a way to like him more. This is how cults operate. Yes, it is. Being in a cult, every time my cult was criticized publicly, we got stronger in our faith. The real answer is, if you want to know what Elon Musk is doing, go look at what Elon Musk was doing. Go look at what he cut. Go look at the inspector generals that were fired that were investigating him. Do you know, just in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau alone, let me give you an example. Elon Musk went on Joe Rogan. He was asked about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and he said the same thing Mark Andreessen and Zuckerberg said, almost word for word, which is bizarre. But he said that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was Elizabeth Warren's brainchild. It was an organization that she controls to debank people on the right. Do you remember him saying that, or Andreessen or Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is not run by Elizabeth Warren, and it does not debank people. In fact, if you remember, Laura Loomer got debanked. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau got her banking reinstated. They fight for us, the American people, to not be debanked. They are our advocate to the banks. But what really happened is Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, they all want to turn their websites into payment processing, but they don't want to live by the rules that banks live by. And the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau had 280 open complaints on Elon Musk, and they killed him. And the National Labor Relations Board had multiple cases against Elon Musk, and he got those killed. And the FAA had multiple investigations into Elon Musk, and he got those killed. And the SEC had multiple investigations into Elon Musk, and he got those killed. And now we live in a world where Donald Trump and his rich friends have legalized crypto pump and dump schemes and have paved the way for Twitter and Facebook and Google to become payment processors without any government oversight. That's what they're doing. Because if you look at what he saved $32 billion. That's nothing.
Well, I mean, it's something. I mean, that's an awful lot of money.
He was in there to kill. He was in there to kill investigations over him and his friends, and we can't tell you guys that because, like I said, when I asked you for how you would figure this out, you said people don't like him, and so he must be doing the right thing. Or maybe people don't like him because he's a fucking
Don't
crook.
put words in my mouth, my man.
That's what you said.
That's not what I said. No,
Okay.
That's not what I said.
Go ahead and explain it then. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
I was just trying to say that one, I don't have like the facts, the numbers sitting in front of me, but no, I like what I'm trying to say is that you're painting it like because of my ignorance in certain situations that means that I'm in a cult, and I'm trying to push back against that because I'm a prime example of that it not being a cult.
I don't agree with you.
And why do you not agree with me?
Because you are pushing back with no evidence, which means you have this internal the knee-jerk reaction to defend things you don't understand. So you are defending without having any evidence. You are defending Elon Musk right now. That is cult behavior.
I don't agree, but the reason I say that I don't agree with that is that just the same as the Democrats defending this person or that person.
Give me an example.
Hold on, let me think about it for a second.
The only reason I ask for that is because I think the problem is that we never have real conversations. We just generically dance around things. And I've done this work. Like I analyzed it. If you show me one person from our side of the aisle who legally got in trouble, that person has been canceled. They're gone. But you guys elevate the people who get in trouble. You keep looking, because of Donald Trump being such a prolific criminal, every time now you have criminals all over the White House. Because you guys now you've now been programmed.
You bring up something.
Let me just finish this. It's 2 seconds, then you can go. Go ahead. You guys have been programmed to believe that now if you've been convicted of something, it's evidence of a deep state bias, and so now you trust those people more. When people get in trouble, you trust them more.
That's not even remotely true. Like what? Okay, let me start with what I wanted to push back against. I'm assuming you're talking about the 34 felony convictions, correct? With calling Trump a criminal.
Oh, sure,
right?
yeah. I mean, he's definitely a criminal.
Other than your opinion of everything else trying to say that he's a criminal, I'm just saying, like, you were really on about evidence, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the evidence, as it shows, is that he was convicted of these crimes, right?
Yeah.
Have you actually looked at those court cases, those court
extensively?
Documents? Okay, so you understand that those charges that were leveled against him and he was found guilty for still require a primary offense, right?
No, that's incorrect.
How so?
So what he had is he had 34 that standing alone, all 34 instances would have been misdemeanors. But if you commit a misdemeanor in furtherance of a felony, those misdemeanors become felonies. And there were three different, and there were three, let me finish. There were three different felonies that he was accused of committing. So you didn't have to link any of those misdemeanors to all three or two, just one. So if you could link a misdemeanor to one of those charges, it became a felony.
Right. I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is, what felony was he convicted of in the first place in order for these misdemeanors to be upgraded to a felony?
Well, you wouldn't be convicted first, right? Because this was a court case.
You would be, because you would have, in order for these misdemeanors to be upgraded into a felony, you have to have the primary offense of a misdemeanor being committed in the pursuance of a felony. What was the felony?
So it was election, campaign finance. I can get the other two. I mean, we can just use campaign finance if you want. That's all 34 tied to campaign finance.
What? And so I ask, was he found guilty of campaign finance fraud?
Yes.
When?
In that same court case.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Only 34, and all of them were misdemeanors. Not a single.
None of them were
other
misdemeanors. They were all felonies because they were in furtherance.
Right, because they were in furtherance. What I'm saying is So I'm saying that furtherance of the felony. That's what I'm saying. And the furtherance of the felony.
Here's where
felony, but all of these are staying felonies because we don't have the primary one.
And here's why I say it's a cult, because here's what we have here. We have 34 felony charges that passed that passed not only pre-trial standards, but then we had a court case. And Donald Trump's team offered no defense, none. Their only defense was Michael Cohen is a liar. And Michael Cohen has lied. But the thing Michael Cohen lied about was that he didn't do this crime with Donald Trump. So then a jury of Donald Trump's peers, where at least 2 of them we know for sure were conservatives. One of them said they got their news from OAN, voted unanimously and very quickly. So this is why I say it's a cult, because even when your guy goes to court, gets found guilty by a jury of his peers, even then, it's never enough for you. Now you're out here arguing that somehow literally. Go ahead.
So are we? But what I'm trying to, you're trying to say, I'm pushing back against what happened with it because of the fact that if it was a miscarriage of justice in the first place, that's what I'm pushing back against.
It wasn't, though.
And
when they appealed it, did they win their appeal?
Hold on.
No. I'm not interested. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm
okay,
not.
Then I'm not that interested.
So
then why, when it went to appeal, why didn't they win their appeal?
Okay, but why is it the fact that I'm not a lawyer that I can't have an opinion or read a court case?
This is why. Because you start with the premonition that Donald Trump was targeted and isn't guilty. And when the courts find him guilty multiple times, you guys always look for a backdoor out. Every time.
No.
Yes, you did it with E. Jean Carroll. You did it in the New York fraud case, and you're doing it now.
Was committed of primarily.
I just told you.
And you did
campaign finance.
He wasn't convicted of that.
Yes, he was. Why do you think, dude? This is what Michael Cohen went to prison for doing this crime with Donald Trump. That's why Cohen was in prison, because they did this crime together. It took 2 of them. Cohen couldn't have done the crime without Trump, and Trump couldn't do the crime without Cohen. They were co-conspirators. Trump was listed as co-conspirator number 1 with Michael Cohen.
I mean, I understand that he was listed co-conspirator with Michael Cohen.
So why would Cohen be guilty, but Trump isn't?
Well, if they were able to prove that Donald Trump didn't know of what Michael Cohen was doing, then yes, he can't be held.
Unfortunately, that was part of the case. Their whole case relied on proving that Donald Trump knew nothing about this. But unfortunately, Donald Trump signed the checks. Donald Trump's CEO, Weisselberg, wrote it down on a piece of paper, how we're going to hide the repayment to Michael Cohen. That's what the court case was. And this is why I say, like it or not, this is what cults are. You guys never accept that anything that goes through the courts is right. And we're in a situation now where no matter what Donald Trump does, you guys, even if he's found guilty, you're just going to say he's not. Oh, the courts are biased. No, they're not. It was an open and shut case. They had no defense. They couldn't win on appeal. They have no defense for this.
He hasn't, if I'm not mistaken, appeals haven't went through yet.
You're wrong about that. The appeal was denied.
How can you have an appeal denied?
Because you don't just automatically get an appeal. There has to be a reason for the appeal. What's his reasoning going to be?
I hold on. I understand what you're getting at, but what I'm saying is, like, I didn't know that that the appeal was denied. I'll have to go and read into why it was denied. But still, like,
yeah, you're desperate. You're desperate for him to be innocent. I'm not
desperate, dude.
Yes, you are. You don't know the
details
details of the case. You didn't know about the appeal. Everything we've talked about so far, you don't know the details on, but you're 100% sure that your side is innocent.
I didn't say I was 100% sure that my side was innocent. I'm having a debate with you. That, again, you're putting words in my mouth, man. Hello?
I'm listening.
Okay. I didn't know if I had gotten cut off or not.
No.
I was just double checking there. But no, again, from everything that I've seen in the situation, all right, and this is just my personal opinion, I don't think that there has been enough attention to exactly what transpired during that court case. I think that there was some legal and specific malfeasance.
Okay, what was the
as far
specific
as
malfeasance?
The choice,
What was the specific?
The choice of judge, the choice of venue.
The judges are randomly assigned. The crime took place in New York State, so it needs to happen in New York State. The judges are randomly assigned.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was in New York City that the actual court case happened, correct?
Correct.
So what I'm saying is...
So what you're saying is it couldn't possibly be fair. It couldn't be fair. That's what you're saying, right?
Well,
because it was in New York. But what about the two people on the jury that were Trump supporters?
About bias, dude.
What about the two? No, we're not talking about bias. You're trying to make up bias as an excuse for you not having any details of the case, and you just want to keep supporting Trump because you like him. Because God damn it, man, zero people in my entire life who are in cults who we say you're in a cult, zero of them ever know that they're in a cult. You don't know until you're willing to admit that you are just wishful, and that's what you are right now. You're wishful. You think you are more likely to believe that the whole justice system is corrupt than to believe that Donald Trump committed a crime. That's fucking crazy, dude.
That's not even remotely. But I am saying that there is a justice system, and we do have to keep pushing to make sure that justice system wields the law fairly and without bias.
Then tell me where the bias. Then tell me where the lack. Then where was the lack of due process here?
Well, for start, hold on. From what and again, this may be just, what's the word I'm looking for? This may be anecdotal because I'm barely remembering something to do with the judge, being proven to be biased against
because his daughter.
Strictly anecdotal.
Wait,
I'm not like putting weight behind that.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. So far, everything you've said when it came to Elon Musk and Donald Trump has been anecdotal, and it has relied on people hating Trump, so that's why they're doing things. What you haven't been able to do, and what Trump couldn't do in court, is prove his case, and that's why you never hear a Trump person from his lawyers. They never. Let me finish. They never defend the merits of the case. They always just say it's unfair. And Trump, if you go back in his history, every time he lost a lawsuit, his whole life, he has just said that judge hated Trump. That judge doesn't like Trump. That judge was biased. He's done it his whole life, and you guys fall for it.
I give you that.
So why is this different? Because you voted for him.
Fair.
That's why it's different.
Fair. However, I had a point. Let me wrap my brain back to what I was about to ask. So, just so that we can continue this conversation in good faith as we're both trying to do, let me ask you this. Can you tell me one thing that you like that Trump has done?
This time around?
Either presidency is perfectly fine.
I'd have to go back and think. The hard part with Trump is that so much of what he did is by executive order, which I don't like. Just in general.
I don't like that either.
Yeah, I think we probably have common ground there.
I do not like a president legislating from his office any more than I like a judge legislating from the bench. Legislation should be solely in the power of Congress.
I'm trying to remember. There was something he did last week that I said I liked. I don't remember what it was. Maybe the chat can help. There was something he did last week that I thought was good, and I can't remember what it was.
But the point,
not particularly.
The point that I make with asking that, and I'm not trying to get a gotcha moment or anything like that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the entire conversation that we've had is, of course, negative against Trump, and you're taking the tactic of trying to prove the cult mentality of MAGA. Mm-hmm. So that was why I was like, all right, if you're going to be genuine in the conversation, let's flip the script real quick and turn it on.
If we're going to flip the script, you should. If you're going to flip,
that was all I was meaning.
But if we're flipping the script, if we're flipping the script, you would say do you criticize Biden? And there's hundreds of people here that will tell you that during Biden's presidency, I criticized him often.
Yes.
If we were flipping
that's my main litmus test of talking to anybody.
Okay, well, you tell me then.
Are you? Well, that was what I'm saying is like, are you leaning to one side for that favor, which is the argument you're trying to make against me? But I also push back.
I'm not making that argument against you. I want to be clear. The argument I'm making against
right.
the argument I'm making against you is that you start with the answer and then you research accordingly, and that is how like cults get to operate. Like my cult,
I agree
one of the most famous things in my cult was the leader saying, "Doubt your doubts, not your faith." And that's dangerous. And I think that's what, and I think that's what you guys do. And I think that's why Donald Trump could be a 34-time convicted felon. I think that's why he could be held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. I think that's why he was held civilly. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish one more thing.
I think that's why.
Excuse me.
The E. Jean Carroll situation.
He was not held civilly liable. I said civilly liable.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I believe it was sexual abuse.
Incorrect.
No, that's what it said. It was sexual abuse.
Slander.
No, it was sexual abuse.
I
can pull it up for you.
There was a CNN. Hold on, I'm pulling it up myself. There was a CNN person that said exactly what you just said, and he was sued and found guilty for
saying rape. It was for saying rape.
Well, sexual assault is this specific term that he used in that broadcast.
Listen, brother, it's sexual abuse. You don't have to take my word on this, but that's what the reason it's sexual abuse and not rape is because it's a civil case and rape is a criminal charge. So when people say rape, the reason they say that is because the definition is actually the same, but the term is different depending on whether it is civil or it is criminal. And because we were outside the statute of limitations, it was a civil case, which means even though it doesn't say rape, ostensibly it's the same thing.
Hold on. I want to be vehemently specific on this one, only because, anyway, give me just a split second to. Yeah, it was a defamation case. It wasn't a sexual assault
both. It was both. There were multiple charges. One of the charges was defamation, and one of the charges was sexual abuse. I don't remember if there were 2 questions or 3 that they had to answer, but one was about defamation and one was about sexual abuse.
Yes, for a crime that happened 40 plus years ago.
Correct.
But what I'm getting at with that
why
is
it was statute of limitations.
Hold on.
I was just correcting.
I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand that, and I agree that there should never be a statute of limitations on any kind of sexual assault or anything sexual crime in general. Do you understand? Especially when it comes against children. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So what I'm saying is that Trump was liable for defamation. He was not liable for the sexual assault, is what I'm saying.
Abuse.
He wasn't the abuse, sexual. He wasn't found liable for that. He was found liable for the defamation.
I believe
the other was.
I believe it was a split decision on that, but he was.
I'm trying to say. I guarantee if you go look it up, you'll see that that's incorrect.
I'm looking it up. They found him liable for sexually abusing and what was the other one? Defamation. I just had it. I mean, you can look at it here. This is the case, but it was both, bud. But again, now we're at another case where Donald Trump had his case heard in front of a judge. E. Jean Carroll had her case heard in front of a judge, and a jury of his peers determined that he was liable. And you guys are still, instead of accepting that, you have said, no, it's biased.
No, I didn't say it was biased. I said that he would. No. That's not what I said. You had said that he was found liable for sexual assault, and I was pushing back against you saying that he was found or abuse.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is that I wasn't saying that was biased. No, I'm saying that let's be specific of what he was found guilty of.
Sexual abuse and defamation.
Libel, not
defamation.
Or you're right. Defamation, because yeah, I'm misinterpreting my definitions there.
And then, by the way, that was sent out on appeals, and the appeals court upheld it. So you're in a situation now where you've got a guy who is, I mean, how else would you be liable for her sexual abuse if Trump didn't do it? How else could he be liable for it? Explain to me how you think the jury got to that conclusion.
Why is it that it stayed in? If he was liable for sexual abuse, as you're saying, then why didn't it move from a civil court and a civil tort over to a criminal charge?
Statute of limitations. It's the same reason. Like you'll look in the news today, Harvey Weinstein's case is reopened. Is it criminal or is it civil? It's civil. There's a statute of limitations.
Okay.
So now you've got a guy who was civilly held liable for sexual assault, criminally convicted of fraud, and also had another civil case of business fraud. And we can't get most of MAGA to admit that he committed a crime. You guys are because otherwise you have to say I voted for. Otherwise, you have to say I voted for a criminal rapist.
I'm happy. I'm not going to say I voted for a criminal rapist, but I will say that I voted for. If the charges stay, then of course I voted for a criminal.
They did. It was upheld it was upheld in
I mean
appeals
that
court.
for the 34, not for that one, because again, I don't think I'm going to have to dig into it a little deeper now, because I really don't think that was how the E. Jean Carroll case went. But I'm open to be wrong. I'm open to be convinced otherwise. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do think it's a little crazy that you don't know that, but that's fine. But I do think that's also evidence of how much people are willing to.
Well, I mean, I know
real quick. I know the part about sexual abuse. I think that goes. I think that goes to show that most people just believe Trump, and you guys have been sold this idea that Donald Trump is picked on. He's just a criminal.
Well, but I can make the same argument against the Democrats.
Go for it.
For instance. Well, everybody wants to say that he's never once disavowed white supremacy and the KKK. He's done it many times.
Who says that?
Obama, during the election just a couple of months ago, literally said, "There's fine people on both sides."
Yeah,
they're completely taking that out of context.
That's not out of context. Who were the fine people that were marching with the white nationalists chanting "Jews will not replace us"? Who were the fine people in that group?
Whoa! Slow down for just a second on this one. I want to be very specific with this one. Okay.
Okay.
So again, when he said that statement, he said there were fine people on both sides. However, the white supremacists and the KKK and the Nazis, they should be disavowed totally.
So who were the fine people?
That he said that.
No, our argument, and this is another problem that you guys have with your cult, is that you make an argument that we didn't make, and then you pretend that we lied. We didn't lie. Our question is, and always has been, who were the very fine people marching with the white nationalists who were chanting "Jews will not replace us"? Who were they? Just point them out.
Whoa.
Point out who the very fine people were.
Okay, stop for just a second. You're trying to say that everybody there that was protesting that day was sitting there, the white supremacist bullshit with the tiki torches and everything. That was a small subsection of the entire protest that was going on. So what I'm trying to say with that specifically,
no, it wasn't. Wait,
okay, well,
you have that wrong.
So does that mean
just so you know, just so we're clear,
I want to follow your logic.
Wait, but hold on, we have to correct it, because what Trump was responding to is not the protest, but the violence. And the violence occurred when counter protesters were met by white nationalists who were chanting "Jews will not replace us," and then they got in a fight. So who were the good people? Who were the very fine people that showed up during that clash? Where were they? I don't see them anywhere. I've watched.
The non-white supremacists were there trying to be on the side of, because if you remember, the argument that was happening at Charlottesville was over Confederate statues, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the two sides of this entire protest were those that didn't want the statues and those that did want the statues, not counter-protesters versus white
you're
supremacists.
wrong. See, this is how you guys...
How was I wrong?
Because you're rewriting history in terms of what our criticism was. Our criticism is about the people who marched to meet up with the counter-protesters and then caused violence. And those people were, if they weren't exclusively white nationalists, then they were white nationalists surrounded by very fine people who didn't mind. Hold on, let me finish.
Following your logic.
Let me finish. Yep. Who didn't mind that they were walking and chanting, "Jews will not replace us." I don't think that's a very fine person. I don't think you can be
the Nazis saying
I don't think you can be a very fine person and march with white nationalists who are saying Jews will not replace us. Even if you keep your mouth shut, even if you just march quietly, you're not a very fine person. That's our criticism. And you guys have to change it.
What I'm trying to say is that you are taking maybe 100 to 1,000 people in a 10,000 person march, and because all 10,000 of y'all were standing next to the same guy over there, that he's automatically made to be a Nazi. I mean, what about Joe Biden going to the head of the KKK's funeral? I mean, the same arguments can be made about the other side.
No, they cannot. And let me cover two things. One, you guys didn't.
Do you disavow Antifa?
Hold on. Let me finish. I will be happy to answer that as soon as I respond to this, if that's okay. Just remember that question. I'll be happy to answer it honestly and transparently.
I'm sorry for getting heated.
No worries.
I'm trying not to interrupt you. My bad.
The Unite the Right rally, I don't think had anywhere near 10,000 people. But again, you have changed the argument in order to call it fake news. And you didn't, but the people on your side did. Our argument is, if you march with white nationalists, you are not a very fine person. I don't care if there's 1,000. I don't care if there's 300. I don't care if there's 10,000. If I'm standing in line marching and other people are marching and saying Jews will not replace us, and I don't get the fuck out of there, I am not a very fine person. You guys turn things into what you call hoaxes. They just lie to you every day so that you will be more loyal to Donald Trump. This is what cults do. My cult lied to me about why we were run out of the United States and had to flee to Utah. And they said it was because they didn't like our religious beliefs. And they left out the part how we were taking people's daughters and marrying child brides and we were doing polygamy.
To be
they
clear,
left all that part
you were
out.
a Reformed Mormon.
I was.
Is that what I'm
That's correct.
understanding? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to I would want to be clear on that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the problem is that you've created now this argument where you're trying to play whataboutism with a story that isn't true. Our argument has always been, how can you say somebody marching with white nationalists is a very fine person? We did not say that everybody marching there was a white nationalist. I'm wondering where the very fine people are, because I just don't think you can be a part of that group and be a very fine person.
The very fine people are everybody that was there voting for, not voting, but protesting to not remove the statues that weren't KKK members, Nazis, or white supremacists.
Yeah, but if those Nazis and white supremacists are chanting "Jews will not replace us," and you stay there and you say nothing, then you might not be a member of the KKK, but you are not a very fine person. You are not a very good person. Again, our argument is not. You keep making your argument
genuine.
I am, but you guys changed the argument. But you guys changed the argument to us saying that everybody there was a member of the KKK. We're not saying that. We're saying if you are protesting with white nationalists and they are doing white nationalist shit and you don't say anything, you're not a very good person.
Okay. All right. Let's follow this logic that you're saying.
Sure.
All right. So we have a bunch of white nationalists show up, and this is a hypothetical, 100% a hypothetical, okay? Mm-hmm. We have 10,000 white supremacists show up, and they are saying, we need abortion on demand all the time, government funded. Does that now mean that everybody that wants abortion in the nation is now white supremacist?
Do you notice how you're leaving out the part? You keep leaving out the part that's important.
What part?
The part where they're chanting racist chants. If they are saying, we think abortion should be legal all 9 months, But they are also
I'm
saying Jews will not replace us. If I stay with them
which is
while they are
horrible thing.
chanting Jews will not replace us, I am not a very fine person, even though I might agree with their abortion stance. Yes, that would be the exact same thing. But you keep leaving out the key part where like vocally they're chanting.
What you're saying,
yeah.
Again, though, the logical fallacy that you're using here is that just because this group of people showed up and started protesting for this thing, it makes everyone on that side.
That's not what I'm saying. You are doing it again.
A lot of Democrats
you are doing it again. And this is the problem with MAGA. You guys can't tell the fucking truth. Let me tell you one more time. Let me tell you one more time. The problem is not that they had a different opinion. The problem is when the white nationalists started chanting anti-Semitic tropes, they stayed and didn't leave. So everybody who stayed is a white nationalist enabler. And every time you give me an example, you leave out the chanting. Every fucking time you leave out the chant. If you want to do apples to apples,
the hypothetical, they're chanting, we want abortions, and then so that means that everybody that wants abortions but aren't white supremacists should leave.
No, brother.
Even though
brother,
this large group of people is trying to get this thing that they believe that they want.
This is crazy. No.
You're othering an entire
no. Stay here.
Okay.
You can't.
We're right here.
One more try. Let me just ask you. Why? What part of the chant do you think bothers me? Do you think it's the fact that people are chanting?
Part.
Thank you. So when you give me an example, make sure the chant that you give me the example of is anti-Semitic and not just something I agree with. So if you say they're chanting abortion should be legal, it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism or white nationalists. And I might not even know that the person standing next to me is a white nationalist. But if that person is chanting, Jews will not replace us, I got a pretty good idea that that's a white nationalist, and I'm getting the fuck out of there.
I agree. But what I'm trying to say...
Then who are the very fine people who stayed?
The other people who aren't whites.
You just agreed. Wait, you just agreed that if the people next to you are chanting anti-Semitic chants and you stay, you're not a good person. So if they're chanting anti-Semitic chants and people stayed, who are the very fine people?
I just said it again.
I feel like you're being dishonest on purpose now. Honestly, I do. I feel like now you're lying on purpose. And this is the cult shit that I'm talking about. When you get cornered right now and you recognize that you just agreed.
I'm not being cornered.
Would you have stayed? Would you have stayed at Charlottesville when the people next to you were chanting Jews will not replace us? Would you have stayed?
No.
Why?
I would have been telling them that they're crazy and then continuing to protest what I was protesting. They needed to leave.
Would you have stayed? You just said no, but then you just said you would have.
Not standing next to the fucking white supremacists.
Okay,
no.
so where were the counter protesters from your side that were arguing with the white supremacists? Those would have been very fine people if you were there doing that.
The whole protest.
I've never seen a clip anywhere of them going after the white nationalists. Where are those clips?
The only people
they don't exist, do they?
The only people that get good coverage is the people that are screaming the loudest with the most bombastic shit, which is exactly why we're having this argument.
So are you saying that you have not seen any clips? Because I would agree with you. Neither one of us. I understand your point that people doing positive things don't get good news coverage. However, because there is no coverage of people on your side that are arguing with the white nationalists, then Donald Trump can't say there are very fine people because he has no evidence that there are very fine people.
Okay. Let me try to take this in a different angle. What I am getting at is that we're trying to prescribe a notion to an entire group of people.
No.
Instead of the one small subsection of that entire group of people, that is the problem.
No, we weren't. But this is what cults do: is they take the actions of people who you should disavow, and they tell you that the reason we don't like those people is because really we just don't like you. And so you take a very legitimate criticism of white nationalists chanting Jews will not replace us, and we say that's fucked up. And then your side, your media says what they really mean is all of us. We didn't really mean that. We meant them. We meant those people in matching outfits with tiki torches chanting Jews will not replace us. We were talking about them. So that's why when Trump said there are very fine people on both sides, we were like, what the fuck is he watching?
But again, there are fine people on both sides.
Where?
Except white nationalists.
Where are they?
Go watch the video again of him saying it.
You don't have video of it. I don't have video of it. Neither one of us can point to a single good person on your side. So how the fuck can Trump say there's good people over there when there's no evidence that there were good people there?
Again, were there Americans there?
I think a lot. Yeah, sure, but Americans can be shitty.
Okay. Yes, Americans can be shitty on both sides.
Yeah, but where were the bad ones? Or where were the good ones on your side? Just point them out. Where were they?
What are you talking about? They were there protesting.
Where? How would I pick out which ones are good? How would I pick out the good ones?
What are you talking? Okay, again, so
there were Nazis doing Nazi chants.
See the difference?
If you
how do you tell the difference between a Republican and a Nazi? Tell me. Physically, don't say any policy. Physically, you just looking at someone, how can you tell whether they're a Republican or a Nazi?
First of all, I don't think there's a great deal of difference. But if I were going to say maybe a better question is how can I tell a good Republican from a Nazi sympathizer? I would say the way that I could tell if you were a good Republican and not a Nazi sympathizer is when I watch that rally, you're doing one of two things. You're either leaving or you're confronting the people on your side who are chanting Nazi slogans. And I see no evidence of people confronting. And the people that left, we're not talking about. Those were the very fine people. They left. What's left, the people that were still protesting were not very fine people. At the very least, they were comfortable being on the team with the Nazis. At the very least. And I think that makes you a bad person. Okay, well, were they deaf? They couldn't hear it?
No.
Oh.
But that doesn't, okay, so is there supposed to be a bunch of ringleaders that rise up in a gigantic protest that turns into a gigantic riot?
Well, they didn't seem to have a problem.
We need to not listen to those guys. Remember, we don't need. I mean,
you guys were listening to the Nazis.
It was a wild damn day in general.
There seems to have been
showed up.
There were leaders. You guys did have leaders for that march. They were the fucking Nazis. That's the problem.
No,
the Nazis led the march. Yes, they led the march. Who was at the front of that march? Who was at the front?
Sorry about that. That was someone. I'm on my phone and someone rung in.
Okay, who was at the front of the march? The white nationalists, right?
I don't know. I don't think that there were white nationalists in the front of the charge or anything like that. It was a protest throughout the day. I will.
Let's see. Let me see if I can find it.
But again, you're still not rebuking the fact that he said there are fine people on both sides, but not literally 30 seconds later, but not the white supremacists, not the Nazis,
Let me try
one
more time. Donald Trump did say there were very fine people on both sides, but not the white supremacists, not the Nazis. I'm wondering who those very fine people are.
The average, everyday person that showed up to that protest, not knowing that there's a gigantic group of people over there that are egregious and absolutely forthright, should be disavowed completely. And
if you show up to a Republican event, are you telling me that if you show up to a Republican event and a significant portion of the people there are chanting, Jews will not replace us, and you don't either stop them from doing it or remove yourself from their presence, you're still a good person?
I would.
Okay.
I would.
Well,
if they were representing an entire party, a person, everything like that. Yes.
But the people who stayed didn't do what you would have done. So I think it's fair to say that those are not very fine people. It might be fair to say they're not evil. It might be fair to say they're indifferent. But to call them very fine is a stretch. And that was always our argument. And you guys have had to turn this narrative as if the media was lying. No, you guys changed what we said to make it look like we lied. If you are next to somebody who's chanting Jews will not replace us, you are not a very fine person. You and I agree on this. So then how could people so then how could very fine people seeing this happen stay at that rally? How does that happen?
Well, again, because the rally wasn't trying to raise racial awareness and try and promote white supremacy.
Yes,
it was
was.
because
they literally the permits for that rally were literally, I think, the Proud Boys. It was literally the Nazis who got the permit. It's literally the Nazis who organized the rally. It's literally the Nazis who were putting out the invitations to come to the rally.
Okay, it was
called the Unite. It was the Unite the Right rally.
What is a modern day Nazi to you?
What does it mean as a modern day Nazi?
What are the characteristics of a Nazi to you?
You're going to have some anti-Semitic views. You are going to argue for eugenics, ethno-states. You're going to try and rally around like a strong leader. You're probably going to have really outdated, or in my opinion, outdated views on women's rights.
Well, you can't say rallying around one particular person, because then the exact same thing happens on the other political spectrum of people getting behind, say, Kamala Harris.
Where were those rallies? Where were those rallies for Kamala?
What do you mean?
Where were the people that were showing up and rallying for Kamala without her being there? Where was that?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Were there Trump flags at this Unite the Right rally?
Probably.
Yeah, probably a lot of them, right? And were they right next to like Nazi flags?
I'm not right next to them. No.
Okay. No. When we look at the violence that was perpetuated by the left, if you want to, you talked about the BLM riots, Antifa. You can even
I talked about Antifa. I didn't talk about. I want to stay far away from the whole.
I just said
BLM
during
thing,
the riot. I just said during the riots.
Bomb.
Just the riots. Okay. You can look at the current stuff that's happening with Tesla dealerships. How many of them are showing up with a Joe Biden or Kamala Harris flag?
Well, none of them, because they know that they're committing a crime and they don't want to tell somebody that.
But when your side stormed the Capitol, they had Trump. They were beating police officers with Trump flags. See the difference?
Hold on. There's another thing that we can talk about if you'd like.
Don't change the. I want you to tell me. Do you see the difference between the violence perpetrated from the left and the right? And do you see that violence perpetrated by the right almost always is accompanied by Trump flags and MAGA hats? And when it's on the left, it's Antifa.
Okay.
It's people who don't like Elon Musk. It's not in the name of Joe Biden.
How many times has the right went to violence?
A lot.
How many?
Last 10 years. Fucking ever? I don't know. Always.
Give me specifics. If it's pervasive and everything out there, give me specifics.
For example,
when the right went right.
There's that.
I would think that Charlottesville, January 6th, and
the BLM riots. How about the BLM riots?
That was. What do you mean the BLM riots?
The three percenters, the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, they all showed up and they fought. In fact, there was a church that was burned down, I think in Wisconsin, that everybody blamed Antifa for, and it turned out it was the 3 percenters. It was white nationalists trying to frame Antifa. Did you know about that?
Okay, but.
And what do they all have in common?
I don't know about that one, but
Trump hats. They all wear Trump hats.
Yeah.
Antifa doesn't like Joe Biden. Antifa doesn't like Kamala Harris. Those are communists. Those are socialists. Those are anarchists. They are anti-fascists. They are not Democrats. They are people who don't like fascism. They view Joe Biden as a stepping stool to fascism. Your side does violence in the name of Donald Trump. Our side
when
have we done violence in the
6th? Mm-hmm. January 6th, you mean when they opened up the doors and let
No.
people
What
just
did they do?
waltz in and mosey
See,
on
and
in?
this is the thing. You lie again. Can you see the screen? Do I have to show you videos?
No, I
Okay,
can't
so
see
you
the
know
screen
they.
right now. I should be, but I
Okay,
can't.
but you know they beat the fuck out of police officers, right? You know that they pepper sprayed them, they hit them. Okay,
Yes.
so then why do you keep?
Yes.
Why do all you motherfuckers say the same dumb shit? Then, oh, you mean when they just let them in for a peaceful protest? No,
Yes.
that's not what I. No, that's not what I mean. I mean the part where they stormed the Capitol, beat the shit
I'm
out of
being
police,
specific.
and broke wind. I know, but you're being specific to avoid the crime that they did with Trump hats on when they beat the shit out of police officers, when they wanted to hang the vice president. And why? Because they believed the liar, Donald Trump, that the election was stolen. You guys tried to overthrow the government for a guy, just a guy.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Former Republican, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. How would you, on a scale from 1 to 10, how embedded is the Second Amendment to the lexicon of republicanism? Like,
it's important.
You would agree with me that
really
if you're
important to them, yeah.
Right. Okay. So the reason I say that is the supposition that you're having here is that we showed up to take over the country and throw a coup and have an insurrection, right? Hold on, let me finish.
I just said yes, dude.
Right?
Calm the fuck. Hey, calm down for a second. Let's take a breath.
My bad, man.
Let's take a breath. I'm just agreeing with you. Go ahead.
I got you. All right. So what I'm trying to say there is, where were the guns? If the Republicans who have screamed government tyranny for the better part of 100 years, where were the guns?
A good question. I'll answer that. And maybe this is something you didn't know. One, did you know that guns were fired on January 6th?
Yes.
Okay, so some people had guns, right?
Some.
Okay.
Not everybody.
Are you aware?
Coup d'etat.
Are you aware that hundreds of people showed up to the ellipse with guns and had to be turned back? And Donald Trump said, "Don't worry about it. They're not going to shoot me." And he tried to get the Secret Service to let them in with their guns. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that little.
Were you aware?
I'd like to know about that.
Were you?
I'll research that.
Look that up, and then you need to go look at the Proud Boys and their plan to. It was called shit. I wish I could remember the name. Winter Haven or something. Winter Palace. Their plan was called Winter Palace. And their plan was to use all these angry Trump supporters to take over multiple buildings. And outside of Washington, D.C., they had stockpiles of weapons. So when you say, where are the guns were on the outside waiting for phase 2. And the people that showed up with guns to use their guns had to be turned around, and Trump tried to stop them from being turned around. He tried to convince Secret Service to let them through with
I would
their
like
guns.
evidence of direct source evidence of that one.
Sure.
But yes.
So
we're just going to. I'm just going to agree with you that this is provable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the big mistake that a lot of you guys made is allowing Donald Trump and Republicans to tell you not to watch the January 6th stuff because it was compelling. The evidence is overwhelming, but they told you
that wasn't even close as to what happened, man. It was border to border all over the place.
Did you watch the January 6th trials?
And I watched the January 6th trials.
Then why don't you know about this?
All of the tapes that Tucker Carlson released.
Wait,
after
but then
that,
why don't you know about?
then
why don't you know about the guns? Cassidy Hutchinson testified in front of the January 6th committee about the conversations
just because
between
I
her
don't
and
know
Secret Service.
Everything that happened that day doesn't mean that I'm not well versed on most of the things that happened that day.
It seems like so far the only thing you've said is that people were let in, and you even have that wrong, because when you see the videos of police officers letting people in, and if you would have,
I don't agree with what you're doing, but I agree with your ability to do it.
And again, I don't think
that was on video.
I don't think that you watched the January 6th trials completely, because what you'll know is that those police officers testified, and what they said is it was a coordinated effort to move people to different doorways that didn't give them such unfettered access to Congress. They were letting people in so that they didn't all go to the same place, which was Congress. They were trying to divert people. So when you see the QAnon shaman walking around with those police officers, they're directing him away. And there was testimony on that. There has been zero testimony of people saying that I let them in to help them. But even if they did, even if that existed, even if Capitol Police were letting people in, doesn't that probably mean they were just siding with you? They thought it was okay? Why wouldn't you don't think anybody anybody in Capitol Police might have just been like a Trump supporter who thought this was cool?
Could have been.
Okay, so
Could
why?
have been.
But
now,
instead,
now, mind you, hold on. I do want to say this because this is
when we brought up violence, and this is the cult stuff that I'm talking about, and it's about pre-programmed responses. When I say J6, you know that your pre-programmed response is to talk about letting people in and not address the real violence. Because we were talking about violence. You said, "Where is the violence?"
I addressed that.
I said January 6th.
There was violence on the left side of the building. There was 100% violence.
And your first response,
I admitted it.
But your first response was, "Oh, you mean when they let the people in for a peaceful protest?" That is a preconditioned response that all of you have. You all have the same response. That's the culty stuff.
I will cede ground on that, man.
And
what I'm trying to say is that the totality of everything
hold on.
that
Let
has come
me
out,
just finish.
hindsight
If
being
we go
2020.
backwards, I want to go backwards now because I think what gets lost in these conversations is we'll go for 40 minutes and we'll never go back and look at the conversation we had. I just want to be clear about this. When it came to January 6th, your first response was a prepackaged statement.
You're right. You're 100% right on that.
When it came to the Unite the Right rally, it was you parroted right-wing talking points that we made up a lie about Donald Trump, saying that there were very fine people on both sides, and not saying.
I didn't.
But hold on.
I did not.
But hold on. But you don't have that story right either, because you didn't even know what our response was when it came to Elon Musk. When it came to Elon Musk. You had a pre-packaged in every topic we've talked about so far. You had a very generic response that is almost word for word what every other Republican says, but you can't back any of it up. And I just want to say, like, think about this. Think about why think about why you all sound the same. And when we dig into all of these things, you've been wrong about almost all of them. Think about why that is.
Okay, but the point that I make with that, not that I'm necessarily agreeing or disagreeing with what you said, but to me, this is just, again, my perspective on my opinion on this. There seems to be an awful lot more difference of opinions on the Republican side, like where there's a bunch of factions that agree and disagree. Like this faction may agree on this, but disagrees with this faction over here. But we're all still over here on the right, under the banner of republicanism.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about that, because I agree that there is some variance of thought. What can't you disagree on? What can you not say in the Republican Party and maintain your position?
There's
one
nothing
thing
that comes to my mind.
You cannot criticize Donald Trump.
Incorrect.
Who has criticized him?
Tim Pool has criticized him.
Excuse me.
Charlie Kirk is.
Excuse me. We're talking about elected leaders.
There's tons of people that have.
Give me some examples.
Tim Kennedy. What's his the senator
John
from
Kennedy?
I think that he's disagreed with him.
He didn't though.
What's
he didn't though. See, this is
the
interesting thing. This is the part that you don't get. Is what you can do. Is you can disagree with the idea or a policy, but what you cannot do is blame Trump for that policy going poorly. You can't do it.
I disagree with you on
give
that.
me one example.
I've seen it all the time.
Give me an example.
Okay, what kind of example are you looking for?
Somebody
a
saying,
person.
Somebody saying, let's use an example like Mitt Romney. When Mitt Romney criticized Donald Trump, what happened to him?
Well, he was lambasted with the same fervor.
He was called a rhino.
Again, I know. Well, yes.
Okay. Was he right? This speech happened in 2016 during the election cycle, and Mitt Romney got in front of Republicans and he warned them about Donald Trump, and he was lambasted. You guys all started calling him a rhino. Was he right or was
let me
real quick?
Let me take a step back and say
real quick.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Was he right? Was Mitt Romney right or wrong about what he said about Donald Trump?
You're gonna have to roll that back.
I would love
for just a second.
I would love to.
I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. That's where I'm spacing on right now because my brain was over here trying to retort, and that was my bad.
I think most Republicans would answer how you answered, that you don't really remember exactly what he said.
True.
You don't see the problem with that? He's you all hate him, but you don't know what he said. So what is it that you do remember? You remember that he said something about Donald Trump that you didn't like.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
Here, I'll play it for
you. I understand the point that you're trying to make with that, and I get it. I recognize that there are people on the MAGA force that do that.
I'm going to play it for you.
Wait.
Well,
isn't he a huge business success?
Do I need to be on your stream to hear it?
Doesn't
can you hear that or no?
You know what he's talking about?
No, I can't hear anything through the mic.
Mute it and play. Can you jump on the? Well, it's whatever. I'll play it for them after. He was right, but let me tell you basically what he said. He said that Donald Trump's tariff policies would cause a trade war, and this was his first presidency. Did he start a trade war? He sure did. He said it would cost Americans manufacturing jobs and farming jobs. Did that happen? It absolutely did. He said that he would destabilize that our allies would run from us, or that our allies wouldn't want to work for us. He was right about everything, and yet he is the one that is removed. Let me tell you a story that's very similar, and this is hopefully illustrates. Let me just real quick. Hopefully this illustrates the point. There was a guy who was a leader in my church. I'm blanking on his name right now. He was a bishop in Texas, and he found out that something that a lot of Mormons don't know, that when you meet with a bishop and you're a teenager, sometimes the bishops ask you very explicit sexual questions. And he found out about that from his daughters when they were later in their 20s. They told him, and he was very upset about this. So he wrote a letter to the church membership, or to the church leadership, and they ignored him. And he called, and they ignored him. So he went to Salt Lake, and he stood out in front of the church headquarters, and he went on like a 30-day hunger strike. And he just simply said, bishops should not be allowed to ask children sexual questions. Parents should be in the room. You should not have a one-on-one with a child. And the church refused to talk to him. The church eventually brought him in for what's called a disciplinary council, and they excommunicated him. And now he is not allowed to be a member of the church. And a week later, they changed the policy. And now the bishops aren't supposed to do that. The church is who did something wrong. The person who got in trouble was the messenger, and that's what you guys do. That's why we call you a cult, because every time somebody rats out, every time somebody tells the truth about Donald Trump, you guys run them out of the party, and you demonize them, and you never demonize Trump.
MAGA does that because I don't necessarily do that. Again, I'm not coming from a place. I'm not this rah stunt, MAGA loving person. I mean, if I could have voted for literally anybody else, I would have. I wanted Ramaswamy this election. You know what I mean?
Well, that's fucking crazy because that guy's a goddamn idiot. Ramaswamy's only he doesn't even have he's literally only popular for licking Trump's boots. How do you watch?
He was running directly. He was trying to run against him in the presidency.
And when he was on the debate stage,
he didn't start licking boots until he lost.
No, he was doing it the whole time. He was a Trump sycophant. But Ramaswamy's an idiot. I think this is the problem that we have on the right. To be honest, the problem that you guys have on the right is that people speak really simply to you, and you think because it's simple and it sounds good that it is good, and so you ignore actual smart people.
I don't agree with that.
Well, Ramaswamy is a fucking idiot. Ramaswamy's policies would bankrupt.
Your opinion.
They bankrupt the country. They would bankrupt the country. He had the exact same policies as Donald Trump. If Donald Trump's fucking up things this bad, why would Ramaswamy have been better?
Okay, whoa, hold on. So you're saying that the country's fucked up and everything because of the tariffs, and Mitt Romney was right, and yes, I know that there was a trade war that was started.
Yeah.
But what metric are you saying that we're doing worse than we did before that? I mean, because
all of our
trying to be disingenuous here. All
of our allies hate us now, or don't want to work with us. All of our trade partners are nervous to do business with us, and because of that, they are finding new trade. They are finding new trade partners. The president currently is running two. The president is currently running two Ponzi schemes that are openly and transparently fraudulent. He's taking bribes over and over, publicly taking monetary bribes over and over
Where is that proof?
and over again. Trump coin.
Because if he's taking bribes, then
Trump coin.
you're hitting on something that would absolutely, huh?
Trump coin. Do you know about this?
Trump coin?
Do you know about his coin that he launched? The cryptocurrency coin that he launched. I think it was like the day before he was.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So did you know that he gets 3% a 3% fee every time somebody buys Trump coin?
Okay.
Did you know he gets a 3% fee every time somebody sells Trump coin?
Yup.
Okay. Do you know about
more than likely? More than likely, because I don't know the in-depth intricacies of it, because I
Fair
haven't
enough. But you'd agree there's
I'm not
a fee.
interested in buying Trump coin, but I understand crypto.
So do you know that he's running right now sweepstakes where the 220 biggest holders, whoever has the most Trump coin at the end of, I don't know when the end is, I think it's like end of May, that they get to have a private one-on-one dinner with Donald Trump. Or not one-on-one, excuse me, a private dinner with the 220 people. Okay. Now, if I wanted, let's just say I'm Saudi Arabia, who already funnels tons of money into Trump. Let's just say though, I say, hey Trump, I want you to cut a deal with OPEC to artificially keep prices high. And Trump's like, all right, well, give me a little kickback. I want $10 million to do that. All Saudi Arabia has to do is buy $100 million worth of Trump coin. Let's say, actually, you could do it this way with $50 million worth of Trump coin. And when they buy that $50 million, Trump's going to make $5 million. And then a day later, when they sell that $50 million, Trump's going to make $5 million. And they got most of their money back, and they just were able to give Donald Trump $10 million. And the agency that investigated these crimes, they shut it down. They're not going to investigate these crimes anymore.
This is, as far as the specifics of what you're telling me, this is new information to me, and I will certainly be looking this up.
I would.
It's important to look something like that up.
Yeah. His entire. Did you know that when Donald Trump entered office, you can talk about his net worth all you want, and that's from Forbes, like we're guessing, but when he entered office, he had $1.8 billion in debt, and all of that money was owed.
We're talking about the first term or the second?
First term. And all of that money was owed to foreign entities. None of that was owed to citizens of the United States. It's Russia. It's Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, by the way, the Saudi royal family, the same people who funded 9/11, are pumping millions of dollars into Donald Trump. They gave his son-in-law $2 billion. And by the way, we don't know what he did with that money, but part of his contract is he gets a management fee every month. So he doesn't even ever have to invest that money. So he negotiates the Abraham Accords and gets paid $2 billion where he'll just make the money off of his management fee. And we're never talking about it. And yet we had to spend 4 years talking about Hunter Biden. This is why I say it's a cult, because everything that you guys claim you care about, you ignore when it comes to Donald Trump. He is the single most corrupt president in
I agree
history.
with you that there are things that MAGA does ignore about Trump. I am not even trying to fight that one. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, I agree with you, and what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to say that the portion of MAGA that you are claiming to be a cult isn't as prevalent as you would make it out to be. And what I mean by that is that is there a large portion of it? Yes. Is there a lot of really ignorant people out there that just follow along with whatever someone's saying and doesn't really give a shit to actually look this shit up and dig into the guts of what's actually going on? Absolutely. However, that's on both sides that typically happens. And I'm just trying to be equal in that one.
Yeah, but it's not. And let me tell you the difference. The difference here is that the stuff that you believe, the lies that you're being told, and the stuff that you've repeated today is just meant to make Trump look good. And it is an absolute unequivocal lie. I don't think you could tell me a lie about Joe Biden that is anywhere near any of this. I think the closest thing you could come up with. Wait. I'm going to predict what you're about to say. This is how transparent it is. You are going to say that that his health was hidden, right?
That was a very large contingency on
There we
one
go.
of one of many
Why do you think I
things
could
that
predict
was
that?
bad
Why do you think
about
I could?
Biden's,
Why do you think I could predict that?
because that's a very prominent talking point
Okay.
that's
What
going
was
on.
his diagnosis?
What are you talking about?
Well,
Is
you
that
said we
like
hid.
the
We
fact that
hid.
he had Tourette's or something?
No, we hid his. No, I'm just wondering because you said we hid. We're hiding his mental decline.
I didn't.
When did
say
we hide it?
Well,
I'm just wondering when we hit it.
What's Batacalf care? Is chewing on a Shabbat of pressure, and you know that all of the gaffes and everything that he's done, man, like all over the place. He
wait. So
his
gaffes.
Speeches. I'm not just saying that's no.
So
I'm not
Kafefi.
just
What
saying
about
gaffes
Kafefi?
the only thing.
What about Kafefi?
I said.
What about when Trump's?
What do you mean?
This is the thing, because you don't hold this standard. I'm asking you because you said we hid something, and you're now going to rattle off a bunch of things that were public. Those weren't hidden. Those were public. So who was hiding something?
What do you mean? So,
it can't be. We can't be
hiding the fact that he was.
We can't be hiding it and it
mental
also
decline,
be public.
Man.
We can't be hiding it and it also be public. It has to be one of those two things.
What do you mean?
I mean,
what I'm saying.
If I'm hiding something, I don't put it in my front yard. I hide it.
Yeah.
And if I put it in my front yard, nobody would accuse me of hiding
Biden
something.
Doesn't sound. The fact that every time that someone tried to say that Biden isn't seeming as sharp as he is, it seems like he's going senescent on us, and nobody on the left cared about that.
It was the most reported story on CNN every fucking day. We on our side were complaining. We're like, CNN, could you cover something else at some point? Yeah, we get it. He stumbles. He stutters. They covered it every fucking day, ad nauseum. MSNBC, Fox News, CNN. I covered it on my show. None of this was secret. It wasn't secret.
We're also arguing from a position of the fact that I also am one of those people that 100% agrees across the board that we should have a maximum age limit.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I'm asking you to tell me something that we hid, and you're telling me things that are openly public. Because I'm trying to get down to the point here. You think that we're the same. And I'm just telling you, the Republicans and the Democrats have been the same for a long time until Trump came around. And Trump changed everything. And you guys treat him like a god. He is not held accountable for anything. When he ran up the biggest debt in one term ever, you guys didn't hold him accountable for that. Nothing, because you don't care. And then as soon as Biden's in office, you're like, we got to cut the deficit. And now he's back in office, and he's going to increase the deficit another $2 trillion, and he's going to lower tax revenue, so we're going to bring in less money to pay for that. And you don't care. This is the problem, that you might say, and I know that you don't think you're in the cult. I'm telling you, you are, and you don't know it, and nobody ever knows it. Nobody in a cult ever knows they're in a cult. What you have to do, if somebody accuses you of being in a cult, what you have to honestly do is you have to go back and you have to revisit everything you think, and you have to say, why do I think that? What is the true story?
Okay.
And until you do that, you won't know.
But what I'm trying to say is that the very same logic that you just used to point that out to me can also be used to describe you and those that are on the left.
Give me an example, please.
Supporters.
Give me an example, please.
The fact that if you even disagree a little bit with anything that is the main narrative of anything that is going on with the Democrat Party at large, you are ostracized, shunned, and canceled immediately.
The most popular people in our party right now are two social Democrats. They are literally campaigning across the country saying, fuck these guys, fuck Main Street Democrats, and they are the most popular. You don't know what you're talking about. We do not operate in that way. The problem with the left is we can find the problem with the left is we can find. Let's test that. Hold on. The problem with the left is we can find no unifying feature. We are not unified. It's one of the biggest problems with the Democrats is they can't. There's too many voices. They never get on the same page. It's a bunch of bickering. I started my show today criticizing. Both sides. I started
both sides have that problem.
I started my show today criticizing my side from being unable to coalesce around like an idea. You guys can't coalesce around an idea either, so you coalesced around a con man instead.
Okay, let's test what you just said. All
Go
right.
ahead.
So, am I going to be accepted on the Democrat Party by saying that I do not believe that trans people deserve any extra rights and that nobody under the age of 18 should be seeking any form of transition surgery or anything like that? I have no problem with trans people. I have no problem with any of it.
There are
Yes,
there are Democrats that believe that. Yeah.
I know that there are Democrats that believe that, but what I'm saying is that if that Democrat, that person that believes that, were to then go up on a soapbox and start saying, "Hey guys, we might want to back off of this trans opinion a little bit," what's going to happen?
That did happen. It's happening now.
When?
Gavin Newsom literally just said this. Are you quoting Gavin Newsom right now?
No, when
Gavin
did he say
Newsom
this?
sat down with
I'm
Charlie.
unaware of this.
Gavin Newsom sat down with Charlie Kirk. He sat down. Bill Maher says this all the time. We got to drop Bill Maher. There's lots of people that are Democrats that still like Bill Maher.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, did Bill Maher get canceled?
I'm one of the old school people that likes Bill Maher.
Did he get canceled?
No, Bill Maher.
Okay, so that doesn't really.
Yes, he did he got blasted across the entire spectrum.
People don't like.
He's buddying up with Trump now. He's a disingenuous person because now.
Calm down.
Okay.
People disagreed with him. He's not canceled. He still has his show, and he still represents the viewpoints. But again, what you're talking about now is a difference in ideas. And I told you from the beginning, you guys also disagree on ideas, but the one thing that you can't disagree on is Trump. And you keep trying to compare Trump to ideas. Compare Trump to a person. Compare him to a fucking person. Find me a leader ever. Find me a leader ever who has been treated the way that Trump is by his own party. Who is it?
That's true. Well, Ronald Reagan comes to mind.
That's
way
a Republican.
Back when, but that's before my time.
That's a Republican. And by the way, you guys covered up dementia then too, and you're doing it now. Ironically,
Obama
you guys are covering up dementia now.
Very high on that list of having an almost cult-like following. Whenever, yes.
Well, let me tell you what happened to President Obama. He ran on universal health care, and he wanted single payer. And when he tried to pass single payer, Democrats, neocon Democrats, said no. We're going to have a public option. And he was forced by his party to change his policy for Obamacare.
Yep, I agree. I remember this because
when Trump says don't pass a border bill, the Republicans just get in line and do what he says. Do you see the difference? Do you honestly, if Trump comes out and tells people, the members of Congress, not to vote for something, and they vote for it, what happens?
Well, like with anything, if you're not towing the line, you're going to get blasted for it.
No, that's only
the same thing on the Democrat side.
One time in American history and one time only, and it's right now. And you are trying to whataboutism because you don't want to acknowledge it. I'm sorry.
Well,
you said you were a Democrat
acknowledging your side's bias in it either, man. I'm sitting here making an actual argument against why Democrats do the same thing.
Be quiet. We are not talking about bias. We are talking about
why you gotta tell me to be quiet, man?
Because we've been doing this for a fucking hour and you still can't figure it out. I am talking about loyalty, fealty to one human being named Donald Trump. And every time you try and compare Donald Trump to something else, it's never a person. It's always an idea. And even on those examples, you've been wrong on all of them. Why are you so unafraid to admit what everybody in the world knows that isn't signed up to MAGA? Everybody in the world knows that Donald Trump is a king. He can do whatever he wants. He can literally write executive orders that undo parts of the Constitution, and nobody says a word.
Oh, that's a big, bold statement there. What part of the Constitution did he invalidate with a
birthright citizenship, sir?
Again, if you go back and read all of the documentation surrounding birthright citizenship, the founders did not agree with that.
Excuse me. Who can undo birthright citizenship?
What other countries have birthright citizenship today? What other countries have birthright citizenship today?
Shut the fuck up. Answer the question.
What others? And I'm answering the same fucking questions you are, and you're not.
Up.
You still haven't even disavowed Antifa, and you want me to disavow.
Listen, you are running again. You're running again. Whose responsibility? If we want to change the Constitution, how do we do it?
Either A, through legislation in the Congress, or B, a constitution of states or convention of states.
Okay, and he
It's
wrote
the only two ways to modify the
executive order, didn't he?
That took
So
away.
that's what I mean.
That took away Lyndon B. That took away Lyndon B. Johnson's.
Subverting the Constitution with executive orders, and you guys don't
he's
say
not,
anything
because you haven't actually. You did. Did you read that actual executive order?
Yeah,
what
I
that
did.
executive
I
order
read it
actually
here.
did was it took away and removed affirmative action that was put all the way back in the Lyndon B. Johnson era.
Affirmative action.
That was what he got rid of. Yes.
Birthright citizenship
that was
is not
codified in
birthright
a Lyndon B. Johnson executive order from fucking 50, 60 years ago.
Birthright citizenship is not affirmative action. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
You're right. You're right. I got crisscrossed. You're right.
Yeah.
No, that's my bad.
Okay. How about this? How about
cross topics?
Let me ask you this.
But again, answer my question real quick. I've tried to answer your questions. I got one question for you.
Last week, Donald Trump told the Supreme Court no.
Okay, why is it that the United States has to be the only country on the planet that has birthright citizenship?
Because we wrote it into our law. That's why.
It wasn't written into our law.
What the fuck do you think what do you think an amendment is?
Because read the amendment. It doesn't. It has nothing to do with someone being born on dirt. It has everything to do with if your parents.
Whose job?
We're Americans,
brother. This is silly. Whose job is it to interpret those laws? Whose job is it to interpret the laws?
The judiciary.
Okay, so is Donald Trump so if Donald Trump writes an executive order and we stop recognizing birthright citizenship, is that extra constitutional? Is that outside the Constitution?
No.
Oh, it's not.
That's within because it's an executive order. It's within the executive branch.
You think an executive order? Wait, an executive order can overrule?
Okay, so
an executive
who gets to
order can
enforce
take
that
the
law?
rights from the judicial branch. If you just write it down, then you get the rights from the judicial branch.
Okay, but that is the power.
Then
that
the
is the
judges
stroke
need to
of the
rule.
pen. The power of the executive and
not.
the judges haven't ruled yet.
It hasn't gone to them yet.
Okay, so then why are we arguing?
Because
it hasn't
you guys
it
don't
hasn't went
care.
there yet.
Because you don't.
It's called the justice system. We have to wait on it.
No. Because what Trump is doing is Trump breaks the Constitution, knowing that it's going to take months in order for it to get to the Supreme Court.
It's not breaking the Constitution.
Excuse me.
I just don't think that we need to have anchor babies.
I don't care what you think. It's in the Constitution. In order to remove it, it's got to go through Congress. And if you want to interpret it a certain way, it's the judicial branch. There is no mechanism by which the president. There is no.
It has to be codified by the legislature.
There is no mechanism by which Donald Trump can do it. But last one, and then we got to go. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against Donald Trump last week. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against Donald Trump last week. He went on TV and he lied and said they ruled 9-0 in favor of him. Do you think that telling the Supreme Court no is something the executive branch has a legal right to do?
Start that question over again. I apologize.
Do you think that do you think that the executive branch can tell the Supreme Court no?
Depends on the circumstance.
Give me a circumstance where it's okay.
Well, I mean, if the judiciary is blatantly doing something obviously against the Constitution or something that is directly causing harm to U.S. citizens, then yes, it's the president's duty to step in and correct that.
It's not. That's the legislative branch. Their job. If the judges are ruling in a way that is not supported by the people, then the people. Excuse me. Just let me finish. Just let me just fucking finish, please. The balance of powers is it goes to the legislative branch. They need to rewrite the law or write a new law and have it be more specific so the judges can't interpret it that way. It is not the executive branch. But if they make a ruling that the executive branch they're ruling, by the way,
can an executive order be invalidated by the judiciary or the legislature?
Yes.
Can it?
Yes.
Then why are we arguing?
What?
If the other sides have the power to fix something that he did that they see as unconstitutional, why are we dragging our feet?
They did. I don't know. They did that, and Trump said, "Fuck you."
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're in what's called a constitutional crisis because the Supreme Court told Donald Trump to do something, and he said no.
Okay, well then the judiciary will have the power to then convict him of not following a judicial a directive by a judge.
And then what?
Put his ass in jail.
How?
Like
how?
What do you mean?
Well, they already ruled that a sitting president can't be put in jail, can't even be prosecuted. Oh.
Yeah,
remember that?
That was all
Remember
ruled.
that?
That was all ruled. Yeah, Biden's administration.
No, not
ruled.
Biden's administration.
Why didn't they fix it?
It's the Supreme Court.
No. That ruling took place during Biden's administration.
Correct.
That came to light during Biden's administration. So
Correct.
why was it not then, when you had the presidency, when you had the legislature?
We didn't have the legislature. We didn't have the legislature. The House. The House.
You didn't have a supermajority, but you had like 52 in the Senate, and you had
House was controlled.
The House was controlled by the Republicans.
Okay, that's why.
But you still had the Senate.
It doesn't mean
the Senate can create bills just as much as the House of Representatives.
Brother, I don't know if you passed like basic
did.
civic. Okay. Can the Senate pass a bill without the House passing it?
No.
Okay, so then
both of them.
So that's the answer. So that's the answer to your question, isn't it?
Okay, but again, if this was such a big deal and such a big thing, the conversation would have been then, and the conversation was. There was a bunch of people saying
and you guys didn't give.
Why didn't we do about it?
Because you guys don't give a fuck. Because you guys just care about Donald Trump. You don't give a fuck. Our Supreme Court.
What was the bill and the resolution that they tried to pass in the House in order for it to invalidate that?
Excuse me. So when you guys put in these judges who are clearly bought and paid for, and when we expose that they're literally being paid by Heritage Foundation, you don't care. And then when they make a ruling that the president can do whatever he wants, you don't care because it got Trump off the hook. And all you guys really wanted was for Trump to be off the hook. And now we're in a situation where the president is telling the Supreme Court no, and there's not a goddamn thing we can do about it because he bought that Supreme Court. Remember when he was walking off the stage and he was shaking hands with those Supreme Court justices, and he looked at Justice Thomas and he said, "I won't forget what you did." What do you think that was? What do you think it was that he did for him? This. It was this. Dude, it's so painfully obvious. Like, this is the thing. You want so badly to be able to justify how crazy what's happening on your side is that you just want to play whataboutism all day. The one thing you won't do is reflect on just your own party of what's going on. I'll criticize mine till the day that I die. I was a Republican and I left, and I held office in the Republican Party. Look, I'm cool changing my ideas, but you are unwilling to get to the point of recognizing, oh my God, all we do is what Trump says. The legislature isn't. You guys,
and being the leader of
you
the
guys
entire movement. Yeah,
you guys have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. So if you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, you can do it. But you don't. If you want to fix the border, you could do it. But you don't.
Days,
you guys
we haven't
zero legislation.
What are you talking about?
Zero legislation.
And you can't even point to the legislation back whenever it was when the House was controlled by Republicans. Can you tell me a legislation where they were trying to fix the very thing that you're talking about?
Which one?
And it wasn't passed. No, I'm asking you, like,
brother, I can't look up legislation.
You were talking about
which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about when you were saying how the presidency is a kingdom, and that when you said that the judges said that a president cannot be held liable during his term.
Yeah.
All of that happened back then. Where's the bill that Democrats said, hey, this is wrong, we should not have this?
Yeah, it's called the No Kings Act, and it was introduced by Sheldon Whitehouse, and it had universal support from our side of the aisle, but we didn't have the votes to do it because nobody on your side wants to do anything about it. You can look it up. It's literally
Kings Act. This is what she said. I'm going to look it up. That's why I asked the damn question, dude. Damn.
Well, just if you wait till the end of my sentences, then you don't have to be upset about that.
What? How many more times are you going to scream over me, and then you get mad at me for doing the same?
A lot, probably a lot, and you can get mad at me if you want.
Jesus, dude, man, come on now.
Don't get in your feelings.
I'm trying to be genuine. I'm not in my feelings. I'm trying to be genuine and have a genuine conversation.
I am too.
Blasting me for no reason.
I am too because I can't keep you on subject. You want to play whataboutism all the time instead of addressing what's happening. So now what? Now we've got this situation where the courts ruled that Trump gets to do whatever he wants and he has immunity, and we tried to stop it and we couldn't, And you tried to, and you said, well, why didn't you guys stop it? Well, we tried. So now I'm going to reverse it. Why didn't you guys stop it?
I agree.
No.
Answer no. I agree.
No, I want to know why.
I agree that the Republicans should be putting a stop to it.
No. I'm asking you why. I'm
Why
not asking
what?
you if you agree. Why do you think that Republicans wouldn't vote for that?
I don't know. I can't.
Take a guess. Well, think about it.
I'm not trying to. Like, if are you trying to bring me over to your side, or are you just trying to piss me off?
No, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I don't care.
Okay,
I don't care who you vote
and
for.
Tell me what you're meaning.
No, I'm wondering why do you think that they wouldn't vote for it?
I don't know. Maybe they wanted to keep that kind of power.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? I mean, it's obvious that power is power.
But it's not their power; it's the power of the executive branch, right?
Correct.
So you think that? So just if we had this reversed, just so we're clear, do you think if it was reversed and this was Joe Biden, and the courts ruled that Joe Biden could not be prosecuted for any crimes while in office, do you not think that Republicans would have introduced a bill? And then let's say that it was reversed and Republicans controlled or Democrats controlled the House, and Senate Republicans introduced a bill.
Hold on,
and it passed. Let me just finish. Let me just pass it. Just real quick. Okay. It passed the Senate, or you had all the votes you needed from Republicans in the Senate, and the Democrats in the House said no. Why? If that was the case, I think you would very quickly make the leap that we were just doing it to protect Joe Biden. But I think you're hesitant to make that leap when it's Donald Trump.
No, I'm not hesitant to make that leap.
Okay, so do you think that's why they? Yeah. Do you think that's why they did it?
More than likely, yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I mean, like,
let's recap real quick.
It's the concentration of power.
Let's just recap real quick then. Mm-hmm. The Senate and the House are willing to give away their power to Donald Trump. The constitutionally appropriated powers, they're willing to give that to Donald Trump. I know you don't agree with it, but doesn't that kind of seem like a cult? When these people were all elected, they were all elected in their states too to do a specific job, and they're giving their power away to the executive branch, and they're saying, by the way, no matter what he does, it's not illegal. He can do whatever the fuck he wants, which is why he's running a pump and dump, open fraudulent Ponzi scheme. Donald Trump was desperate to get that ruling, and he is out here stealing from you, from the American people, he's getting bribes from all over the world, and none of you guys care because your party is Donald Trump. Everything about your entire party is just do what Trump wants and then defend it.
All right, sure, okay.
I mean, could you think of a different reason why everybody else would say the president can't be convicted of a crime?
What are you meaning? Like, I know that there should be some form of executive immunity. I mean, which is exactly why we didn't prosecute Obama for killing Americans as much as we've not prosecuted Trump. You know, I mean, but what I'm trying to say is the argument. The argument isn't that it's concentrating power. It's the fact that existed already for a reason.
Stay with me. The reason this case came up was not because of things that are historical norms, like the president needing. And I agree, there does need to be some bit of immunity. Presidents often have to make decisions in the moment, and those could backfire, and we need them to have that ability. But this case, this case wasn't about that. Nobody was trying to bring Trump to justice for misusing a military strike. They were bringing him to justice for crimes that he committed for himself to make his life better. That's what you guys.
I've lost your train of thought there. Just help me out here. Help me out here.
Basically, what they said is that when you're in the office. So what Trump's doing right now, when he's running this crypto scam, their ruling is that there is absolute immunity. So he can just do crimes. So now he gets back into office, and what does he immediately start doing? What does he immediately start doing? Committing crimes. And we tried to tell you guys that. We're like, look, we agree with you. The judges on our side agree with you. The president should have some level of immunity, and presidential immunity has been used historically for these types of cases. But you guys, because again, your party is all about Trump, you used that argument so that Trump could gain immunity to do things way outside of that argument. Well, you've handed over the country to him. You've handed over your party to him. You guys,
I don't believe that.
Well,
there's way more of us than there are of him
who else
or
is doing
anybody.
something? Who else is doing something in your party? What are the Republicans what are the Republicans in the House and the Senate doing? What are they doing? What bills are they trying to pass?
Well, I haven't been keeping.
Where's the border bill? Why haven't they brought a border bill?
The pulse of it.
Why is there no border bill?
What do you mean?
Why have they not brought a border bill?
Well, I mean, there are already bills that were on the books that just weren't enforced by Biden.
No.
So if we already have the legislation, we don't need to pass a law. We just need to.
Do you think our asylum system is good or bad?
Oh, it's an absolute dumpster fire.
How do you fix
train wreck.
How do you fix it?
I don't
legislation,
know
right?
Legislation. Yes.
Yeah. So why is there no legislation? Where is it?
I don't know.
Because, listen, I'm just telling you, the answer has always been they're going to let Trump do what he wants. The reason we didn't pass a border bill during Biden's administration is because Trump told Mike Johnson to not even let Republicans vote on it because he wanted to run on it. And now he's in office and he just wants to rule by executive order. He doesn't want Congress in his way. And they're just like, cool, we'll get out of your way. I don't know how you guys are looking at this and not seeing, like, I know that I think what happens is because we have different politics, probably most of what Trump is doing, you don't, you probably like, and there's some things you do that you don't like. And you say to yourself, like, well, that's true with every president. I'm never going to like everything that a president does, but I like a majority of the stuff that he does. So I'm going to support him.
Yep.
The part that you are ignoring is that
hold
on, let me finish. The part
to be specific, I'm more of he's over the target, so that's why.
Fair enough. But the part that you're ignoring, that all of you are ignoring, is that he is doing it extrajudiciously. He is doing it. He's ruling by pen. He is doing things. He's ignoring the courts. He's writing laws without any legislation. This is just a king, the only way. No, never. He's written more executive orders in this amount of time than any president in history, and it's not even fucking close. But
he wrote less executive orders than Obama did.
No, he wrote way more.
In the first term, is what I mean.
Yeah, if you compare,
he wrote less in his first term as compared to Obama.
Only if you're comparing his 4 years to Obama's 8. But if you break up Obama into 4-year terms, Trump wrote more than him.
No,
I can show it to you.
I believe it was Obama's first term and Trump's first term. Yeah. I'm not on your stream. I'm only on Discord.
Okay. Well, you can look it up. Just look this up after. But either way, what you're talking about right now, or what you're ignoring right now, is that Trump is telling the Supreme Court, no, he is breaking the Constitution right and left. And you guys don't care because the politics. Hold on, let me finish. Let me just finish. I'm almost done, and I'll give you the reason you guys don't do anything about it is because it's working for you, because it's stuff that you like, and I think that's a dangerous place to be in because that's literally how every fascist take. This is literally what happened in Germany. Literally, exactly the same thing. He came in, he was voted in, he came in, he convinced everybody to give up their powers and just do what he said. And then like 2 years later, it's like, oh, fuck, can't put it back in the box.
Okay. And I know that this may be just a stupid opinion, but, my perspective on that one is the fact that the one thing that I've seen all fascist states do before, all dictatorships do before, and I haven't seen Donald Trump come even close to doing other than maybe the bump start shit that he did back in his first presidency, which I was pissed off about completely. Like that's one of those things that I can definitely put my finger on that Trump has done that really upset me. But what I'm meaning by that is the number one thing that happens when those kinds of groups is they take the guns. They disarm their population.
How could we take the guns? How could Trump take the guns?
How could he?
Declaring martial law.
Okay. And then
And
you're
then you
you're
lose the
telling me
guns.
that he declares martial law. No, we don't lose our guns.
You lose
Just
the
because
right to use
again,
you.
just because
You
some
lose
guy
the
in
right to use
Washington
them.
D.C. said that we don't. Okay,
Brother,
then
they
we
they can
will.
hunt you down with a drone. You're fucked. You have no shot.
No. See, this is another one of those arguments that I've had with my more liberal left wing
hold
friends.
on.
Okay,
hold
yes,
on. It wasn't
yes.
always. It wasn't
Can
always.
I have the floor to talk for a second?
Sure. Go
I've
ahead. My
really
bad.
been working not to interrupt you.
Fair enough.
All right. So what I'm trying to say there is, yes, we have the world's strongest military. I 100% agree. They've got drones, Hellfire missiles, and Abrams tanks. 100% agree. Why did we spend 20 years in the desert fighting nothing more than people in caves with AK-47s, and they put up a good enough fight to where we didn't finish it? Now, I'm not saying that with a whole, that's a whole another political discussion that we don't have to get into right now. I'm not wanting to touch that one right now. But what I'm trying to insert there is just that, just because we have 2 million people in the United States with sophisticated machinery and weapons that could obliterate hundreds of thousands of people in the blink of an eye, doesn't mean that 355 million people rising up to say, whoa, motherfucker, you don't get to do that.
So let me ask you a question.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask you a question then.
There's still a check
I
on
hear you.
that.
Listen, I hear you. And we could go down that. I think that's we're going to take guesses. So are you saying then that, just let me ask you a question. Yeah, sure. So are you saying that you're okay with fascism up until they take the guns?
No.
Okay.
I'm not
so
okay
then
with fascism.
let's discuss. Wait. Then let's discuss the stuff up until they take the guns. So if you want to draw parallels, and again, I agree with you.
I'm happy to do that.
I think sometimes we look at fascism and we say, what is the end result? If Hitler didn't do the Holocaust, it's still a bad result for Germany. If Hitler was okay. What Hitler did to consolidate power is he came in and he said, he's like the government before us, they were taking all our rights. There's all these people that aren't even from Germany, and they're causing us all these. They're the reason that we're fucked up. It's all these people that came here that aren't even from here. Why are they here? Let's get rid of those people. And some of those, and when they did that, they took away those people's due process. They said oh, well, because you're not from here, you don't really get due process. And if you try and shield those people from being removed, we're going to arrest you too. And oh, by the way, if you're a judge and you rule against us, you're going to go to jail too. All of that's happening right now. All of that is happening right now. We're arresting judges. We're sending people to prison without due process.
Are we talking about the 2 judges that were recently arrested?
Yeah.
Is that what you're making that statement?
Yeah.
Do you know why they were arrested?
Yeah, because they did not comply with what ICE ordered them to do.
Yeah, harboring fugitives of the state.
Do you think
ICE is a crime?
You think ICE has authority over those judges?
Well, any law enforcement body has authority over any citizen if they're committing a crime.
Well, what did the judge do that was so egregious?
Harboring a.
How did they do that? What did they actually?
Not terrorist.
What they actually do? What did they actually do?
Allowed a person who was fleeing from ICE and deportation to stay in their home.
No. Try again.
What did they do then?
The judge.
That's exactly what they did. They allowed a person to stay in their home and harbored a fugitive.
No, this judge had the immigrant in front of them for a hearing. And at the end of the hearing, because of the press and the pressure, and frankly, maybe because of ICE, the judge allowed that person to exit the jury door. And that exit goes into a common area. And that person was seen in the common area, got in the elevator in the common area, went down the elevator in the common area, and then ICE apprehended them. And that judge was arrested for obstruction. And you don't think that's terrifying?
Well, I mean, just as much as I think that's going to get into a whole nother conversation of opinion on my side.
Okay, so you think that's a good thing that they arrested the judge?
I didn't say it was a good thing.
Okay, let me ask this: Is it fascist?
If okay, has the judge been convicted and sent to prison?
No, fascism doesn't have convictions.
You're asking for
the fascist. Excuse me. The fascist would be the person who's arresting people, right? We're not to the judicial part of it yet. But do you think that judge should have been arrested?
Hold on. Again, what I'm trying to say.
I'm asking you a very simple question. Please don't change it. Just answer the question I'm asking you. Do you think that judge should have been arrested?
Yes.
For what crime?
Harboring, aiding and abetting a criminal.
What did she do to aid and abet?
Was allowing that person to leave, knowing that ICE was waiting outside to deport them, and allowing them to leave in another entrance.
They went out where ICE was waiting.
Ordinarily, the person would not go.
Okay, so that's it. So you think judges should go to jail if you give them?
By
the way, lots of people are let out. By the way, lots of people are allowed out that door. Judges have the authority to do this. Judges can pick and choose which door they go out. They have broad authority to do that. You're now saying that we want to take away the judge's ability to do that?
I want to see the court case.
No, I want to. But that's not the question. The question is
because
the question is
innocent.
Excuse me. The question is, should they have been arrested? Because you don't even have to arrest that judge, right? You could just charge that judge, and you could have a court case. Why arrest the judge?
Well, no.
And then why take a picture?
You're arrested regardless. No. You are arrested regardless whether you return with your own recognizance on the spot or not. It's completely up to the judge.
When was Donald Trump arrested?
There's a mugshot of him all over the damn internet. What are you talking about?
And where did he go to get that mugshot?
It should be fingerprinted and put into registry like everybody else.
Let's walk through jail. Okay, how did he get there?
Because he was convicted of a crime.
Physically, how did he get there?
He walked in.
How did he get to the place where he walked in?
He drove there.
He drove.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they could have just had the judge do the same thing, right? But no, they arrest the judge and take a picture of a perp walk. You don't understand the propaganda behind that?
No, hold on. Again,
excuse me. Our FBI director
tweeted the same level as
our
the
FBI
president
director,
arresting
our
the
FBI
president?
director,
Come on
our
now, man.
FBI director took a picture and put it on the internet. You don't recognize that? Look, I don't know what to tell you, dude. If you're gonna ignore fascism forever, ignore it. But history is littered.
I'm not ignoring fascism. I just don't think that any of this is fascism.
What is fascism?
Controlling. Well, okay. Now you're asking for a specific.
Let me just tell you this. The
definition. Let me look that up.
Let's do this. The most widely the most widely accepted.
Wants an ethno-state, wants to have total power, wants to eject those that don't agree with their opinion.
Okay, let's go through them one by one. Let's go through them one by one, and let's decide if Trump fits. If Trump's now, here's the thing about fascism: is that everybody falls into like some of the tenets. Everybody will, no matter how. Right. So I don't want to spend time doing like whataboutism of like, oh well, that could be anybody, because I'm just acknowledging off the start that anybody can. Right? Anybody can follow one. Okay, powerful and continuing expressions of nationalism. Do you think that?
Yep.
Okay.
Check.
All right. Disdain for the importance of human rights.
Not check.
What about due process?
Not check.
Due process is not a human right?
No. You had said like disdain for due process. I said he doesn't fit that.
I know. You don't think he has disdain for due process? He's arguing that people don't have any right to due process.
Are you talking? Oh, like, hold on. Who doesn't have right to due process?
Specifically,
people who are not citizens of our country and are criminals for jumping the border.
Correct.
They are then there and are given due process because they have to go in front of a judge and then be found guilty, and then deportation has to be filed. That's due process.
Some of these people didn't have that opportunity. Abrego Garcia is a perfect example. Abrego Garcia did not have due process.
Yes, he did.
No.
Twice.
Yes. How many
two
court
judges?
How many court
two
cases?
Judges have filed for deportation against him.
Right. Right. So he got due process in those two cases, but in the third case, he didn't.
Well, he was already deported from the first two. It doesn't matter about the third
but then
one.
but then there was an order, and he was allowed to stay, right? And part of that is if you have an
He was already gone by the time that order went through. But yes,
no. It had been issued in it was issued in 2019 with no expiration date. But part of that is that he if then ICE is going to deport him, he has 30 days for due process, and he was not given those 30 days. And this administration is saying we don't care. So I think disdain for due process is fine.
Okay, hold on. Whoa. Again, we're talking. We're expanding upon two different subsets here.
No, we're talking about human rights.
Citizens of the United States.
No, you don't get to say that. Sorry, I don't care, because the Constitution doesn't say citizens, and the Supreme Court has ruled multiple times, and there is precedent that a non-citizen also has due process. So it's fine if you think like you can escape this by saying it's not your opinion, but the opinion of the Supreme Court is the opinion that matters. Due process is a right. It is a human right given to every human on U.S. soil, and therefore it is fair to say that this administration has disdain for the interpretation of the Supreme Court. Is that fair?
I don't think that there's disdain for that.
Why?
Because again, like the whole let me ratchet this back a couple of steps, okay?
Wait, hold on.
Here's
Let's wait real quick.
Whoa.
No. Wait, I know. I'll let you go, but I want to make sure we understand. Disdain just means that someone or something is unworthy of consideration. And what you're saying right now is that people who are not citizens are unworthy of due process.
No,
I think
I didn't say that.
Do they deserve due process?
Every person on the planet deserves due process.
Okay, yes. But Trump disagrees with that.
Hold on. Can I start what I was trying to roll back to real quick?
No, I'd rather not. I need you to explain to me how, if we both agree that everybody gets due process, but Trump says you don't get due process, how that's not disdain.
I don't think that he has disdain for due process. I don't think that he gave due process in this specific instance.
Yeah, but why did he not give due process in this specific instance? What's his administration has said what?
Because he literally ran on an entire
No. What has his campaign said about this?
Removing illegal immigrants and criminal aliens.
What has his administration said specifically about due process with Abrego Garcia? They have said, we do not believe he has due process because he came here illegally. So you and I agree. Trump disagrees. You and I agree with the Supreme Court. So we are forced to.
I just said he already got due process.
He didn't though. He didn't
twice.
But not on the third case. Due process isn't something you just get once and then on other cases you don't get it. You get it in every case. That's the point of due process.
But regardless of what I'm saying is on the third charge, but he was already found guilty
on the third
and
charge,
deported
on
of
the
the
third
first
charge.
two.
He on the third charge. He had the right for 30 days to file an appeal. He was not given that right. The due process is gone. We're going to go to the next one. Identification of enemies or scapegoats as a unifying cause. I think you just covered that. This is literally what he campaigned on. Is that immigrants are poisoning the blood, and that the Democrats and the media are enemies.
I don't want to. I don't like that framing of it, but I know what you're getting at.
And he called us the enemy of the people, right? Democrats and the press.
Well, the press, yes.
Okay, so that's a unifying cause that the press, the Democrats, and the immigrants are causing problems, right?
No.
Yes. Come on, man. Be honest. Don't be dishonest right now. Again, remember.
You're hyperfixating is what I'm trying to say.
Remember that he has to hit all of these. He's got to hit all of these.
He doesn't have to know.
So you could say this. You could say this about us. That Biden won because the unifying cause was we believed that MAGA was an enemy to the Constitution. You could say this, and I would admit that. But if I can say that, you should be able.
Okay.
Thank you. So you should be able to say the same thing, right?
They're
eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're poisoning the blood of our country. Rape it. Again. Okay. Cool. So 3 for 3 so far.
Yeah.
The supremacy of the military. I think we could agree with that.
Say that. Repeat that one again.
The supremacy or avid activism to or avid like support for the military.
I mean, I don't see Donald Trump supporting or wanting anything more of the military than any other president's had.
He just took Biden's budget for the military and said to add another $200 billion. And he constantly talks about how
that doesn't mean that he wants to to have a strong military controlling the streets.
Does he want?
Where are the roving gangs of the military trying to control us?
Nobody's saying that, dude. Like, just stay with me. Stop. You're so afraid. You are so fucking afraid of this that you won't answer questions.
No, I'm not.
Yes, because remember, this has to be all 7, and I didn't say anything about roaming the streets. We're going one by one.
I did. You didn't.
I know. I didn't.
Where are they? Like
that's not part of this. That's not part of this. It's not part of this. It's not relevant.
Okay, so read the statement again. Read number 4 again. Read number 4 again.
The supremacy of the military and avid militarism.
So how has he tried to say that the military should be supreme to everything else?
That's not what that means. He wants it supreme to other militaries.
That's just normal thought.
That's fine.
That's fine. General on the planet.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. I agree with you. Stop trying to find a way to argue. We agree. You are terrified that he's going to meet all these criterias. So now what you're doing is you're setting up these alternate scenarios while we go. Yes, because we agree that Donald Trump is an avid supporter of the military. We agree on that. Stop being stop being afraid of it. Okay, rampant.
No more than the average person. Is what I'm trying to say. We're trying to meet
it doesn't matter.
Higher than that.
No, it's not. It can be the same as the average person. This is what I'm telling you. You are trying to rampant sexism.
No.
Okay. If we get
he said some egregious shit, but I mean his press secretary's female, his campaign leader was female.
How about taking
the
women?
Republican Party leader is female.
How about taking women out of the military?
That's again another argument. That's not a sexism argument.
What's the argument? Why would you get rid of women then?
Well, there are several arguments that could be made.
Okay, what are they?
The main prevailing one is just that, for starters, women are not required to be a part of the draft, so that's one thing. And then 2,
why aren't women required to be part of the draft?
What do you mean?
Why aren't
women?
Yeah, why aren't they?
Because we haven't passed a law to make them a part of the draft.
Why not?
I don't know why we haven't. I think that it's an argument to egalitarianism to make sure that we're equal across the board. If we want equal rights across the board, that should also be equal.
Okay, would you be surprised to know that we have tried to introduce a bill like that?
When?
In June of last year. And would you be surprised to know that it was the Republicans who argued against it?
Right. Well, I mean, the general Republican
so now let's get back. So now let's get back.
Put women on the front lines and shit like that.
Why not?
Why not? Not a matter of sexism.
Why not? Why should women not be on the front lines?
Well, all right. Physically speaking, women are usually not anywhere near the average.
Are they sometimes?
Are they
sometimes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
there are outliers.
If we say we're going to remove women from the front lines, even though some are capable, why is that not sexism?
I'm not understanding. Like the argument isn't for sexism.
If some women are capable of serving, but not all, but we make it so not all women. No, please, just walk me through this. If some women can serve, can make it, but not all women.
I'm not one of those people that wants this shit. By the way,
I'm not asking you your opinion. I'm asking you the opinion of this administration.
I'm asking Donald Trump's opinion.
So,
yes.
Because Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump have said women should not serve in combat roles, we both agree that some women are capable, although not all are, but it's a blanket ban. So why is that not sexism?
I'm just
because
like,
it
it's
is
not,
right. It is sexism.
Okay, sexism is saying that men are better than women. That's
correct.
Not saying that men are better than women.
Excuse me, but some women are better than some of the men who will be able to serve. So why can some men serve even though women could outperform them?
And okay, so we're talking about like 10 people that I can think of that are superior on average to the average man's.
Great. So why
physique,
can't
is
they
what I'm
serve?
trying to say. Well, I didn't say that they couldn't serve.
Okay, but
They're
Trump
just
did.
Trump frontline
Trump,
combat roles.
Why can't they serve in frontline combat roles?
Because again, like
the answer's sexism, and you're just running from
okay,
it.
let's flip it on its head.
No, we're not.
I'm
flipping
not running
it
from.
We're not
why
flipping it because
why should that?
Hold on. You and I are not arguing our opinions.
Give me before
No, hold on.
Putting women on the front lines.
You and I are not arguing about what our opinions are. What we're arguing is Donald Trump sexist? And if Donald Trump is saying that women, although some of them can perform on the front lines, but none of them are able to, it is sexist. I don't know why this is tricky. We're not arguing our opinions. We're arguing his.
To move the conversation forward, I will say in this particular instance, yes.
Great.
Okay. Maybe it sounds sexist, but that doesn't mean that he himself is broadly sexist.
Doesn't matter. Okay, so that's one, two,
it does matter. It does fucking matter because
it does not say.
Why is he hiring women? If he was a sexist, he wouldn't hire women. That's what sexism is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Then why is he putting women in positions of power?
Brother, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. I used to run a call center. I got hired. I lived in Utah. I moved to Arizona. When I got hired to move to Arizona to run this call center, I came down and the call center had lots of women working in it. None of the women were in leadership positions. None. I wound up going through the interview process for these same women. Some of them had been there for years, and my management team wound up being like 80% women. That was sexist by the previous guy. He kept hiring his friends or just guys that he wanted to be around. And he even told people, like, I don't want to do, like, our meetings are kind of wild. I don't want women in here. So he didn't. That is sexism. Now, did he hold on. Did he hire women? Sure. Did he hire women to do important jobs? Sure. But when push came to shove, there were certain jobs he didn't believe women were capable of doing. So don't run from that. Did Donald Trump choose a woman?
I'm not running from it.
Did Donald Trump choose a woman to be his VP? No. Does Donald Trump give any of these women any real power? No, not really. But the point is,
his chief of staff being a woman is pretty fucking important.
Sexism is rampant in the Republican Party. It's extremely rampant.
So why are there female senators? Why are there female congressmen?
Yeah, again, the existence of something, the existence of women does not in positions does not mean that sexism is not happening. In fact, here's a great example.
Which is also the same argument that I can make that sexism isn't there. Like,
no, you can't.
You're trying to say that it is there, and the same argument used to say that it's not there.
No. The existence of people not being sexist doesn't mean sexism doesn't exist. If there are instances of sexism, it exists. Another example is what's that crazy lady from Nancy Mace? Nancy Mace sat on the House floor, and she told, for an hour, she told stories of this group of men who were involved in the Republican Party, how they sexually assaulted her, shared all of her videos, shared all of her pictures, how they were physically and emotionally abusive, and how they threatened her. And it was powerful. I watched it. I cannot stand Nancy Mace. There were two people with her, two women. None of the men showed up for that. But the next day, there was a hearing on about whether or not Donald Trump was that they had weaponized the Justice Department against Donald Trump, and everybody showed up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was sexist. I think it showed. I don't think you put women. I don't think this party. I don't think Donald Trump ever puts women first. You can be kind to women. You can hire women. You can marry women. You can have children with women. You can have daughters, and you can still be sexist. But either way, rampant sexism. We agree. How about a controlled mass media?
Hold on. So let's before we move to the next one. You mean to tell me that the sexist wanted to protect women from biological men from harming them and taking their ability to compete effectively amongst themselves, and that's
no, I didn't say any of that.
Sexist?
No, I didn't say any of that. Thank you for bringing that up, though.
I'm giving you a proof that he isn't a sexist.
No, you're not. You're just showing a time when you would say that, again, like if I could be a sexist, and if I saw a woman being punched in the face and I intervened and beat the shit out of the guy, I could still be a sexist. You are just giving, like, if it exists, it exists. Just because there are other times when somebody is not a sexist doesn't mean that there's not sexism. By the way,
just because something exists doesn't mean it
name me
exists.
one difference between Nikki Haley's policies and Donald Trump's policies.
Well, I don't know.
So why didn't you
too
guys
much
take?
about Nikki
Why
Haley
didn't you take?
specifically.
Yeah, why didn't anybody vote for? Why didn't Nikki Haley win? She has the same exact policies. She's no sexual assault, no criminal history. When are you guys gonna put up a woman for president or vice president?
Well, we did with back in McCain.
Yeah, the
with,
one
with,
progressive you
John
ever,
McCain.
the one progressive you ever had, and I was a Republican at that time. And you know what they did? The Republicans were out there going like, I don't know, what if McCain dies? We can't have a woman leading the military, and it cost Republicans a bunch of votes.
I remember that. I remember that.
All right.
I specifically do remember that. I agree with you that did in fact happen.
All right. Next one is a controlled mass media.
I definitely do not agree with that.
Okay, so Donald Trump
definitely doesn't check that.
So
box.
Donald Trump removed the AP for refusing to say Gulf of America.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not controlling mass media?
That's one person inside.
Now let me ask you this.
To have that does.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm going to give you examples.
You're interrupting me.
I am. I absolutely am.
Can you let me flesh out what I'm trying to say?
No.
Man?
No. Next one. Donald Trump and MAGA in general. You can see it in this chat. If I play a clip from CNN, it's absolutely automatically dismissed. Does Donald Trump call everybody who reports negatively on him fake news?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. That's pretty prevalent. It usually does happen that way.
So, for his followers and those that generally
Explain
follow,
to me,
he is controlling. He is controlling the media that they consume. In Hitler's Germany,
90% of the entire media
in
has
Hitler's
sat there and given him negative representation
it's a made-up
for
number.
10 years.
That's a made-up fucking number because Fox News gets more viewership than all the other ones combined.
I don't give a shit about Fox News.
They're sitting
Fox
there.
News is just as bad as fucking CNN.
They're sitting there kissing his ass. They literally run interference for him, and they get more views than
Fox
everybody
News
else.
always kisses Republicans' ass.
Exactly, and they get more views than anybody. So this 90% thing's bullshit.
No, they don't.
But the point is,
Old school mass media is dying.
Excuse me. The point is that Donald Trump wants to control the media that you will accept. That you will accept reports because every time somebody reports on him negatively, even if it's true, he calls them fake news. He is threatening to sue them.
Okay. Which is his First Amendment right to do.
It is his First Amendment right. Nobody's saying does he have the right to do it or not. These are the tenets of fascism.
Okay, so again, the tenets of fascism, right? Where is it where he's putting these journalists in jail?
That's not part of it.
Directly that is part of it.
No,
dude.
that's
It's
not
exactly what Hitler did.
No,
that's what Putin continues to do to this damn day.
That is not how you identify fascism. That is something that some fascists do. But the thing is like if you don't like with MAGA, you don't even necessarily.
Are we going
with MAGA,
loose or are we going constrained?
We're going on the definition of fascism because there are fascists who didn't lock up journalists.
Okay, so Fox News is one news broadcast that sings Trump's praises, and
they get more views than
15 others that are left-wing Democrat mouthpieces.
And they get more views.
He's controlling the media.
No. He's controlling you. He's controlling the media that you guys will consume. He doesn't have to shut down the other media. He just has to convince you that any media that's negative of him is not worth watching.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's not what it's.
What? You didn't even know that this was. First of all, you didn't even know what the tenets of fascism are. This is absolutely true.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay,
I didn't know the tenets off the top of my head. I told you that. Let me look it up real quick.
I'm explaining
and now that we're going through the list, you can't sit there and say, well, you didn't know it when it was off the top of your head.
So stop
You're being intellectually disingenuous, and it's really fucking tiring.
Stop pretending that you know, saying that, this doesn't count unless he locks up journalists. I'm explaining it to you. You didn't know about it. I'm explaining it to you.
That's what fascists did.
No, not all fascists do that.
Oh my God! So the Italians didn't do that. The Germans didn't do that.
No, there were news organizations that were critical of them throughout the entire time.
Yeah, that if someone spoke too heavily out, they were shot. imprisoned, lambasted, tarred, whatever the case may be. But every single time that someone tried to speak out against the fascist state, they killed them.
Not always.
Where's Donald Trump killing people?
Excuse me. Not always.
Where is he killing people?
Excuse me. Not always. But this again. Just because Donald Trump hasn't risen to the
just as much as you were arguing with me trying to make him not a fascist, you're grasping at fucking straws to try and say that he is a fascist.
I don't think anybody thinks that's what's happening here right now. Just because Donald Trump has not raised to the level of Hitler or Mussolini doesn't mean he's not a fascist. Do you get that, right? Like there's levels of fascism.
Okay,
so then stop.
There's levels to every damn thing.
So when you say he can't be a fascist because he hasn't done
I didn't say that he can't be a fascist.
Okay, well, he's not a fascist because he hasn't done this yet. We're not there yet. Maybe it'll get there, maybe it won't. It doesn't mean that he doesn't try and silence the media. He absolutely does.
Again, like where every single day you turn on The View, it's something negative about Donald Trump, and he hasn't killed any one of them, hasn't put any of them in jail.
He's tried to sue them.
Other than
yes,
he won because of direct defamation, which is illegal.
He has won 0 cases. They've all been settled.
Yeah, they were all settled.
Yeah, they pay him.
They weren't
because
heard.
They pay him less than what it would have cost them to fight.
Admitting to guilt.
No, none of them.
To settle means you admit to guilt.
No, it doesn't. You can have a settlement.
Yes, it does.
You can have a settlement with no admission of guilt, brother. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
about. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know about that, right? Every settlement Donald Trump's ever had, where he
I
admitted
do know
no
about
guilt.
that. A lot about that, and I also sit there and say that it's wrong for that.
So all the settlements Trump had, he wasn't guilty.
What are you talking about?
Donald Trump has hundreds of settlements, bud.
Yes.
So is he guilty?
Yes.
Okay, so he's a criminal. Got it. Cool. I like that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I disagree with you.
We started the conversation with the fact that I voted for a criminal. I know I did.
Well, I disagree with you on.
It doesn't change the fact that literally everything that he's doing is exactly what the American people want him to do.
Last,
it's what he ran on. It's what he campaigned on. That's exactly, and he's doing exactly as the American people are telling him to do.
I'll cover that in a minute. But the last one is obsession with national security. And let me give you an example here so we can just explain. Roughly, I mean, depending on who you ask, anywhere from 2 million to 18 million people entered this country illegally. And Donald Trump ran a campaign on poisoning the blood, and they show you. You
keep saying that shit, but like.
Sorry, he said it. Sorry, I'm sorry it bothers you. I don't care if he said it. No, he said they're poisoning the blood.
Okay.
And we hear stories like Lake and Riley all the time. And Donald Trump would have you believe that our country is at risk because of immigrants. Now, if this mass immigration led to...
It's not immigration, it's illegal immigration. Let's be specific.
It's mostly legal.
No, not a single fucking Republican on the planet has a problem with legal immigration.
You all do, because almost everybody who came
not even close.
Excuse me,
fuck that. No, excuse me, no. We do not push that. No.
Is asylum a legal process?
Yes.
Is asylum legal immigration?
If you're talking about Garcia,
I'm not talking about Garcia.
Is El Salvador still a shithole country, or is it better now?
You're falling apart, bud. Is asylum a legal process?
On what?
I'm explaining it to you. Is asylum a legal process?
Yes, asylum is a legal process.
And roughly 90% of the people that came into our country during the Biden administration came through with the asylum process, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so was that legal immigration or illegal immigration?
Illegal.
It was a legal process.
No,
it's a legal process.
I'm being funny just to be bombastic. No,
okay, but
it is illegal immigration. It's legal immigration for asylum.
But you guys call it illegal immigration.
If they jumped the fucking border, it's illegal regardless of whether they have asylum. They need to come through a port of entry and file an asylum.
How would we find out if they jumped the border?
What are you talking about? How would we find out if they jumped the border?
Out? You meet somebody here that's here illegally. How would you find out if they jumped the border? If they
don't have a green card, they don't have any of their local documents. They have nowhere coming from that.
Asylum seekers don't have green cards?
No, but they have an asylum document that comes with them.
Okay, so due process, right? Got it. That's what I was looking for.
Yes,
appreciate it. So most of it is legal immigration. The reason I said that is that Trump campaigned on this idea that illegal immigration was a massive problem, despite the fact that almost all the immigration that took place was legal immigration. My question is this: if illegal immigration or immigration in general is such a grave national security concern, then why did violent crime go down?
What are you talking about?
We are at historic
Violent crime
low.
didn't go down.
It did.
Violent crimes only went up.
You can't see this, but I'll put the just so people see.
Okay, so
I can show you violent
if
crime by
immigration
year.
is such a bad thing, then why did Hillary Clinton want it? Why
No,
did
stay with you.
Obama
Don't
want
play
it? Why did
whataboutism.
Bernie want it?
You're not going to run to whataboutism right now. We're going to stay on this subject. No,
Whatever.
look, I'm just telling you. Like, if violent crime, I'm showing a chart. You can't see it, but at the top of this chart, you'll see 1990. And on the left, you'll see reported violent crime per 100,000. And in 1991, it peaked at 758.2 violent crimes per 100,000. At the end of 2023, which is the last fiscal year we have, it was down to 363.8, which was almost historic lows. Only 2021 had lower numbers. And this graph, if you could see it, is going down. Immigration has been steadily rising since 1990. We have more immigration now than ever, and yet violent crime is going down. How does that happen?
Well, I mean,
just explain
historically, violent crime has been on a downward trend for a long time. But what I'm saying is, like,
so then why is it a national security concern when the more immigrants we have, the less crime we seem to have?
Why do we have a border in the first place?
No, please don't. No, don't
deport
answer
those
questions with questions. Answer my questions.
Well, you do that with me all the time, bro. Like, again,
yeah, it's my show.
Intellectual dishonesty.
It's not intellectual dishonesty. I have not answered any of your questions with the question, not once. But I just need to know if immigration.
We can roll that video back.
Listen. I do it every day. I do it. It's recorded every single day. But if I look at immigration by year, immigration's gone up. So just explain to me. This national security emergency, this reason that we're going around and we're breaking into people's workplaces and we're arresting people at court and we're deporting children with cancer. It's all to keep us safe. But we're historically safer now than we've ever been. Why?
This doesn't mean that it's not a problem.
Well, what's the problem then?
Having illegal immigrants here, it's not a good. It's okay.
What's the problem then?
I take the illegal immigration from a stance of human rights. What I mean by that specifically is that if you have someone that jumps the border, does not have any willful documents, doesn't have anything to be able to use any of the amenities of being a citizen here in the United States or anything like that. One, that's setting them up for poverty. Two, we don't have any protections for actually being able to pursue employers on paying them below the under the table, low wages.
Yeah, we do.
Where?
You don't think I live in Arizona. Employers get in trouble. I mean, not all the time, but you can go in and you can raid. In fact, one of the things I hate about ICE is that they go in there and they raid these places and then they bring out all the workers and they don't do shit about the people that hired them.
I agree. Both.
So what's
should
the
be
problem?
done. There should be something done about both of them.
It looks like the problem isn't immigration. It looks like that we both agree the problem is Americans.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if you're saying that it drops wages, or if you're saying that people's rights are being infringed on because they're paid under the table, then it seems like the problem is Americans who are hiring illegal labor.
Okay, so what does an illegal immigrant do in our country to then go get redress of grievances against our government or an employer or anything like that?
You can't, and that's the problem.
Because the moment that they do, they get deported because they're not supposed to be here in the first place.
Okay, but what's the problem?
What do you mean, what's the problem? They should go back to where they came from and then come through the process like everybody else.
Why?
Why is it so bad to sit there and say that?
Why are you responding with questions again? Why? You can't explain any of this shit. You can't explain how violent crime is dropping. I want to know what immigrants are doing to hurt us.
I don't tie violent crime to fucking illegal immigrants.
Well,
I say the illegal immigrants should be removed regardless of their circumstances.
Well, Trump does, and that's why on this very last one, that's why I say, yeah, I think he's a fascist. You don't agree with him, and you're fighting. You're fighting with me right now. But your problem is with Trump. Trump is the one who is saying that Trump. Well, he's the one that is saying that the reason that we have to get rid of illegal immigrants is because of violent crime. Take it up with him. Don't take it up with me.
That doesn't. Regardless of what he thinks the problem is, he wants to get rid of illegal immigrants. So that's why I voted for him.
Just because he says that, what? Finish that sentence. Just because he says that.
just because he's saying that that's the reason doesn't mean that that's the actual reason or the reason why we should get rid of them in the first place.
But what are we talking about right now? Why is
70 some odd million Americans wanted to remove illegal immigrants, and that's why they voted for it.
Why are we talking about this right now? Because we're trying to decide if Donald Trump is a fascist, or not. And again, the seventh point was an obsession with national security, even to a point where things that aren't national security risks, he does for national security. It's probably racism, such as deporting people and calling it. He literally. Excuse me. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. The one thing that Trump did that Joe Biden didn't do, that Obama didn't do, that Clinton didn't do, is he invoked the Alien Enemies Act, which is an act that we have used only
legally
in times of war. Well, that's going to be challenged.
Well, we're at war with Ukraine and have been for years.
We're at
war with Russia in Ukraine and have been for years.
Great. So let's talk about that. So in World War II, when we invoked the Alien Enemies Act, who was rounded up and put into camps?
Japanese people.
Why?
Because that was an immediate potential threat that anybody who was Japanese at the time could pose to the nation. That doesn't make it right.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I'm not saying that I'm not saying you're agreeing. So I want to make sure we're on the same page. Now, you just said we're at war with Russia. There's a war in Ukraine. Why are we rounding up people from El Salvador and Venezuela then? Why are we not rounding up Russians and Ukrainians?
Because
who are we at war with Venezuela?
Hold on. No. It's not Venezuela. Only Venezuela we're talking about, and if we're talking El Salvador too.
Who are we at war with?
Okay, can you slow down for a second?
No, I'd like you to answer that question.
Just before that, he declared MS-13 to be a terrorist organization.
Where was
a criminal organization?
And MS-13 was founded where? And MS-13 was founded where?
El Salvador,
Los Angeles.
Well,
look it up. Look it up. It was started.
You might be right. You might be right on the fact that MS-13 started there, but still.
So who are we at war with? It seems an awful lot to me like American gangs have been recruiting people from outside of the country, but we're at war with an American gang. It appears.
Well, no, we've been in a fight against that American gang.
And by the way, one more
time,
what is this war? Because we're at historic lows for violent crime. So what's this war we're at with them? Do you see the difference?
About?
Yeah, every other time this has been invoked, we've been at war. You can't even figure out who the fuck we're at war with.
Okay, but
that's why I say
let's change gears a little bit.
That's why I say
does the Aliens and Sedition Act does it require there to be war for that to be enacted?
Let me pull it up and see exactly what the requirements are.
And if that power was so egregious, then why in the last 200 years have we not changed it?
It's a wartime. Well, here's the problem that we have here is what else was different about the War of 1812 and World War II? Who can declare war?
Congress.
Has Congress declared war?
Well,
Does the
bill itself require there to be war for it to be enacted?
Yeah, it's a wartime authority. It's the president can only use it in wartime. So what war are we in with El Salvador? You can look it up if you want.
No.
Why do you think it was only used in War of 1812, World War I, and World War II? How come you think it was only ever used in actual wars until now?
Well, I mean, again, we're still starting from the argument that I'm saying that it doesn't matter the circumstances. It doesn't matter the situation. If they are here illegally, they shouldn't be here.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the obsession with national security and Donald Trump faking a war using wartime powers for a problem that does not exist.
Again, I don't see it that way. This is a matter of perspective.
MS-13 is founded in Los Angeles. It is a homegrown gang. We have law enforcement to take care of that. We do not need. We do not. In fact, we are not allowed to go to war against our own citizens. Right?
Okay, so if someone immigrates over to this country, whether they're legal or not, should we convict them?
Explain how these are wartime powers. And explain to me why Congress.
So if someone comes over here, do they just get to commit crimes and be illegal?
We're not talking about them right now. We're talking about Donald Trump's abuse of wartime powers, pretending that we're in a war, and again bypassing Congress, and Congress just sitting on their nuts and being like, we don't do anything when Trump's here. We just do whatever he says. So it's their job to declare war. If they want to declare war against MS-13 or El Salvador or Venezuela, go ahead. But because they are such cucks to Donald Trump, they're just letting him do it. We're not at war with them. We're at historic, peaceful times. But Donald Trump is such a maniac.
Well, on the flip side of that, the same argument that you just made, then why haven't we sent it back? Because of the fact that he was here on asylum and El Salvador approved. Why can't he go home now?
He has you all convinced that we are in this state of war and this state of chaos, and we're just not. We're in very peaceful times, historic peaceful times, but we can't convince you guys of that because this dumb fucking idiot lies to you every day, and you just believe it.
Okay. Here we go. Under the only the Alien and Enemies Act, granting the president powers of detention and deportation of foreigners in wartime or in the face of a threatened invasion.
Who's invading us?
I would 13 million people coming across our border is pretty close to saying that that's a fucking invasion.
But you just said it
doesn't matter whether they're here for humanitarian reasons or not. It's still an invasion.
Legal immigration is an invasion now?
No, I didn't say legal. I said illegal.
Okay, but most of these people. But we already agreed that these people.
No. We already agreed that these people are. We didn't agree on that. I said some of them are.
Well, if you look at Border Patrol's numbers, it's like 90% of the people are seeking asylum.
Yeah, out of the people who they know about, not the other.
That's true.
Million people that are here.
In a hypothetical world where other people exist that we don't know how many there are. Yeah, I mean that's fun for your argument to make
all
up
over the place. It does happen all the time, which is why we know where they are and we can fucking remove them too.
Okay, well, who are they? How come we can't? How come we can't even figure out how many are here? Listen, brother. Listen, brother. This is a fake.
They're in the census data.
It's a no. It's a manufactured. Census data is self-reported, dude. That's crazy. We're not at war. We're not at war. Trump is just deporting people for the fuck of it. Mostly because
we're not at war.
I know. So he's using wartime powers.
Of threatened invasion.
Yeah, we're not being invaded though either. In fact, we're at.
I feel that we are.
Well, how are border crossings looking right now? High or low?
Low.
Would we say
talking about?
Historic lows?
I wouldn't say that necessarily. No.
Okay.
And there does need to be more done about it.
Are we low for the last? Are we low for the last 8 years?
Are we low for the last 8
years? Are we low for the last 8 years?
We're not low for the last 8 years.
We are
4 years.
We are low for the last. We are low for the last 8 years. Where's the invasion? Sounds like the invasion's over. So now that the invasion's over, now we're gonna do Alien Enemies Act. Now it's a war. Now that it's over.
Okay. They're already here and they need to go.
Yeah, no,
that's what he's saying.
Wait, but now that you say that, like it's an invasion, they're here. What are they doing? Are they causing crime spikes? No. Are they hurting people? No. So what's the?
Still doesn't. So what's the invasion? I said it's not a war invasion. It's still an invasion.
It's legal immigration.
No, it's not.
You think the president should be able
crossing
to
the border outside of a port of entry and not following the proper process and jumping the lines of everyone trying to immigrate legally into our country is not legal immigration.
Listen. If Donald Trump said, "I am going to go after people here illegally," that's fine. What he did in order for him to invoke the Alien and Enemies Act, he used the mass influx of legal immigrants as justification to call it an invasion. So what he called an invasion was actually legal immigration. And yes, I agree with you. He's using that to deport people who are here illegally, but he never had any, there was never any invasion. I just, again, the very fact that no president has ever done this, and we're at historic levels of low crime, tells me that this is all manufactured, and it's all an attempt for him to get control. And I frankly, like, I know you say you're not in a cult, and I appreciate that you're open-minded, and I will say that that's how it starts, is being open-minded.
I certainly do not meet the bill for the average Republican.
You do.
No, I do not.
You are as generic.
No, I don't.
You are the same person I talk to every day. You're very similar. What you aren't is you're not.
I don't like Christianity. I don't like fucking.
What you're not is like the MAGA that stormed the Capitol. But like that's how cults work. You have the diehards and then you have the go-alongs, and you're a go-along.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not a go-along. I'm going way against the grain of everything that goes on in my life to have my opinion.
Tell me one thing Trump's done in his first 100 days, executive action he's taken that you didn't like. Actually, I'll take this, that you think is illegal.
I don't think any of them are illegal.
Okay, which one didn't you like?
Let's see. I know that he was trying to do some. Hold on just a second. I need to pull up his executive orders real quick, because there's like 3 of them. I'm trying to remember exactly what they were called. Hold on.
God damn, I didn't realize we were so late. Shit.
Oh, I've been enjoying the conversation, bro.
What's that? Oh, you've been enjoying it.
I've been enjoying the conversation. I'm just here talking. Are you like coming up on a time limit?
I'm way over, but
soon?
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, it's fine if you need to go, brother. It's your show.
No, I think we're okay.
Let's see. There we go. Trying to go way on back.
Just while you're looking for that, because I wanted to check this. Obama averaged 35 executive orders per year. He did 277 in 8 years. Trump did 220 in 4 years, for an average of 55 per year, and he's well over it. So, I mean, Jimmy Carter's.
If that's the facts, I stand corrected.
Jimmy Carter and Nixon are really the only ones that outpaced Trump. And I think we're at 200.
That is specifically those 2 that outpaced him. Wow. Because not that I want to get back into past analysis of previous presidents or anything like that, but man, both of those were rough presidents.
I like Jimmy Carter. I'm a fan. I think he was. I think he caught a bad rap. He got rat fucked by what's his name? Reagan. Was it Reagan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was, yeah. Oh, so one just from like back all the way in January, specifically the one with return to in-person work. I don't give a fuck about where people work as long as they do their job and it's possible. You know what I mean? Like I understood why he did that. And, changing back from the old COVID order and everything like that. But the one thing that I do agree that did happen in COVID is that we did see the it really brought to forward, that fact of there are so many jobs that we really don't have to have a person sitting in an office in a cubicle to do those jobs.
Why do you think he did that executive order?
I'm not full, like, I knew that was one that I didn't like, but I didn't understand it really either. I mean, you could enlighten me.
Well, there's two. I mean, people can have their own thoughts on this. I think he's trying to break the administrative state and consolidate power. They don't want people working from places. They hate when people leak. They hate when people share stuff. This administration and Trump's last administration, they do a lot of illegal shit. And they get in trouble a lot, and so they don't like that. I think in some cases it could have been for control. In other cases, it's just meant to get people to quit. They want to break the whole system. If you want to check out some stuff,
Well, I mean,
hold on real quick. If you want to check out some stuff, because I got to get going soon, but go look at the ideologies behind Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen and Elon Musk. They all want to kill democracy and privatize everything. I believe that that's what I believe that that's what I
don't
believe
like
that's
Peter Thiel. Just
I
so
believe
we're clear.
that
Like,
that's
we
what
can fully
I know,
agree
but
on
I
that.
believe that's what Trump is doing. I think whether he knows it or not, he's allowing a bunch of morons to come in and break everything and convincing them that government is the problem, so that these oligarchs can come in and run everything later, and let them privatize Social Security, privatize schools, and in every one of those scenarios, it's worse for us. Privatizing schools, school choice, it's killing us. If we privatized Social Security, it would be a nightmare. I think that's what we have going on.
Well, and I want to make, for the record, I support Social Security. I think that it is a wonderful plan, and I'm not against socialist programs and things that are dealt with in a socialist way. I just don't like the idea of our entire government infrastructure being socialist. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, it's
Like-
the government will always be funded by taxpayer money, if that's what you mean. It's like the government can't exist without taxpayer money. I believe that I believe some
disagree with
things. Well, where else would they get money?
But with tariffs, which comes to mind.
That's a tax.
Well, yeah, but that's not tax pay. That's not the American people paying that tax.
Oh Lord, you're one of those. All right, I gotta fix one more thing
No,
before we go.
I'm not one of those.
Let me help you.
I know. I understand how tariffs work.
Who pays
They
them?
put it over there, and then those people, the person that's trying to import it, will increase their prices to be able to meet the tariff itself. I get it. It
So
will
who pays it?
increase prices. I get
So
that.
who pays it?
Again, you're taking it away from.
I don't know why you're running from this.
what
I'm just
I'm
asking
not
if you.
running
I'm just asking if you know who pays the tariff.
The person importing the goods pays the tariff.
Okay, and is that person
Which is then handed down into the form of higher prices to the person buying the goods.
hold on, just say that we're not even going there. That person that pays the tariff, who do they pay that tariff to?
The government.
Border Patrol, right?
Well, I mean, customs and immigration.
CBP, yeah, or customs immigration. So that's a tax, right?
Yes.
Okay. So our government can only.
Oh, okay. What I'm trying to say is that I thought that you were meaning taxpayers, as in us, the taxpayer, not.
I think that person's a taxpayer. Yeah.
An external person. I mean, that is a taxpayer, but that's not.
Well, we don't all pay the same
taxpayers
taxes,
here.
right?
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we don't all pay the same taxes. We all pay different taxes.
Agreed.
Yeah. So yeah, it is a tax. But
I'm also one of those on the proponent of wanting a flat tax. I think it would actually, if we're going to continue to have
stupid.
income,
It's really fucking stupid. No country that is.
And why is that?
Why do you think no country does it? It's regressive. A flat tax means that one of the problems that I think that we'll never. I wish we could get Republicans on board with this, and it was one of the biggest learning curves for me. This idea that money is yours and you get to keep it is silly. We have money because money is meant to circulate so that people can buy goods without having to barter. The whole point of money is that it makes our economy grow. And listen, that's you can't
I
argue.
agree with what you're
okay,
saying.
so listen. If money accumulates in one spot, we either have to get that money to circulate or we have to print more money. And what we do is we allow it to accumulate with rich people, and then you understand compound interest. The more money you have, the more quickly your money accumulates.
Yes.
So by taxing them the same level we would tax everybody else, their wealth would continue to accumulate, and wealth inequality drives virtually all of our problems in this country. It drives housing, it drives education, it drives grocery prices, it drives gas prices, everything. everything. Wealth inequality is a bad thing. You do not want extreme wealth inequality. And the only countries that deal with wealth inequality well have very progressive tax systems where the more you make, the higher percentage that you're taxed. There's nobody trying to do it our way. Nobody is like, oh yeah, America's really fucking working out. In fact, the rest of the world looks at us and they're like, you guys are just doing, you're just falling.
Most of the world thinks we're a joke.
Yeah, because we are a joke. Because somehow we've let a bunch of rich people convince working class, mostly white people, that the reason they don't have
Not
money.
a bunch of rich people. Two rich people.
The people that lobby the government, they've been able, and your party, rich people have been able to convince Republicans that the real problem isn't these rich people with all the money. The real problem is the immigrants with no money. The real problem is the federal government. The real problem is not this massive accumulation of wealth. That can't be the problem. The problem is the government and immigrants. And we can't ever get you guys to just look like it's not about demonizing. It's about literally just math. If the money doesn't circulate, if money doesn't circulate,
to get rid of income tax then?
No, if money doesn't circulate, we have to inject more money. What we need to do is we need to have a very progressive tax policy. The time when people looked at America and were like, we want to be like America, and they all replicated us, and that's how they're beating us now, like China. What China did is China looked at America from like the 1940s to the 1970s and said, look at that. They had this massive middle class. We're going to replicate what they do. We're going to pay for education. We're going to pay for health care. We're going to have a very progressive tax policy where the richest people, the people that accumulate the most wealth, have to send that wealth back. And we're going to invest in our future. That's when America was much, much better. And that's the version of America that other countries replicate. Nobody's replicating it now. And somehow we've got to figure out how to tell Republicans, hey, you guys are fucking yourselves in the ass before we're fucked in the ass, because we get to a point where the money gets accumulated so much that we're Russia and then we're fucked and we have no chance. Russia
don't want an oligarchy.
Yeah, well, we're almost there. And if we don't start taxing the fuck,
in my opinion, we've already been an oligarchy for probably 20 years
and
now.
If we don't start taxing the fuck out of that oligarchy, then we're done.
Agreed.
Okay, so what are you doing over there voting for Republicans? We gotta tax these motherfuckers.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that I don't think that that's one of the many things that is over here on this
What's
side.
more important than that?
I can disagree
What's
with
more
the general.
Than that? What could possibly be more important than dismantling an oligarchy? Trans people playing sports?
Hold on, man. Hold on. That's not what I'm talking about here, because taxes isn't the only way to dismantle an oligarchy.
I'm asking what's more. Well, how else would you dismantle an oligarchy?
By telling people that, raising awareness and
but the money still funnels
protesting
up
against it.
Well, how do you get the money back? How do you get the money to? You can't. If you protest Jeff Bezos, who cares? By the way, you guys your side of the aisle gets really mad when we protest. What have Republicans done? Republicans, every time you guys want to take away workers' rights to organize and to collectively bargain. At every step of the way, you guys are making it easier for oligarchs to be oligarchs.
I don't know.
Why is your party
unionizing and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a loose opinion in this area. I'm not as my opinion's not well founded.
When unions were strongest, oligarchies were weakest.
But at the same time, all I see today is that the unions that are most prevalent in our nation have become oligarchies themselves.
No, that's literally just what they tell you. They're just playing whataboutism with you. What union is an oligarchy?
I don't know about that one, man.
What union is an oligarchy? What union is an oligarchy?
Bro, I just told you I don't have as much information or a strong opinion in this area because it's not something that I've never been a part of fucking unions.
Is there a union leader that's a billionaire that you can think of?
No.
Okay, well then it's probably not an oligarchy, right?
I mean, come on, man.
Well then it's probably not an oligarchy, right?
Okay, so all right, we're gonna make an argument for oligarchy. Okay, so I've got 2 notable billionaires on my side. How about your 24 billionaires over on the Democrat side?
What do you mean by my side? What do you mean by that? The vote or that have?
Well, not your side. Let me roll that back on the Democrat side. I'm not trying to.
No,
I know
what you
I'm
mean.
not trying to.
I knew what you meant. I'm saying, what do you mean by that? Because there are billionaires that vote, but we don't have billionaires in the cabinet. We didn't give a billionaire access to go through and cut government spending.
with
we don't
transparency.
billionaire in the same way.
It's not getting
In
paid
fact,
to do it.
In fact, your billionaires, you have one. Srinvasan was on a podcast recently, and he was like, "You know what I hate about Democrats? I would give them millions of dollars, and they wouldn't even pick up the phone for me. But I'd give Republicans millions of dollars one time, and there's nobody I can't get on the phone. I can talk to fucking anybody."
Well, I mean, we should all strive to hope that our political leaders talk to people. I mean,
Okay, but what was he saying?
What is the argument you're making there?
The argument is if you give
Democrats
Republicans
typically don't care about people.
if you give Republicans money, they'll do whatever you say. Our billionaires,
well, I mean,
guys love
money,
to talk about George.
Money greases a lot of shit.
Yeah,
there.
but what are our
like,
billionaires fighting for? Our billionaires aren't the billionaires on our side that are vocal, at least. Like they're not out there fighting for tax cuts. In fact, Warren Buffett, what's his Microsoft dude, Bill Gates, they're
fighting for things like carbon tax.
They've both said you should tax us a lot more. We should be taxed a lot more. And then the Republicans are like, "Well, just pay your money then. We don't want no, just tax them. Just tax them all. Tax every fucking one of them."
Like
your billionaires, your
like,
billionaires are all asking for tax
already,
cuts.
right?
No, they pay 3%.
No.
Brother, listen. if you make $1 billion and you pay 10% of your money, what's that? 100 million, right?
100 million.
And I make $100,000 and I pay 40% of my money. Which one of us? Which one of us is more affected? Which one of us is more affected?
More affected, of course, would be the 40,000 out of 100.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why do we let billionaires not be as affected as like I'm an everyday American? $40,000
because
is
I don't
significant.
think that
Why
it's
don't
only
you
3%
the effective rate
or 10%.
Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, they all pay effective rates between 0 and 5%. And then Republicans tell you, but look how much they pay.
I'm gonna need the proof on that.
But even if they didn't, let's just say that they paid 30% taxes. The only reason that number is astronomical is because they have astronomical amounts of money, because of compound interest, and allowing them to profit more off of the worker's labors than the worker.
I just don't see compound interest as the problem. There is what I'm saying. Like this is more of an argument of free market and open business.
Explain to me then how Elon Musk like quadrupled his wealth in 2 years without his company making more money.
He didn't quadruple his wealth.
He did.
Not in the last 2 years, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. He did with Tesla.
Okay, but his companies aren't making 4 or 5x revenue.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Like, why is it all of a sudden like? Because before Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, they were all on the left.
I don't.
They were very liberal.
I don't care. I don't.
Okay. Well,
what happened? When did Joe Rogan turn
disingenuous?
When did Joe when did Rogan go to the right? Before or after he made $100 million?
No, he didn't go to the right. He's still firmly on the left.
So he's far right. Stop listening to what people say. Stop listening to people assigning themselves a label. Stop it.
Okay.
He's on the right, and you know it.
No, he's not. I don't think that.
He has one left. He has one left position. His one left position is universal healthcare. He's on the right. It doesn't matter. Wait, hold on. You just said. You just brought up. Wait, you just brought up Elon.
Prostitution.
Hold on. You just brought up Elon and Joe Rogan, and you're like, why did they go to the right? And then I'm like, they're on the right, and you're like, they're not on the right. What the fuck are we doing here? You just said they were on the right.
Because they. All right, you're right. You. Let me correct myself there. Okay, what I'm saying is that they have for a very long time been on the left, and it's only been since Donald Trump that they've meandered over here to this side.
Yeah, imagine that.
They've all of a sudden started supporting him.
Imagine
they didn't do it in the first presidency. They were both very vocally against Donald Trump in the first term.
Imagine that.
Imagine what? I'm imagining what?
Yeah, why do you think they switched sides? Do you think it was so they could pay more in taxes?
They switched sides over here to get rid of taxes because that's one of the things that Donald Trump ran on.
Yeah.
Income, at least.
Yeah. That's what I said. And you
because I want to be a billionaire one day. You want to be a billionaire one day. I mean, come on, like,
no, I don't.
Why is it so bad to want money?
I don't. Dude,
like, that's the guiding force
with
of our
all
entire
due
nation.
respect, we got to get going. Because like 5 seconds ago, you agreed that they need to be taxed more, and now you're making the opposite side. Now you're just arguing to argue.
Whoa! I said if we're I said if we're going to tax income, then yes, they do.
I don't care what.
But if we're going to get rid of it all, then why is it even an argument?
I don't give a fuck what people want in terms of like, I want to be a billionaire. I want the best.
No, you just want to be an elitist that wants to tell everybody else what to do.
Excuse me. I want the American people to have like an equal ability. I think the middle class should be massive.
So
I want the American people to be able to have one income and support a family if they want to. I want people. I want people to have paid sick leave. I want people to have health care. Okay. But the difference is, you guys don't do it.
We do.
No. Excuse me. You don't. When is the last time? When is the last time you did anything to expand the middle class?
Getting rid of income and then imposing tariffs on the rest of the world.
Is the middle class
so that we can compensate for that, and then we can actually have upward mobility instead of all of the shit that's happening.
And you got
right
that
now?
idea. You got that idea from the last time we used tariffs on. What happened to the middle class the last time we replaced income tax with tariffs? Well, we didn't replace it, but we chose tariffs instead of income tax. What happened?
Before World War II, we had tariffs.
Excuse me. What happened to the middle class during that time?
The middle class was strong before the Great Depression.
Decimated.
Yes,
but who did do really well
because of the Great Depression?
But who did do really well that time?
Rich people.
Okay. And the wealth got consolidated, right?
Yes.
And then when we had the Great Depression, it was exacerbated because of wealth inequality. So after the Great Depression, just so you know, after the Great Depression and after we tried this tariff things, conservatives with your ideology on using tariffs as a tax, you guys didn't regain control for 60 fucking years. And the only reason now that people are open to it is because everybody who lived through it is dead. And you guys believe Donald Trump, and none of you ever look at history. The best countries in the world, the places where everybody wants to live, the places where freedom, the places where freedom is the highest, they have very progressive tax systems. Switzerland, the average person in Switzerland pays like 35% on taxes, like 30, and that's way higher than here. And at the end of the month,
at
the end of the month, they have more money left over than we do, despite being taxed at a higher rate, because the government is more efficient at running some services than private industry, specifically healthcare.
Yeah, and also not having to fund their entire military infrastructure.
Specifically education. And when it comes to the military, I think what we could do is stop intervening all over the motherfucking world and stop.
Agreed.
Yeah, well, you guys are doing it. You guys are you
literally
we
want to get out of fucking Ukraine.
No,
what are you talking about?
You say you do. You sure shit say that you do. You sure say that you want to get out of Israel and Ukraine.
We don't want any. No more wars were started during Donald Trump, and here we are trying to get out of the one that was started before after it.
What are we doing in Yemen? You know what are we doing in Yemen right now?
I
exactly.
Honestly
You don't know. You
anything
didn't know
about
that Trump
what's going on in Yemen.
You don't know that Trump is starting new wars in the Middle East, do you? You don't know that he's bombing Yemen, do you?
Back off a little bit.
No, don't tell me to fucking back off.
Trying to...
No, tell me if you're gonna sit here. If you're gonna sit here and say like, "Oh, I want to take down the military," then stop voting for the motherfuckers who take us to war every time they get in office. Every time Trump gets in office, every time a Republican gets in office, they increase military spending and they start bombing the fuck out of the Middle East every fucking time. But because you guys don't remember anything, they campaign on we're the anti-war party, and then you're like, "Yay, we're anti-war."
Why did we?
And now here we are. And now here we are 100 days in.
The Middle East?
And now here we are 100 days in, and you don't even know. The pro-war, the anti-war party doesn't even know you guys are taking us to war. We're about to go to war with Iran. What are you watching?
I do know about that one.
Yeah. Oh, really anti-war, huh? Trump could end both wars. Trump could end the Israel war and the Ukraine war tomorrow. He could go to Israel and he could point at Israel and he could point
anti-war and not being okay with Iran dick slapping us and trying to bait us into a war.
And he could point at Israel and he could say, knock it the fuck off.
Iran is baiting us into a war.
And then he could go.
Like, you're not going to get me to sit there and say
don't get baited. Don't get baited.
I'm not trying to.
Well, Trump's too goddamn dumb.
But if,
so he's
if someone fucking if someone shoots at a boat and kills Americans, we have to do something about it, or else we're fucking weak.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, you know what you could have done?
You should not ever let any kind of military incursion against you whatsoever to project power.
The reason that the Houthis are shooting at our ships is because we are allowing Israel to isolate and starve to death tens of thousands of Palestinians. They are blockading aid that is coming through those ports.
Here we are with this shit. Okay.
Dude, I don't know if you don't know any of this.
They're the ones that keep fucking electing the people to put them in power and not working for Israel. And I'm the one that, and my side is anti-Semitic.
It's not the Israelis. It's not us. We just happen to be the ones that are constantly at war.
I didn't realize I was talking to a Semite.
It's not Israel and it's not us. But we just happen to always be at war. But it's everybody else. It's not us. We have to react. Like,
sure.
We got to take 9/11 was cool. We should go to fucking Iraq now. Who funded 9/11?
Again, you're trying to draw from Republicans of the past, and MAGA is a different beast.
No, I'm talking about MAGA now.
George fucking Bush.
Who funded 9/11?
Oh, I don't know. What are you talking about? Like the attack on 9/11?
Yeah.
From what I understand, it was the Saudis.
Yeah.
But that's I don't know directly.
Yeah.
Like,
and then we went
speculation that I know of.
It's not speculation. We know this.
I know. I said that I know of.
I'm just telling you. And then
I'm not saying it's all speculation. I'm saying what I know of.
And then where did we invade?
I agree with you that was the whole fucking Middle East.
I'm not arguing with you. Just
the Middle East bullshit, the Patriot Act, all of that shit was bullshit. Dude, stop telling me to be quiet.
No, because you just keep spiraling.
How about that?
You keep spiraling.
No, I'm not spiraling.
So we invade Iraq, and then where did we go? Then we went to Afghanistan, right?
Yeah.
Okay, were the Saudis ever held responsible?
No.
Okay, and who are they giving money to right now?
Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah. Weird, right?
Just
weird.
Because
no,
of
but
that,
you guys are you guys are anti.
Of course.
Yeah, but you guys are anti-war, right? For sure.
Yeah, but they also control 90% of the fucking oil supply on the planet, and we need a little thing called gas.
That's why China went to renewable energy, because they're not controlled by the Saudis. But your dipshit president is.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh well, who's paying for all these golf tournaments at his properties?
No, I would believe him.
No, try again.
Not me.
Try again.
Not
Who's paying?
the taxpayers.
No. The golf tournaments. Oh, it's not the taxpayers. Who's paying?
Who gives a shit? Who's funding them?
Well, I care. I care when it's the same people.
I care about what he does in the service of the fucking presidency, not what he does in his free time.
He's the president, and I care that the same people who funded 9/11 are funding him. I care. You don't care?
Yeah.
You don't care?
It's not that I don't care. I just don't. I don't think that you're on base with this one.
Oh, you don't think? Who do you think owns Live Golf?
What are you talking about?
Live Golf, LIV Golf. It's an organization that plays multiple tournaments a year at Trump properties, at Bedminster, at Trump Doral. There's one other one, and it's like that's like $10 million every time. Who is paying Trump to host the tournaments there? Live Golf. Who funds Live Golf?
Okay.
The Saudi royal family. Who gave Trump's son-in-law $2 billion to invest? He hasn't invested any of it. He's just making his monthly fee. The Saudis gave him $2 billion after he negotiated a fake peace deal between countries that were already peaceful, who basically came together and were like, hey, after Israel fucks up Palestine, we're all going to come together and we're going to invest in Gaza. You have no clue what you're looking at. You have somebody that's wholly owned by the Saudis. That's why Trump says, I'm going to take Gaza. By what authority? My authority. He doesn't want to end. He doesn't want to end war. He doesn't want to end war. He's doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin and the Saudis because they own him. All of his debt
have nothing to do with the argument. Let me say something.
All of his debt is from them. They all loaned him money, and now they own him.
I'm trying to say something that has nothing to do with the conversation we're having.
I try and change it too.
I'm just trying to put it. I'm being respectful to say At just before 5:30, I'm gonna hop off of here.
Fair enough. I'm just trying to understand. Like a guy enters office with $1.8 billion in debt. It's all owned by foreign entities like the Saudis, like the Russians. And then they're out here just openly paying him. And now he has all these open payment like coins where if you're Russia, or if you're at the Saudis, you can just bribe him and nobody does anything about it.
Well, I mean, you keep on talking about all this money that he's making, and yet Donald Trump's the only president to have lost money.
He didn't lose money. That's a lie that he tells you again. He's lying to you.
Okay, you sure?
He came into office.
His net worth went down.
No, it didn't. It went up. By the way, he sold the post office in New York. He sold in D.C. with the old post office building. He made a fortune off of that. Bedminster and Mar-a-Lago were going under. They were both in the red. But now the way to get Trump's attention is to book all your events at Mar-a-Lago and at Bedminster. Yeah. And now those properties are thriving. Donald Trump made more money. Donald Trump has made more money since he entered office than the rest of his life combined, and it's not even fucking close. He's up to like 50 or 60 billion now. At best, Donald Trump had $1 billion worth of net worth. He lied and said it was 8, but at best, he had like $1 billion, maybe 2, and he entered the office with 1.8 billion in debt, and now he's worth between 50 and 100 billion. Where'd that come from?
50 and what are you talking about?
So Trump Media, which is a stock they own Truth Social, which makes no money, which bleeds money every year, which has very fishy investors. The stock price just goes up because people invest in a company that's losing money. And then he has these 2 crypto scams that he's running, the Trump coin and the Melania coin, where he did it last week. All he has to do is come out once a month and be like, hey, we're running a new giveaway, go buy Trump coin. And he makes millions of dollars. And it's nothing. That coin is nothing. It's just a shit coin. He's just running a scam.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
He's a criminal who is wholly owned by other countries. You know goddamn well, if you've been a Republican for a while, you know that Russia.
I've been a Republican since 2012, to be specific.
And Russia was not the enemy until they started working with Russia was the enemy until they started working with Donald Trump, till they helped him in the 2016 election, till he went over there and lied.
That was proven false. That was a hoax.
Proven true by everyone. There were 34.
Steele dossier was 100% a total oversight and over.
You don't know what the Steele
over prevailing. I do, because the Steele dossier. Where is it?
Where is it? You can see it. The Steele dossier is not unproven. The Steele dossier, by the way, is
unfounded.
Yes, because
all of it has been found to be unfounded.
Not true. No, some of it.
Yes.
No.
You look it up.
You don't know what the Steele dossier
as you say.
You don't. I've looked it up.
I do know.
Okay, who funded it?
Yeah,
who funded it?
Russia collusion. Russia collusion, and there was no collusion.
Who funded it?
The Clinton.
Wrong. Try again.
Maybe not Clinton specifically, but someone over there.
Try again. Other side of the aisle. Starts with an R, ends with starts with an R, ends with Republicans.
Starts with an R, ends with an N.
So the Steele dossier originally was Oppo research by the Republicans, and then once Trump was the nominee, they didn't need the Oppo research anymore, and so they abandoned it. And then Hillary Clinton picked it up, and Christopher Steele compiled the dossier, and all the dossier is a list of things.
Because originally both Republicans and Democrats were against him. Every fucking body was against him. And he still won.
Excuse me. And so all the dossier is a list of things that people might say about him in an election. And so some of it's true, some of it's not true, some of it we'll never know. But the Steele dossier wasn't even important to secure the 34 indictments from the Mueller report, including Trump's own campaign manager, who admitted that he was working
over evaluation of his properties that have no victims. No one was hurt.
Goddamn idiot! That's a different case. Paul Manafort admitted.
Thanks for 2 hours of just gnarly character destruction while you make yourself look like
you're running
from
this right now. Paul Manafort.
Yeah, I'm not running from anything.
Paul Manafort
you just keep on
guilty.
Who gives a shit, dude? Like,
pled guilty. Paul Manafort, the campaign chairman, pled guilty to working with Russia, and you're still that fucking dumb that you're like, no, it was a hoax. He pled guilty. Why did he plead guilty?
Because he was guilty.
Oh, so it looks. Oh, so then it's not a hoax.
Everything that was associated with the dossier, yeah.
You said. Wait, hold on. You said Russian collusion.
Yes, all of that was a
That's
hoax
not in the
because
Steele
there was
dossier.
nothing that was founded.
None of the Russian collusion stuff is in the Steele dossier.
No, but there's
You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Okay.
He pled
Yeah,
guilty.
sure.
So did
All right.
Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn pled guilty too. They all pled guilty. The FBI, by the way, Trump's FBI, Trump's CIA, Trump's Department of Justice, they all confirmed that Russia interfered
I don't
worked.
believe that Trump controls the CIA.
I don't care.
Deep state
I don't care.
bureaucracy.
Everybody that Trump appointed confirmed that Russia interfered in our elections, and you're still out here being, no, they didn't.
I didn't say that they didn't know.
Yes,
Whoa.
you did.
I
You said
did
it was a
not
hoax.
say that they didn't. They
said it was
did
a hoax.
absolutely interfere in our elections. Donald
what's the
Trump
hoax?
wasn't a part of it.
Nobody said Donald Trump
That
was a
Donald
part
Trump
of it.
was associated with it.
Nobody said Trump was a part of it, dummy.
Yes, you.
No, they didn't.
What the fuck does Russian collusion fucking mean?
Yeah, so if you go read the Mueller investigation, the what Mueller was assigned to do.
Well, it might have been the Mueller thing that I was
Shut up
talking
and
about.
learn
Then.
something
Excuse me.
real quick.
Yeah.
What the Mueller investigation said, if you read what they were charged to do, is they were charged to track down any and all connections between the Trump campaign and Russia. Not Trump, the Trump campaign and Russia. And had they found evidence that Donald Trump directly worked with Russia, he would have been charged, and they didn't. But they found that his campaign did. So but the Republicans, they'll tell you every time, it's the Russia hoax. You said it verbatim. You guys are all fucking programmed. The Russia hoax. It wasn't a hoax. It wasn't a hoax. They worked with Trump's team to interfere in the election. There was no hoax. It happened. 34 indictments, multiple guilty pleas. It happened. But Donald Trump, the one thing you'll never find, and you can spend the rest of your life researching this, find a time when Donald Trump said, I was wrong, or that he admitted a mistake. The only reason you guys are still still repeating this bullshit is because Donald Trump owns your party, and because he keeps lying about it, you guys are forced to keep lying about it too. Because if you start,
you're going to be proven wrong, and it's going to be glorious.
Go say all this shit to your Republican friends. I dare you to go tell dare you to go tell your Republican friends that Trump's campaign worked with Russia in the 2016 election, and just see how they react. Just try it. See what they do. They're going to call you crazy. Try it.
Sure.
You know what they'll do. You know goddamn well what they'll do. They'll tell you you're crazy. They'll tell you you're lying.
I don't agree with what you're saying, or even the suppositions.
Then learn to read. I don't know what to tell you.
I read all the time, bro.
Well, go read the Mueller report then.
I did.
No,
read
you
that
didn't.
one.
You're so full of shit. You fucking liar. Yeah, I read the Mueller report, but I didn't know about the 34 indictments and the guilty pleas.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Good
The
talking.
34. Hold on. I wasn't trying to trying to get my thing up to where I could say it. Sorry. But yeah, I do need to go, brother.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate you coming. All right, everybody. We went an hour and a half over. I owed it to you. I'm in so much trouble. Let me just read all these comments and then we'll get out of here. Let's go. I think I did that one. All right. Danny says clown babysitter fees. Jamie says guest raised my blood pressure. Sorry about that. That could have been me too. Jennifer, thank you for the donation. Jamie said at least 33 other countries have birthright citizenship. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Thank you, Jamie. Amber said MAGA hires our criminals and promotes theirs. That's a good point. And also Trump is spending way more, not saving. Good point. Yeah, we're spending into oblivion. All right, now let me get all of the ones Jen sent me. Scroll up. All right. Johnny said catfished again. He played you the whole time. Daga Mimi said it's if not cult member, why cult shaped? Amy Lynn said RTB cooked and we all cleaned. He read none of it. Burnt toast. Jed's memes are killing me. Christy said, I don't think the guest is getting it, but I'm enjoying him getting slammed. Amy Lynn said, dude, you're proving you're in a cult, man. Also, deleting women and people of other races from our history. Takimi says, cult. So Sophia said, I love that you're informed, Jay. You're on fire. You were cooking. I have 0 words for that guest, and I screamed to guess. You are in the cult. Ponto, keep up. I think I was supposed to say punto. Keep up great work. Unfortunately, USA is having a hostile government takeover. Extra money for you. Thank you. Alyssa, thank you for the donation. Steven said Trump wasn't in power and killed the border bill. That's a very good point. Amy said, read the transcripts of the last debate. Biden won on information. Hey, howdy. Thank you for those donations. Pink said, I once asked a flat earther if we lived under a giant cake dome, but he wasn't too fondant of that. Marianne, thank you. Mary said, go Jay. Asta Sophia said, missed you across the pond on Friday. I'm glad you had a fun weekend chipping in for the dollar chain. Okay, I think I got all of them. I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry if I missed any of them, but we did go an extra hour and a half, so I appreciate it. And I appreciate, if that guest is still here, I appreciate you coming up. Sorry, sometimes I get heated and say potty words. You guys are all welcome anytime. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time here on Twitch or YouTube. And you can find us on all the other socials. We have paid memberships on YouTube and Twitch as well. And we have merch in our bio if you'd like to support us in that way. Other than that, Bree, do we have a raid set up? No, muted, yeah. Sorry, Jen, I didn't jump back in that. I don't know if you're trying to say anything. Let me.
No, I dragged you around.
Okay. There's Jen. Jen's mad at me because I went long. So I'm gonna yell that later.
Probably.
Let's see. Did Bree have a? Bree says we have one. Okay. Difficult truth or trith. I'm not sure. Anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.